Hello, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Samuel64, and welcome back to the RoboCast. As ever, I'm joined alongside Steve the American Killjoy and World of Woodrow. Guys, BattleBots is back!
Yeah!
This week, it's back!
We know absolutely nothing about
No.
it.
How could we?
Nothing at all.
We
How
didn't
did I get
spend
hit?
gobs of money to go see this in person and then just instantly forget everything.
As you will have heard, David of Smeg has joined us as well, who was effectively my replacement over in
Yeah.
the US.
Yeah, I'm Sam. I took over his sub count while we're over there, so therefore I am now Sam.
It's true. I have a weedy little subcut. How are we all? How did you all enjoy BattleBots? First of all, because I have to say, despite getting married and going, on a lovely honeymoon to Cape Verde, I had a lot of FOMO. It looked very cool while you were over there.
It was the best time, and I am going to go out on a limb and say I think it could well be the best series of modern BattleBots, maybe of all BattleBots, because it was stellar almost the whole way through. There were very few things that went wrong, very few things that would cause mass hysteria like last series. All of the issues of last series, I would say, are fixed, so just see how the edit goes now.
Yeah, it was a hell of a lot of fun over there. I mean, Vegas as a whole was a lot of fun over there, seeing all sorts of things from the builders to Patrick Starr struggling on stairs, on the strip.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of fun.
I forgot about that.
It sounds like you had quite the adventure, and of course, I find it quite strange because obviously, Jevon and David, you never got to see Robot Wars filming when it came back, and then Steve, this is the first time you've ever been to BattleBots filming, correct?
It's the first time I've ever been to a filmed robot event, period. Whether it be Robot Wars, Robotica, BattleBots, anything. I've never been to a single one.
How did you find the experience in terms of going and seeing the actual show being made? Because obviously when I went to go and see Robot Wars, a lot of the, it felt like a lot of waiting around, but obviously the fights in there were very, very good obviously to watch, and it was very cool seeing the show made.
There were times where there was sitting around and waiting for mainly repairs. When the screws get broken, then they have to take a while to fix them. In fact, I've got a lovely photo of Steve sat watching Robot Wars on his phone.
Thanks, Mech Plus.
Beautiful. But yeah, I think as soon as fights get going, what you see on TV is the pace of which they record. Literally, it is Farouk does intro, robots come in, everyone gets ready, fight starts, fight finishes, interviews, out, next one's in. It just travels. It's such a well-oiled machine
at this point.
Yeah, it's like clockwork for sure.
Oh yeah, we had a wonderful person who was being our hype man, if you will, and some may remember his name. I can't at the moment.
Are you meaning Barry?
No, not Barry.
Not Barry.
It
was Bill.
Barry. Bill Dwyer. Yeah, that's him.
The man,
as
the myth, the
man.
legend.
No, I'm glad you brought up Barry. You will get to see us on TV 100% guaranteed because of a guy called Barry, who I hope you're watching, Barry. We wish you all the best because
we
he
love
got us
Barry,
into the High Five Club, which was
lovely.
Awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
So you will see us.
And of course, as well, you would have met a lot of the people that we've been speaking to for the last few years. Was that quite surreal as well? Because obviously, we of course we speak to these people fairly regularly.
Yeah.
A lot of them I'd consider friends, at least, or at least friendly.
Oh, definitely.
How was it meeting them all in person? Seeing them face to face instead of on a screen.
It was like catching up with old friends, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was. It was so that everyone's so welcoming. I mean, it seems very cliche to say, but let's there's a lot of just really nice people in the sport, and they're all very, every time, we were lucky enough to be able to walk through the pits a couple of days and be able to meet with the teams and speak with the teams. There's camaraderie, and it's awesome, and it's just
so welcoming.
It was cool, and it felt home. It felt like home, but yeah, no, it was great. I mean, I almost want to go back right now if it was there.
Well, of course, there is the live show now these days, right?
This is true.
They've obviously
Coming
announced
February,
that
Destructathon is coming.
Yeah,
Yes.
so you can go and watch the live shows if you're in Las Vegas and local.
Yeah. Get your VIP tours and things. Definitely worth it.
Absolutely. Now, BattleBots World Championship 7, as the moniker has been given now.
Yeah. Are they going to change those numbers?
I
hope they do. I believe they are referring to all of the previous ones actually on the TV as World Championships 4, 6, 5, whatever.
Yeah.
I hope the website changes as well to fit suit because it works. The years didn't. The years got mixed.
Yeah, it got to a point where it was like because of the delayed 2020 and 2021 seasons, it kind of had to be kind of nudged back further and further, and like you were a year out of date essentially. So it does make sense. Mm-hmm. My thing is obviously they've changed quite a few things for this season in response to some of the, I wouldn't say fan backlash, certainly fan unhappiness.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's just fans either. It's teams as well.
Yeah, and it's the teething pains of a very young sport that it's still learning how to be, as it evolves.
Yeah, obviously one of the changes, I think one of the key changes this year is obviously, first of all, we've had a judge change.
We have.
For the first time in 4 years, or certainly since season 3.
He's been around since 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah, so season 4 onwards has been the trio of Jason Bardis, Lisa Winter, and Derek Young. Jason Bardis is, I don't know the exact story, but is no longer a judge and has been replaced by Fon Davis. Those who know the Mouse and Mecha Catbots song will know exactly who Fon Davis is because he built Mouse and Mecha Catbot and has been a judge in several events around the country before. I think he's been a judge on BattleBots before as well.
He has.
Yes.
He has.
Back
He was one of the guests in 2018.
Yeah, so loads of experience, knows the sport like the back of his hand. He's been around for 20 odd years. In safe hands for sure. It's a shame to see Jason, move away, but it's cool to see Fon come back.
For sure. And the judges also went round and said hello to people. Yeah. You'd see them wandering about looking at all the robots. So they'd taken active interest as much as anybody else. I mean, they're builders.
Bot builders, of course.
Yeah. It's what I like about this sport, that it's being judged by people who know the sport now. And people who know what's happening. Speaking of judging, there's a lot of changes in the judges' rule book and everything about how to rule a fight. In the match play-by-play, we have a whole new position as well, which I know we'll get onto, but there's a lot of changes. I've done a video.
I was going to say, there will be a link in the description to Gemma's video because it is very interesting if you're kind of into the kind of finer details of how the sport is actually put together. And it's useful, certainly, for those who especially got upset at certain decisions last year. You kind of, I'm thinking immediately of the Tantrum Hydra fight where, like, okay, it was given to Tantrum and a lot of people, including the Hydra team, thought Hydra should have won.
Yeah.
So it's certainly interesting to kind of go through with a fine comb and say, okay, well, this is why they did this, made this decision. It's not because they don't like Hydra, it's because actually by the rule set, this is the reason they won.
Yeah, there's no rigging, there's no biases, and I think the other major change for this season helps to prove that, in that we know the lineups going in of what every robot is going to be fighting, and you will all get to know, I think, at launch of the series.
I think, yeah. We're pretty sure that's going to be released. I think it's been released for supporters, I think, already. So
it has,
incentives for supporters. You can go and find out who's fighting who all season long. It's going to be really interesting to kind of see. It's certainly been interesting for our prediction game because we can predict the whole. I can predict the whole season in one go.
It's
useful because
mad.
we did our prediction game there, and it was incredibly difficult because we like everyone.
It's incredibly difficult because we're amongst each other, and I had a hard time every time a certain yellow robot came out to bet against it because I'm probably getting punched in the face.
Well, it depends on which yellow robot as well, because there's more than one.
He's got the other one,
and then there's certain orange robots as well.
And there's certain orange robots,
and none of them behind me, or else all. But
and we're very friendly with the teams too, so it's very hard when you're watching it in person. You're like, I don't want this one to win, but I do.
Especially when you spend the previous night just chilling with the team before they go into a fight.
I've heard stories about you guys and the Shredded team. I've heard that they've got a. Well, we'll get to it later.
They're good guys. They're good guys. Much love.
Night before I left was a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a phone call at like 5 a.m. from these guys. It was exciting. So I was at work and I had a phone call at my desk. I'm like, "Why are you calling me? It's the middle of the night." And they're like, "Oh yeah, just we've had a few drinks. It's really great here." And I'm like, "Oh."
Was
okay.
that when we were at one of the machines, just gambling at the time?
I can't remember. It was. I think you got back to the room by this point.
Several times.
Several times. Only one of us made profit on that machine, actually, which was fun.
We mentioned the other position, the new position in the series as well, which is the kind of the match steward, if you like.
Yes.
So it's kind of a go-between between the refs and the judges, and the teams can talk directly to this match steward and kind of pick their brains as to why certain decisions were made. And very excitingly, it is a guy who we've interviewed before. It is Mike Jeffries, formerly the Bombshell captain in seasons 2 and 3. And he is now the match steward. Is that right? Am I thinking?
He is indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I must put out a
Mr.
formal
Mike
apology
Jeffries.
in which the first time I went and had a chat with him while we were there, it was after an awesome fight. Went down and spoke to him and said, "Oh, hi, Jeff."
Oh no, you didn't.
Yeah.
I completely blew that one.
The worst
Jeff
part
Michaels.
is you
Apologies,
kept
Mike.
saying
And I
Jeff
kept calling him
Jeffries
Jeff Jeffries
the rest of
throughout
the
the whole
holiday.
trip.
Yeah.
It's become the ongoing meme, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, is his
Not
name
even
now,
Jeff
sorry.
Michaels, not even a
No,
full
just
transition.
Jeffries.
Good old Jeff GG,
Jeff Jeffries.
Maybe you thought you were saying Jeff's like a nickname.
I hope so.
Like a
He
really
looks
poopy
confused.
nickname.
He's so
probably
lovely as well.
tired. He has
He's-
a lot of jobs.
To be fair, Jeff, I don't think you're on that podcast with him, so I think that's
I
probably
was.
why.
Neither am I.
Oh,
I was there. It was.
it was Steve that was missing. Okay.
No.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Yeah. It's
Fair enough.
fully my.
All the
I-
years
I
of
wasn't
bugging
back
you
at
and
that
never got
time.
to be
No,
on
you
that
weren't.
one.
It was Charlie from Good Rebuttal.
So
Yeah.
bad.
Good old Charlie.
But yeah, that's another interesting addition to kind of add, certainly to help nullify the confusion we had, particularly, let's use an example from last year again, the Minotaur Witch Doctor fight, where there was a lot of confusion between the judges and the refs at the time were counting out Witch Doctor when they shouldn't, weren't counting out Minotaur when they should have been, or in the eyes of the Witch Doctor team and things like that, and they weren't telling Witch Doctor to engage.
Right.
It was a very unusual situation.
When communication collapses,
Yes.
this is where we now have this new position. He does a lot more than
Yes.
that. He also is the go-between in the pits, and he can tell them to hurry it up or tell them, no, I'm afraid you are out of the series because you didn't pass safety in time. That sort of thing. That is his role. So he gets to be the bad guy almost. I don't know, but it's a role that he enjoys doing. And he's also in charge of the appeals process, which is new for this year, in which every team has an appeal in which they can attempt to overturn a judge's decision. And that may or may not come up. It may or may not happen. It may or may not be successful or not. We will have to wait and see. But it's an interesting process that is utilized well, I would say.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they use it in the edit. Because seeing it or not seeing it live, we'll see how they would hypothetically use that.
It kind of reminds me of like the Hawkeye system used in tennis, where like you can get 3 appeals per match, I think it is, and if you're unsuccessful, you lose one of them, but if you're successful, you keep them. But it's kind of
it's like that, but you only have the one.
Yeah.
So
Except now, ever since COVID, it's everything. Sometimes you have tournaments now that are just called by Hawkeye now. So, hey,
yeah, exactly. Well,
we're being replaced.
There is so much new. We've talked about it so much already.
Oh, also
I know.
the wall that separates the teams is gone, so communication may be better now.
Yes.
and who knows? We may get some rumbles this year. Who knows?
Yes, this
We
is
might
true.
do.
They've actually moved those walls and put them to block the Uta zones. So that
the arena's slightly changed shape as well.
Yes.
The saloon doors or whatever they're going to call them.
They were referred to as the saloon doors when we were there because of the way they open and close, but they are extra doors to make the Uta zones taller, basically. They've also painted the upper deck.
They have.
Yes.
It looks a lot more in theme now, and it looks so much better as a result. But the upper deck staying. How do we feel about the upper deck staying for?
Not only is the upper deck staying, but so Trey did a couple of talks with the audience where he did a bit of Q&A and gaps between filming, which kept things moving along quite nicely. And one of the things he discussed is how the upper deck is going to evolve going forward. So it might reduce in size a little bit, but have some extra weapons on the top of it. All sorts of things. So yeah, the upper deck. I don't know.
Sounds like it's here to stay then.
Yeah, I don't know whether I like it or not. It's definitely there.
It's a 3D element that makes it less of a flat plane,
Yes.
to fight in.
I think the only thing for me is like, I feel like there needs to be jeopardy. Like, if you're up there, then you need to like the count out needs to start straight away, and then like
I think so.
It's like the floor's lava. You've got to get off quick, otherwise you're going to get your ass burned.
Or like something like a sandwich splocks and crush.
I still like a 2p machine.
Like a lid
it is Vegas after all.
Comes in and out, and if you're still on it, you get crushed in there.
Yeah.
It's like
it's not RA2, There's no random arena there. Just you're gone.
Yep. If you drive up the wall, you're fine.
Yeah,
we're gonna do Robot Wars. It's Tokyo rooftop,
I was going to say it's more like the Sao Paulo scrapyard, like with the crusher.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing.
So weird.
Okay,
You just fall in a hole and so good.
We've talked a lot about changes to the arena, the format. Should we talk about some robots?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So
What's
this is a
changed and
change
what's
already. So another change is the reduction in the field. There's 50 robots competing in World Championship 7. And
there are 57 robots on the website, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is including all the reserves, all the alternates, and some exhibitionists as well.
Yes.
That's
no.
I'm sure that's the right
exhibition match participants.
I sure hope not. I sure hope they don't do that.
What happens if Vegas stays in Vegas?
Gonna go on a different channel, Sam.
We're off the air, right?
I'm just imagining a robot being entered now with just no armor, and that's the exhibitionist, right?
I've seen Beast in Robot Wars. That's
that fits.
Pretty similar. Let's talk about some robots, shall we? So we start off with Banshee, a kind of offshoot of the Malice team, captained by David Small, who has brought Kelpie to several lower weight class events over the US. It's a CO2 powered. Not CO2 powered, a pneumatic flipper. Sorry, not CO2 powered.
Nitrogen usually.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yeah.
It's a cool looking machine. It's something
it's
different.
Big Kelpie.
Yeah,
it is Big Kelpie.
Kelpie's a good robot.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's a nice theme as well. When we first saw the concept for this bot, I think we were all excited by its looks because it's just fun, and David Small absolutely brings the vibe. You can see him in full kilt and sword there, and he really puts on a good show for the audience. So long may that continue.
Absolutely.
And I think a running theme from this is just a lovely guy to hang out with in the pub.
Yeah, just really, really nice guy.
Just screeches his chair across the pub. That's just completely normal.
The Banshee screech. The Banshee screech.
Literally.
One thing I do hope for this particular machine is there was another green and black flipper robot that was entered into BattleBots many, many moons ago. The idea is that this hopefully does a little better than that one.
It can't do much worse. Let's face it.
No, it can't.
Yeah,
I forgot Basilisk even exists.
I did, right?
I wasn't even thinking of Basilisk. I was thinking of Ultimo Destructo.
I was thinking of Ultimo too.
Black and green is too well used,
Ultimo was okay. It was okay.
Was it? It got kicked out by B-Tech Witch Doctor. Come on now.
Video now on the BattleBots page.
Love you, Sean.
Banshee's cool. I do like the look of
Banshee's
Banshee. Cool. The only issue I have with Banshee, I feel like, is the way that the flippers hinge is kind of a bit strange for me. And like it seems like it's got a very sheer front as well. Like, I know it's got the kind of the forks at the front here you can kind of see just above where the name is.
Yeah.
But like it does seem like quite a sheer face on the flipper, at least on some of the pictures. And for me, it just seems a bit. It's asking a lot of the flipper to get underneath. It feels like a lot of the robot has to get underneath in order for it to be effective. I think that could be a limiting factor for them. What represents a good season for Banshee? Obviously, everyone gets 4 fights this year.
They do. I think a couple of wins at least would be a good season for Banshee, honestly, because especially against some decent opponents, really just getting their foot in the door and saying, we're here. This is a cool robot. We're here to prove that I'm doing it now. The gas powered flipper is not a dead system, basically.
Right.
Yeah. Obviously, we've seen Sub-Zero and Bronco kind of fall by the wayside in recent years. So be interested to see how Banshee kind of picks up that mantle as the only pneumatic powered flipper in. Oh well, one of two. One of two pneumatic powered flippers in the BattleBots this time around. And now the return of another pneumatic powered weapon is Beta, and it's good to see John back, isn't it? It is good to see John Reed back.
Who's that? Who is that there?
Well, let me tell you, Steve. So in the UK, those that have watched Robot Wars, certainly the reboot, will know who the gentleman on the right is next to John Reed. It is Jason Marston, the builder, driver, maintainer, keeper, designer, everything.
God of Thunder.
Of Thor, yeah. Thor, the big other hammer bot in the UK that of any significance, really. You know, Two Headed Deathmaker's up there, obviously, but it's not quite. it's not quite at the same power level as Thor, I don't think, in terms of output.
That was a good attempt there, Sam.
Thank you. I managed to shoehorn it in there somewhere.
Keep you on the team. It's fine.
And obviously, he's got years of experience driving a hammer bot, and it makes sense having him with John, to kind of have that timing down in terms of weapon and driving synergy, because the way that Beta causes damage now, it has to be kind of perfect timing, and Jason's definitely got that.
Yeah. And he is the weapons operator. And I will say, though he's not in the photo, we also have Andy from Team Rapid in the UK as well on this team. It's a real all-star UK team, this one.
Real who's who. Of teams from
Rapid, of course, fought John Reed, the robot terahertz in Robot Wars, and
Series 10.
And I think he went to China with Formula as well. Andy.
He did,
yes, and the Hounds.
And
plenty of experience with Andy. And the three of them it's a really strong Beta team this time around.
It is,
even Beta's got a little bit of color on the back as well. A bit of nice bit of orange, a nice little Beta logo as well.
They've updated it from the sort of blue and yellow from 2 seasons back when they went and isolated for 2 weeks before and after filming.
Crazy. I can't believe they still did that.
No, but
that's dedication.
It's good to see them back, and I hope it's a better outing than what we saw in 2020, because they were fed a load of sort of rookie robots, and
of course that controversial fight with RotatoR. Let's not forget.
Yes, and then the unveiling of the USS Beta. We'll see if they'll come back with something that's a little bit more, resistant to verts. Maybe it is the USS Beta again. Maybe it's something slightly modified. Who knows?
You guys know. I don't.
We do. Yeah. There's a good chance
well aware.
I mean, with the field, it's a good chance he'll fight a vert. So I'd like to see how it fares, because it didn't fare well the first time. So
or the second time.
Yeah.
Didn't really go well either time, did it?
It's a very tricky field for a hammerbot,
Well, I think this Beta's pretty much the only hammerbot this year, right? Apart from Shatter, it's just those two.
Just those two pure hammers.
Crazy. What represents a good Beta season this year? I think a win or two, right? Surely.
It needs to get to the bracket. It's made the bracket in both other appearances. It needs to be there again.
The only issue I think Beta will have, as I think you've mentioned it, is just the sheer number of vertical spinners. They need to have an answer for it. And John quite publicly has kind of posted on different forums saying that he's kind of very anti putting forks on Beta. I do wonder if that stubbornness could bite him in the bum. I don't know. It might not, but in previous seasons he's kind of been very reluctant to kind of have a forked setup, and unfortunately the way that the field has kind of evolved, it might struggle with just the flat wedge. But let's see what he's got. He might have some funky device up his sleeve. He's a clever bloke, isn't he? Let's face it.
I think it's fair to say that John absolutely loves this robot. It is his pride and joy as Beta. I mean, after all those years trying to get it to BattleBots, get it to compete, and it having issues time after time, not getting there, getting stuck to the floor with its magnets, all of this, and then finally getting it here. He absolutely loves this robot, and I don't think he wants to see it broken. And
that's certain pieces he doesn't want to see broken specifically. So. We'll see how that fares, if that affects the strategy, with how he takes fights. So this is the cool part of having talked to the builders, because we have this kind of like this information that we didn't have before. So
absolutely.
Cool.
Absolutely.
These are people. These are their babies. Like they put so much blood, sweat, and tears into this thing. They don't want to. A lot of them don't want to see them busted. But they want to win.
It's all good. It's all good. Next up. A full-time competitor this season, Big Dill.
I'm so pleased.
Me too. Yeah. I think we actually did speak to Emmanuel about doing the unaired fights from last season, which just kind of didn't materialize. We arranged it, and I had to cancel last minute because I was busy, and then it just kind of never came back around. But it's cool to see Big Dill back. It is so cool to see Big Dill back. And something different as well with the vert.
Yeah, I'd like to pull back the curtain a little bit, because they were reserves again this year, and they got pulled into main competition when another team had to be pushed back to reserve spot after not passing safety. So, Big Dill as a main competitor, and I think they've got a point to prove that they are not a reserve robot this year.
Well, it's a shame we didn't really get to see more of it last year. You know, it had the 3 fights against Bloodsport, Blip, and Overhaul in the chair fight, right?
Yes.
So 2, absolute top tier opponents, and then obviously the kind of exhibition fight, which was a really good fight with Overhaul. It's going to be intriguing to see how the field deals with Big Dill, because it is kind of a strange, ungamely design. Of course, it has that kick now with the vertical spinner as well. And the gentleman on the left there, Mr. Ellis Ware, bought a I can't remember what weight. It's not a featherweight. It's a smaller than a featherweight mini bot, but it packed a punch. Apparently, I heard it described as a glass cannon.
Yes, it's good fun to watch. It's worth saying, and if you remember the wonderful family tree,
let's not
cover the tree anymore. But Big Dill is an offshoot of the Warhawk team. MadCatter are part of that as well. And now this robot is here with that vert on the front. Obviously, we've seen Warhawk be successful as a vert. We've seen MadCatter be successful as a vert. Is this Big Dill turning it around?
It could be. I mean, for me,
I'd be interesting to see how they deal with, because they have the fork and now it's like they have a knife now. So it'd be interesting to see how they eat their meal with both in hand. I'm curious to see how they're going to interact.
It gives them different strategy options, though, doesn't it?
It does. I think the other thing for me as well, my only issue is I do feel kind of, it's a shame that so many teams, and we'll get to them later on when we get to them, but so many teams now have had to go down the kinetic energy route just to even get accepted into BattleBots, and I feel like it's a bit of a shame that that's now just not a requirement, so to speak, but it's an expectation of teams.
I am, however, pleased that a team such as Big Dill doesn't give up the forks entirely in favour of a vert. They've still got the forks on. They can still be a lifter when they want to be. And
I mean, they don't even have to use the spinner, do they?
No, not necessarily.
Kind of like Whiplash last year. They didn't use the spinner once.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So, there's different setups for them.
Exactly. Intriguing. What does a Big Dill good season look like? What do you reckon? Like a win? 2 wins? Out of 4?
2.
Yeah,
I think so. I think just being a part of the main competition for them was such a big thing.
Yeah.
And so I think their season is already made by being in. And so anything else would be an absolute bonus, but I think they have a point to prove.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Assuming their first time out, they had they were 2-3 in 2020, and that's including the bounty. So
I was going to say they lost to Lockjaw and RotatoR in the main season, right?
It was Lockjaw and RotatoR.
Yeah, it was.
And they beat Atom.
Yes, that was their first fight, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. So they've always lost to very decent opponents. Let's face it. So it'd be intriguing to see how well Big Dill does this season. Next robot is the return of Black Dragon. Last year went out in the round of 16, losing out to Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly one of the most well-oiled teams. We've spoken to Pete Abramson in the past. He's always gushed about how well drilled the team is. Everyone has a job. They know what they're doing. They can take the robot apart, and suddenly like a million
uber
people
prepared.
Exactly. They have wedges for every single opponent. They have weapons for every single opponent.
I will say, it's worth noting that the team changes every year, because they are a college team. They come out with a different crew each time, and they find their footing well each time as well. It never shows that they're a different team each year, because they always put on a good performance, and it is a kick-ass bot.
Yeah,
I mean, we saw it last year. Nearly send Perfect Phoenix into the roof. And let's face it, with respect to Black Dragon, okay, I know Perfect Phoenix was
very underweight,
massively underweight robot, but with respect to Black Dragon, it's not known for those big heavy hits. It's known for bug bites and wear your opponent down. It was a monster shot from Black Dragon, and
twice.
Yeah,
it
was unbelievable. And when it connects, it does hurt. It's quite the machine.
Yeah, it's a good robot. It's a good looking robot this time around as well. Previously, we've seen just Black Wedge. They've actually painted it this time. They've given it a dragon face, and it looks cool.
It does. Look cool.
And the dust's
the
back.
best looking.
I was going to say, if there's one stalwart from this team that comes back every year, it's Monoduck. It's the one.
Yeah,
He's the
I think he's
best.
actually the secret team captain. Like
Must
he's
be.
stayed there the whole time.
It must be. He's the one, kind of revolving center, isn't it? Really,
Yeah.
What does a good Black Dragon season look like?
Bracket at
least,
at minimum.
They're former semi-finalists.
This is true.
Like, how do you judge them? Because like they've come through the Desperado before. They were semi-finalists the year afterwards, and then last year, of course, lost out to Hydra, who were losing semi-finalists as well. Do they have to win? Like, do they is a great season they win it? A good season?
A great season for anyone is if they win.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, you know what I mean. Like, okay, like. Would it be a great season if they made it to the semi-finals and lost again?
Yeah.
Like,
or like split the difference, make it to the quarters.
That's what I mean.
It's.
I feel like
it's such a hard line to draw.
Yeah,
with this
the field
machine.
is so good as well. Like,
it really is. We said this on. I think it was after we saw all the robots that were competing this year. That all 50 robots this time round could take the giant nut.
Mm.
Any one of them has the potential to go all the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tantrum really opened the door last series, coming in as, a complete... People have called it all sorts of joke robot, not worth anybody's time, and it comes in and it goes undefeated and it wins the whole thing because it's just such a dominant force. It opened the door entirely, proving the point that, despite what anybody says, any robot has the potential to win the whole thing. And no more true this year that any of these could.
I think Black Dragon's got a better chance than most as well. They are a really well-oiled team. It's a really solid, hard-to-kill robot. When was the last time they got knocked out? Have they ever been knocked out?
I don't think they have.
I don't think they have.
No.
Maybe.
Tell us in the comments if we're wrong.
No,
Yeah,
they have not.
They're
They have not been
known as
knocked
the
out.
robot that catches fire and then still wins when it's on fire.
It's such a brick of a machine. I'm intrigued to see how Black Dragon deals with the field this year. I really am. It's certainly a dark horse for me.
Mm.
Moving on, we have Blip, a quarter-finalist in the last season. Just a joyous robot, isn't it, really? It also competed at the Remars event in 2022.
It
Mhm.
did, yeah.
A slightly different shade of blue this year.
It's baby blue.
A little brighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to change the entire model now. Thanks, Aaron.
Get a hammer touch.
David has spent so much money sorting out Blip for Lego Wars. He's going to have to spend even more buying a whole new armor package for poor Blip.
Appreciates it.
It is going to be fascinating to see how this robot is. What kind of matches they're dealt as well this year as well, because let's face it, they came in last season, they fought Overhaul and Rusty in their kind of qualifiers. Okay, yes, they fought Lockjaw as well, but Lockjaw was having a poor season, and the other two fights were not gimme wins, but like they were easier opponents than maybe a robot of this quality deserved to fight.
I think their run through the bracket proved that they could beat the good robots.
I agree.
The sort of upper tier robots to what they were given early on, because they were given a rookie season when, realistically speaking, it's Aaron Hill.
He's been around for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So,
I would say, without pulling back the curtain too far, do not expect them to get an easy season, because they are.
No.
What was it? Top 16 finisher last year.
Top 8.
Top 8.
Top 8.
Yep.
Yeah, they're losing to Hydra.
Yeah, and it was only just that wheel that came off as well. It was such a, could have gone another way, on a different day, but Blip. So, with that being said, then, Jerry, you kind of said, okay, well, don't expect to have an easy season. Does getting to the bracket constitute another good season for Blip? Especially with the way that the arena's changed now as well, with the kind of the saloon doors, the higher arena walls. It's so hard for a flipper to...
All the sneeze guards.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So many different things to the arena have changed.
It's far more difficult to get in out of the arena, and so they've got to dominate in the arena and prove that they are the flipper to beat. And, I think you are right. Getting through to the bracket is going to be... It'll be a challenge for them, but it's one that they are here to take up.
No, I agree. I think, look, let's not make any mistakes here. Blip is at the very least, even without a weapon, it's a well-driven brick.
Yes.
That they've kind of perfected the kind of drive module style of robot and the kind of floating armor ring that they've, kind of pioneered with Tantrum and now adapted to put, a flipper in it instead of a punching weapon. Blip is always going to be hard to kill. It's going to be hard to outdrive. Aaron is a very good driver. I do wonder if the kind of if they get fed like lots of angry verts quite quickly, it could be quite problematic for them. It might not be. They may just, sail through it. You never know. But expect a tougher season for Blip this year. They're gonna be fed some harder robots than they got fed last year.
Yeah,
certainly.
as deserved, because they had a fantastic run last year. So getting to the bracket would be a minimum for this machine. Just to make sure that like last year wasn't a fluke.
Correct.
So,
We'll
but
see.
I mean, it seems reasonable. So I mean, they're on their way, almost as always. When both their robots show up, you're going to get a good show.
100%. Watch out for Blip. We'll see. Next up, we have Bloodsport, a very different looking Bloodsport to last year.
Designed.
Yeah, let's talk through it. So first of all, everyone will notice the kind of Ice Wave-esque head on top. It now has eyes.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Why is
it's got a face.
Why is that?
I can't remember the reason he gave on the Norwalk stream, but it was talked through on the Norwalk stream, and I think I pulled out a video of it and put it on the World Quadro Facebook, so find that, maybe. But the weapon motors and everything are up in the head now, and everything to do with the weapon is its own system in the head, which means that they're not relying on getting hit lower down, taking out weapon and drive. It means that they have a system completely separate, should improve reliability in theory. It also means that they have more room for better drive system basically down below. So that's upgraded as well. They've got new wedgelets that are an interesting shape. They kept losing their wedgelets. They are notorious for losing wedgelets, in fact. So this is a new shape that they tested on the Norwalk and the live scene. And they work quite well. And so they put them onto the heavyweight as well. I really like it. We got to see this outside on one of the...
I think it was the last day from memory.
It may well have been. Unlucky Steve. But yeah, it's really interesting looking at this robot. I really love the way that their drive system is built, in which their wheels are either side of the chain. So it's like you see for a disc spinner or a dual disc spinner, spins with the chain in the middle of it. That's how their wheels work, and it's just so clever. I love it.
It is, Bloodsport has evolved quite a lot from kind of like the Tornado style.
Yeah, it was a
frisbee.
hockey puck.
Yeah, the frisbee style thing that we saw, back in 2019. Into the, probably the horizontal spinner of the season. Really, there's like, without with the absence of Tombstone.
Yeah, this is a former 2 seed going into the bracket. Right?
Yeah.
So
never made
Will
it past...
we get to see the Keyblade?
Well, I mean, it's on the picture.
It's on the picture.
Right.
There.
Are we going to see it, though?
It does exist.
It exists.
It does exist. I think they've never made it past the round of 16.
No.
In 2 attempts in the bracket, they've obviously got beaten in the round of 16 by Tantrum in 2020, and in 21 beaten in the round of 32 by Minotaur. No shame there.
No.
What represents a good season for Bloodsport this year? I think
getting past the round of 16 at least.
I don't know.
That's got to be their goal.
I feel so for me, I'm
just to get that monkey off your back,
I'm going to offer a rebuttal to that.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to offer a good rebuttal to that.
Hey.
And what I'm going to say is, with the way that the arena's set up now, it doesn't favour Bloodsport.
No.
So
doesn't favour any horizontal.
Exactly.
No.
I feel like if they get to the round of 16, I think that's another good season for Bloodsport. I think, the way that the arena's set up now, it doesn't favour the, as I said, it's they're brilliant at driving it. Justin Marple, is a very good driver at the way he pilots Bloodsport. He keeps it generally out of trouble, but just the forces are against them. Let's say that much. The arena is against them, and it's going to be a big challenge for them to kind of
take a blood sacrifice to get him through the round of 16.
It really would. Sacrifice a team member. Who knows?
No. Again, different channel.
A summoning circle sort of thing.
I will bring up. So they didn't necessarily crowdfund the robot, but they put a thing up on Facebook asking people to donate to a charity that helps to fund STEM projects in the US. And so there's loads of people's names on the bottom who have supported it. It's just a really good cause. My name was meant to be on the bottom of it, but due to a PayPal error, which weirdly my dad's name is set up on PayPal, it's my dad's name on the bottom of the robot, which I don't know. I quite like the idea of anyway, because...
What does your dad think of that?
I don't know if he remembers or if he knows yet. I might
Have
have
you
to tell him at
told
some
him?
point. I think I did, but only very briefly. But one of the team members of this, when I built Duya, who has now been found, the wedgelets that were all hand cut got compliments from this team, and so I think it's nice to come full circle in which my dad's name is on the bottom of this robot for getting a compliment for the wonderful handiwork he did for Duya.
That is nice. That is nice. Food for thought for Bloodsport. It's certainly, a radical change, and it does. It's the Shadow the Hedgehog to Icewave Sonic.
I was wondering when that link was going to be brought up. And I was waiting for a moment.
When we're going to stick a gun on it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I found you, faker!
You're the fake overhead spinner. Watch it catch fire, and then it's got the ice wave technique down to a T.
Right?
Exactly.
Then you'll wonder if there is an internal combustion engine in it, right?
Exactly.
Maybe I think they should stick a little speaker in there, and just like blurt out noises, like engine
to
noises.
pretend it's an IC.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
It's just good. Homer with his chainsaw going.
Very good.
We'll
see what happens with Bloodsport in the upcoming season. Another B robot. Oh no, we're done with B robots now. It's time for Captain Shrederator.
There it is. Next.
It's definitely Captain Shrederator.
No,
it sure is Captain Shrederator.
It is one of the Captain Shredderators of all time.
Is it? Wait a minute. Is that Captain Shrederator?
Shaderator.
Yeah, the R got a little blurred, but that's okay.
Captain
it's not the same since Captain Shed, is it?
We love Captain Shed.
Captain Shed is back again.
Yes.
To be fair, last season they had their best season of the reboots.
I think so.
They have. Because they went back to old tech, didn't they, last year?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they
more reliable old tech.
They got a 2003 radio gear, was it? I think they did, and they ended up getting a round of 32 berth as a result of the changes they made.
I mean, they beat Tombstone last year.
Yeah.
Tombstone beat itself, I would say.
Okay, but
it's still a win on their record.
It is. It is, and obviously, then it played Beyblade with Gigabyte.
Yes.
Let them rip.
Yeah, they did indeed let it rip, and then who do they fight third? I can't remember who they fought third. It's going to escape me. Was it
Jaeger?
Was it? Oh, it was
yes.
Jaeger. Yes, that was actually one of the better supporters fights from last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then RotatoR.
Yeah, RotatoR's good though, isn't it?
Yeah.
RotatoR's pretty good, and obviously they had the exhibition fight with Huge as well.
Yes. Which was
it's actually a really good fight. It was a really good fight. What represents a good Shrederator season?
Well, on this, they made top 32 last year.
So, same again?
Which,
is that an overachievement, do you think?
I think they might get a slightly harder set of fights this year as a result. Potentially. I genuinely cannot remember all of the fights they had this year. I know I saw it, but it was last month. And I've eaten since then and slept since then. So
I do remember their fights, but I'm not going to say anything because I'm
no comment, Your Honour.
Yeah,
I genuinely don't remember. So I think if they are given a slightly step up in the regime they get, making the bracket again would be a decent success for them.
The thing is, it hits hard, right? It's a heavy weapon that spins fast and hits hard. If they can keep it running, it's just going to be dangerous. But kind of similar to what we said with Bloodsport, the arena doesn't suit horizontal spinners. It suits shell spinners even less.
Yeah.
It will just ping around like a hockey puck, as we've seen in the past. So, challenge for Shrederator, but you know what? If the machine's up to it, then the machine's up to it. It's hard to beat. We've seen that before. Not much more to say, really. It's not changed. It's Shrederator.
No, yeah, it's back again.
It's definitely Captain Shrederator.
It sure is. It sure is. Next up, Claw Viper, a robot that had a bit of an improvement last season.
Yeah.
I think almost had they beaten Bloodsport when they did, which was a great fight, tremendous fight. They could have snuck a top 32 berth, but unfortunately wasn't meant to be. Come back with a similar but not the same design.
No 4x claw anymore.
No 4x claw. And I believe, I was told this by another builder, I believe their arm doesn't suplex all the way over, it kind of lifts them only upright. Is that right?
So this is something that they managed to get working the night before. The start of
Yeah,
filming.
literally night before in
And so
Vegas.
it can grab and carry now instead of grab and turn over. So it's an evolution of that design. It's one of our favourite methods of armor packaging, which is just that floating armor or nicely wrapping around. And I really like Claw Viper. It's a really cool robot.
It was, the way that it moves around the arena as well. It's
So
it's
fast.
so
It's the magnets underneath it. It's so there's a hell of a lot underneath.
Yeah, it ain't quite right. It ain't quite right. When you look at it move, you're like, ooh, that shouldn't be turning the way that it is, or it should be like kind of like when Hypershock turns, it's like kind of like it's spinning the wheels and it's like it's struggling and it's like it's all
doing Beast weight stuff. That's what it's doing. It's just
it's
like,
very much
it's
so.
turning.
It's like Gear Down for What? That's the only way I can describe it.
Mm.
Which also uses a lot of magnets these days and fully brushless, and the motors that they use. I can't remember who said it, but is Claw Viper the one that uses the same weapons that Riptide use in their weapon for their drive? Same motors. I can't remember exactly.
I don't remember.
I might be misremembering. I can't remember exactly.
I have to double check.
Claw Viper. What is a good Claw Viper season?
You've got to make the bracket. Yeah.
Make the bracket.
They've taken a step up each time they've come. So the first time out, it's a good robot that they couldn't drive. Second time out, it was a good robot that they could drive, but didn't quite get the wins.
Yeah.
And this time, it's third time out. Practice has been had. No real excuses. It's time to make the bracket for Claw Viper.
Mm.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's finally time for this to finally reach, its potential, because it seems like it's ready to take that mantle of Grabberbot Nation, because we're getting more of these, more of these really really nicely designed, really nicely painted Grabberbots. It's nice to have control bots in the field in general
and
to
be
kind
effective as well.
Yeah, and kind of counter the really destructive ones that we have here. At least give us something, something a little different. And I think that's what Claw Viper brings to the table. And I'm very excited to see it in the arena and just speed around, because that's what it does.
It does.
And Kevin's knows what he's doing. So I mean, this bot has definitely come a long way from its first iteration. So
did you guys,
very excited to see it.
Did you guys speak with Kevin at all?
We did.
You did.
We did.
Very good.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
Is he?
Once again, another lovely guy.
We'll have to
Kevin,
see
if you're watching, let's have you on this season.
We'll have to see if that's possible. We'll have to shoot some messages about it. Let's see what happens. Moving on from Claw Viper, we have Cobalt.
The return.
Well, it's a bit of a strange one because Cobalt, obviously, the team has changed quite a lot from last season. So those with eagle eyes will notice that Dave Moult and Sam Smith, the original builders of Cobalt, are back on the team. And so is John Maladnik. He's also he's moved from Gigabyte over to Cobalt.
Yes.
Why?
It's probably more successful, honestly.
Fair point.
He wants to try something new. I can tell you the reason why. So Dave and Sam stepped away. They've had kids.
Yeah, they went to go
have some families. Yeah. I believe this is their last time out here doing robots, and so John is here to take over the reins, to learn about the robot as much as possible for when Dave and Sam move on. Obviously, Matt Maximer's retired once again from the robots, so somebody else needs to take up the helm of Cobalt, and that person is probably going to be John Maladnik.
And of course, you'll notice not the guy on the right most of your picture, but the guy just inside Brent Riker, of course.
With the non-matching shirt.
Well, there's a reason why he's not got a matching shirt, is because he wasn't at filming. Unfortunately, he's been very unwell, and we send him all the very best. Hopefully he has a recovery from...
There was a wonderful moment at filming. I don't know whether they'll include it. I really hope they do.
Yeah.
Of John talking about what he's going through and everything, and the audience just burst into fight, because he is fighting the good fight against an illness that is awful. So
all the very best to Brent and obviously his family as well. In terms of Cobalt as an entity for 2022, I've backed them to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's your pick,
I mean, it's Dave and Sam.
That's why. So, as much as Matt Maxim is an incredible driver, And he is, as we saw last season. He adapted as the season went on. He adapted so well to Cobalt, and
Blew up Ghost Raptor.
he did.
There's still bits orbiting around the planet, after that hit.
It's true.
Yep.
It's
Sure.
true story. But ultimately, Matt is not the guy who you want really driving a vertical spinner. Now, Sam Smith. Let me tell you about Sam Smith. He, of course, won with Tungsten in China.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember his featherweight's name. I want to say it's Shard, I think it is. But he also won several featherweight competitions with his featherweight, which is what Cobalt's design is based off of. I've just got a feeling.
Well, Sam, you'll be glad to hear that Dave is the driver.
Great. All my confidence is drained from it. No, I back it. I back it. Dave has won competitions as well with Carbide. This is all they need. This is all they need.
Still the Triple Crown,
Exactly. This is all they need for the Triple
Crown.
Crown.
Not in this season.
Sorry, Todd.
Yeah. What represents a good Cobalt season? Winning.
It is winning, isn't it?
Winning
the title.
With the pedigree, with the ability that this robot clearly has, it's winning it.
I mean, last season they got a top 8. They were obviously... They fought against Tantrum, but they didn't get a hit on Tantrum because of that incredible... Dylan driving display. It's
a low compact robot, and they're very tall. But so
it's one of those. They need their ground game to be perfect.
Yeah,
they have
some interesting ground game solutions. They took Cobalt to Remars. Matt Maxim drove it there, and they had a weird set of piano keys all over it, just all the way across the front. It looked like a set of false teeth, but it was very low. It managed to rip up Scorpios a bit in Remars, so
I think it retired a frame of Scorpios.
It did retire a frame of Scorpios, so you know that if you're going in against Cobalt, you're in for a rough ride, and it hits hard. You can see all the bits that hit you hard as well because they've painted it luminous green this year.
Yes,
good look. I like it.
I do as well. As I said, they got a top 8 last year. The only fights they lost were against Tantrum, who eventually went on to win the series, and obviously Fusion in that strange setup, didn't they, for the Fusion fight? So, intriguing, to say the least, with Cobalt. There's certainly, as you said, Jevon, if you go in the arena with Cobalt, you're going to have a hard time of, everything. So, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how Cobalt deals with the pressure. Next up, a new look Copperhead team for the second year in a row because, of course, what's the guy's name? Rob Cowan and family have gone. They've left the team.
They have.
Yeah.
And it's been replaced by Luke Quinn, who was on the team previously as well. He's also a regular at Norwalk Havoc.
The creator of the snakes, the little minibot snakes.
Yep. Oh, really? So that was him?
It was.
Okay.
And obviously he's fought with, I believe he's the builder of Kitten Mittens, I want to say.
Yes, that sounds right.
This is a Norwalk heavy team.
Yes.
So Chad, who is
Chad New,
down, he's a vet of robot competitions.
He won a Norwalk this year, didn't he? He won one of the events.
So.
Yeah.
He won
last year.
£12
just coming out
from memory
in 2023. Sorry.
Yeah. You've got the man that is Jonathan, who built Billy, on the right there.
Yep.
And you've got Lindsay, one of the Norwalk hosts. You've got bloody Clyde Magnuson.
Clyde? How did they let him in? How did he get into the picture?
Stuck through the back,
He did.
They really got to tighten security, man.
It was the same way we got into the pits, to be fair.
For me, I know a lot of people enjoy Robert Cowan's content, and he's very good at explaining what he does, and this is a lot more of a fun team for me.
After several nights in the pub with them, we can definitely say they are a fun team. That's
what I mean. So for me, last year, obviously, the way that Robert goes about the content that he produces, it's very methodical, very the way that it's laid out is very it's interesting, but it not like soul, but it's a little bit joyless. It's a bit joyless.
Is a wonderful.
It's a little bit joyless, whereas I feel like there's a lot more joy in the team now.
This team were looking at ways of having fun in every corner of this series, and it was a thorough joy to watch. I will also say, just because it's a new driver, just because it's a new team, this is still Copperhead. And I think it goes to show that the original build of Copperhead is so good that 3 team captains have been able to pick it up and drive with it.
Yep.
Is it still the original frame as well? It has it's
Yeah.
still like it's got 3 years without
2019.
changes. Yeah, it's crazy.
Just a fresh lick of paint, maybe a little bit of rust.
Yeah.
It's all good.
And most importantly, from my point of view, as much as people enjoyed it, there's no snake this year. I'm very happy that there's no snake.
Yeah, it's around Jonathan's neck. Can't you see it?
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
there it is.
It's just having a nap.
There's a couple of them there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's well fed.
There's no
actually.
live snake.
It's inside the robot this time. It's powering it.
Yeah.
Well, like a hamster.
That's the belt.
It's going round on a wheel.
Like an Ouroboros, and just kind of spinning around, eating its own tail.
Eating its own.
Is it Rob or Ross though? That's the real question.
Oh, Red Dwarf.
That's exactly what I was
There we
thinking.
go. I'll take my leave now.
What does a good Copperhead season look like?
Bracket.
Bracket.
But where? Because they made the bracket.
Top 8, I think. Top 8.
Really?
8.
Yeah.
I think
Deep
top
run
eight's fair.
Copperhead.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be because they've got out round of 32 and round of 16 in the last 2 years.
Yeah. The next stage
Build on
is
it, build on it.
quarterfinals.
Yeah, they've been unlucky in who they've. I mean, okay, the Mammoth fight was one thing, but like you're losing to Witch Doctor, who was so good last season, and yeah,
no shame in the Witch Doctor loss.
not
No.
at all.
I talk
No,
about
not
that
at
as
all.
well.
Yeah, not at all. We'll see what happens with Copperhead. Next up, we have Death Roll back
Yes!
from
Oh,
Australia.
crocky.
Yeah.
It's returned.
Their
Let's
strategy
go.
this season, and I'm sure this isn't spoilery to say that they are going to point the red thing at the other robot.
Mm. Okay.
Fair.
It's bold. Frankly, bold.
It is.
Um,
It's great. I love Death Roll. I'm so pleased to see it back.
Well, of course, because Australia as well is such a. For those that know Australia, it's very difficult to kind of. Anyone who's watched like a Border Force program, if you watch Border Force Australia, it's like another level above that, right? It's crazy. Like they don't like anything in. They want none of their shit, and that's why waiting so long without being able to travel as well with like COVID restrictions and things like that. It's kind of crazy to see that they've finally been let free and they're back.
Well, I think last series they could have, but they were still concerned about the state of the world, and so decided to stay back, which I completely respect.
Considering all the Brit teams weren't able to travel in the end as well.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been able to get to the States anyway. So yeah, it's wonderful to see them back. It looks largely unchanged to previously, but there's one detail that's interesting, in which there is a male self-writing arm and a female self-writing arm.
Why?
Why not?
Fun.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
just fun.
With a
Their
knife as
spare,
well.
I believe their spare self-writer is the female arm, so
Oh, there you go.
I think it's also changed geometries a bit. Instead of being a flat arm, it's now got the elbow in there as
A little
well.
bend.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see in the photo on here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of
So,
just here. Yeah.
Just to
One
help
thing
them
that's
with
interesting. One thing that's interesting about Death Roll 1 compared to other verts is they're not going with fork setups. They're just going with their flat fronts and gonna just see what happens.
It's the Witch Doctor approach of just
yes.
feed it in.
Fuck
Big
about
weapon
and
out the
find
front.
out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But it's going to be interesting to see how they fare. They've been gone a few seasons, but last time they were out, they had a really good
Well,
run.
I was going to say they were top 4,
Yeah.
narrowly missing out to Witch Doctor. They, Witch Doctor were dead for a hot minute, weren't they, in that fight?
They were.
So
But the sport has moved on 2 seasons. Since
I was
the
going to
last time
say,
they were here.
where does Death Roll kind of fit into the pecking order these days? Is it still at that? I mean, they had no spares either last time,
Right.
or next to no spares, and as you said, the sport's come on a long way in those last couple of years.
And they're not going to be given an easy schedule. It doesn't matter how long you've been
'cause
gone.
they've
This
got
thing
pedigree.
still hits hard. Mm-hmm.
So where does Death Roll? Where does Death Roll
think-
land this year?
Considering they've been away and considering that the sport has moved on, I think making the bracket would be wonderful for them because it proves that they're still up there as a team. Yeah.
I'd like to see it top 16, maybe.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
They've got every capability of doing so.
If they get the right path, I think that was part of their wonderful Cinderella run in
Yes.
in 2019. That they had an awesome run through, and they had good matchups for them. So
They went 4-0, didn't they, in the regular season?
they went
as well?
4-0.
yeah.
They went undefeated up to the semi-finals.
Yep.
Crazy run from Death Roll, wasn't it? Fantastic stuff. Let's hope we can have something similar again for them. As we move on to Doom.
Doom.
It's beta.
It's one of our reserve robots this year, Sam.
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
They weren't, but they are now.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does look very beta, doesn't it?
It does.
Beta and Sawblaze had a child.
Literally. They had a romantic candlelit dinner, and this is the result.
Yeah.
Where's the black and green paint, though? That's what I'm wondering.
It's
Underneath.
stuck in customs.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So they struggled to get this thing together.
Yeah.
They had a lot of issues. They had to go back and forth with production a lot of times. They unfortunately missed out on the main season because of it.
Which is heartbreaking because that's the dream. The dream of going to BattleBots and going there and then getting there, and it doesn't quite go to plan. So
I think they'll have learnt a lot, and I think they'll come back with something better. I don't know if better's the word I want to use, because I really like Doom.
Really out the box sort of thing.
It is. It's a really cool system. It's not your typical hammer saw, in that I think its arm is on like a reciprocating wheel, so it can in theory do that. A lot
kind of
more
like the mortis style weapon.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's some really interesting tech. There is a video. They've got a YouTube channel. Go and check it out. And see what this bot is capable of. But yeah, they didn't make it for the main season, which is a shame for them.
Yeah,
but you will see them fight.
Yes,
I hope so.
Everybody who went to BattleBots got to fight this season.
Yes,
which is awesome,
including teams that snuck in with other people.
Ooh.
Are you hinting at something there, Jevon?
Might be.
We'll get to that later on. Moving on though from Doom, we have Doomba.
That's like the other one, but with 2 more letters.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's the first 2 from the alphabet.
Now, Doomba.
A, C, D.
Doomba is a offshoot of the Mammoth team.
Yes.
Which
also includes, pardon my French.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'll be honest with you, like when you look at Doomba, you think, "Oh my god, why on earth have they let this into BattleBots?" Sort of thing, right?
Right.
It's kind of this season's Rusty, I think.
That is why they let it in. To be fair,
I really.
Yeah, I think production saw them as a little bit of a joke robot, and I think that's a shame because they are a decent undercutting robot. Like that thing on the bottom isn't just there for show; it's an undercutter. It's a blade.
Yes.
Of course, the chainsaw on top is not decorative as such, but like it's a chainsaw, but it's also a self-writer, so it has got function.
Yeah.
It's your traditional knife Roomba.
Yeah.
With
Literally,
other bits.
it is a knife Roomba, but like instead of sweeping up the floor, they're going to be sweeping up other other robots. Really,
it's like it tried to enter. Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. No, after you.
No, I'm sorry. It's like it tried to enter a balloon popping competition, and it just
it got lost. It got lost along the way.
That was in the next building down the road, but
they are another reserve robot.
Yeah.
They get to do some reserve fights and SimCity Slugfest as well, I think. So
yes,
excited to see how Doomba gets on, but obviously it's a lot of fun. It's clearly they've come along for a good time rather than sweating it out for 3 weeks and trying to win a title.
Yes,
so, and all credit to them for doing so. Moving on from Doomba, we have Double Tap. Don't know what happened then. Double Tap. no idea what happened then. Double Tap. Go on.
A third in a row of reserve robots. This is another one who unfortunately were part of main season. Went back and forth with production, didn't pass safety in time, and so were reduced back to reserves. But
this
is
bot
the
was in and
first
out of
time
the safety tent a lot.
Yeah, they have never built a robot before. They have seen BattleBots. They built off of
the drone world, I think, aren't they?
They are, the
drones,
world of drone building.
Yeah.
I've seen several videos and things on social media of this thing, and seeing new things about it that I didn't see while I was out there. Their armor packages, they have a couple. One of them looks admittedly better than the other. One of them is meant to be like layers of skin, but it is just layers of TIG welded metal. Part on part, and
it looks like it was 3D printed on its side.
Yeah, and they haven't sanded it down afterwards.
Right.
But when it has the other shell on, it looks reasonably good. The spinner as well is similar to what we saw with
Expulsion.
Yes.
In which it folds out the hard hitting bits, which is fun. And I believe the spinner can also angle.
Oh, really?
They also have a self-righting mechanism on the back. I don't think they were allowed to run it.
I don't think so either.
It may well have shot them into the ceiling.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a little bit too powerful. For
it was kind of their ejector seat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It
was a single use. It was a single use.
Yeah, you can use it once and once only. That was it.
Yeah.
So if you get flipped over again, then you're in trouble.
I mean, or if you land back on your back, which is
right.
Essentially what could have happened.
Easily done. Easily done. You know, some people.
It would have been fun to see. But yeah.
It is also worth saying that with all of this armor and everything, all the weight on the top, it's very little underneath it. So we'll have to wait and see how well that goes for them in their fights. They do get to fight. They get to fight as reserves, and they get to fight in Sin City Slugfest. And what I will say is that they learnt a lot from being there. They learnt about what goes into this sport as an actual RoboTR. And I think next year we may well see something very decent from them, because they have the skills and expertise between them. They have contacts. They know where to get things repaired. They were helping other teams getting things repaired.
Mm-hmm.
So,
they've mucked in with the
they
team,
really have. They have really been filled with the spirit of the sport, which I think is great for a new team.
That's what you can ask for, really. When you are, it's always very difficult coming into a tight knit community like the RoboTR community is, and the building community is, and you're very much outsiders, and you don't know as much as other people. It's very daunting, and I feel like it's cool that they've kind of gone out of their way to muck in, to try and find out new things about the what they're getting into. So fair play to them.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on from Double Tap, we have, why is it doing that? Dragon King.
Yes. Now, Dragon King.
This is a totally original team, Dragon King.
Yeah.
Now, I believe, is this because obviously Blade was a different robot in King of Bots and BattleBots, right? Same design, but a different build.
Same design, different build. Same for Kronos.
Dragon King, however,
is the
same robot.
Yeah,
it is.
But
actually, I think
copyright ran out.
Yes,
right.
I think Kronos may have done this. I think Kronos in 2019 was the same one that fought in King of Bots.
All right.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought it was the first robot.
That's how long ago this show was.
I know. Well, King of Bots is gone now, right? It's finished, right? I believe.
Dragon King may not have.
No, unfortunately. Dragon King. I mean, the team look familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it.
No,
it's uncanny.
I've never seen them before.
I think this is a rookie team. I've never seen these people before.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, either way, Dragon King is incredibly cool. Built originally by Jerome Miles, who also brought us Red Devil. This has got even more moving parts on it, like the fact that the whole centerpiece moves, the saws come down, the grabbing jaw at the front. It's
so
a tracked
silly.
robot. There's so many moving parts. How do you control it?
It's two remotes. It's awful.
It's on two transmitters.
Well, no, it did. It had two transmitters, and they put it all onto one. Oh no, it was all on one, and they split it into two. Even.
I was going to say,
it used to be on one.
Right.
Jerome must have extra fingers or something.
It's just So no, the team members, of course. I've just found their names. So on the left there, you've got Numbskull. And on the right is Wingerding.
Yes.
New team then.
In the middle, you have Will Prater.
Yeah.
New team for the Dragon King then. Good luck to them. It's a complicated robot to have for your first time entry. So best of luck to them. And they are also a reserve. They're not a main competitor.
They are, yeah.
No, they made sure that one that it was there to have.
They went in as a reserve, and they wanted some fun fights, and they got
as this definite rookie team. They went in as a reserve.
I will say one thing. If they weren't a reserve and they ended up in the main competition somehow, it would have been a bit sad if they ended up fighting a big, heavy vertical, because it's just such
a. Want them to fight Cobalt, for example.
That's what I mean. Monsoon fought Red Devil a few years ago, and I kind of felt bad watching that happen. And we saw other fights where Red Devil got a track ripped off, like the whole pod just gets
in the 6-spot rumble with Bombshell, where that was the really meaningful damage that really didn't do it too well.
Nowadays they're even way more effective at causing damage, and fighting a robot like Dragon King is like kind of unfair these days.
It is a beautiful. It is a piece of art. It really is.
It's like fighting Razor, like it's just a beautiful robot. You don't want it to break.
You just can't do it.
I will say, so I think their first fight was at the end of a long Saturday record. They did 3 filming sessions on Saturday, went on long into the night. And
which I don't think they'll ever do again because it was too much.
No. We'd gone a little bit delirious at this point, and then to have Dragon King come out as the last fight with the two, with Wingerding and Numbskull just doing their thing. You wait, you wait. It
just sounds like they've got some serious energy to burn.
It was a fever dream, but a good fever dream. Fever dream. Yeah.
It's great to see a Jerome Miles robot back in BattleBots, though, isn't it?
Yes,
absolutely.
Next up, why is it doing that?
First non-reserve.
Emulsifier.
In a while.
Now, Emulsifier, for those that don't know, is a offshoot of the Bots FC Shatter team. You may notice Adam Wrigley in the background and other members of that team. Emulsifier is a robot that they have been running for several years as a featherweight. They've recently just won the £30 class at Norwalk.
Bots FC.
Well done. Very proud of them. Emulsifier.
About damn time.
Well, they've applied with Emulsifier on a couple of occasions before to BattleBots as a £250 robot, not accepted. This year they have been.
And rightly so.
Well, yeah, it's a cool looking thing. It's got tracks at the side as well. It is, for all intents and purposes, a 4-wheel drive vertical spinner.
How dare you?
I know. Sacrilege.
Oh,
I know.
A 4-track drive, because those are split tracks on each side.
Oh, are they? So it's
they are.
So it's a 4-tracked vertical spinner.
They've got retention in that system. Like if they lose a track, they've still got 3 to run on. It's very cool. I adore this robot. I absolutely love it.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I love it so much that I built a Lego version, and it came second in Lego Wars this year. So
it's spoilers. I'm trying to get
no spoilers.
Series still.
No spoilers.
Look,
it's been out for over a week. Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on, content moves fast, David. Come on, keep up.
If people haven't watched it by now, go and watch it. It's awesome.
Just watch all of Lego Wars again. It's fine,
right.
And then come back.
In the years now where they just dump entire seasons of shows online, you don't have a chance. It's already out there. Just don't go on the internet.
Emulsifier genuinely deserves a spot here because this team do different things. They do a hammer robot, but they do it with mechanism wheels. They do a vert, but with tracks.
I don't think they can use normal wheels.
I don't think they want to.
They're allergic to it.
Want to.
How about the shuffle bot? One of your favorite robots?
Oh yeah, knock off white.
The hammer bot. It's
also a hammer.
Knock off
white.
Yeah.
One of the coolest robots out there.
Yeah, I love this team and I love everything they do. And Emulsifier as a heavyweight is awesome. It has just some great fights this year. You're gonna love it. It's awesome.
It also shows this year the continued proof that if you build a featherweight, it scales up to a heavyweight rather nicely. There's a lot of things that you can do, and I think this is coming up. We may or may not have spoken with the Bots FC team and gone over this particular topic, but it's an interesting concept where you're able to build something at a smaller weight class but big enough where the forces are at least somewhat comparable. Where you can actually scale it up and come up with Emulsifier in the 250 class. And it's just a cool piece of kit. It's fun to see it roll around the arena. It's nice to see track bots, again with Dragon King, even though being a reserve, it's nice to see track bots, It's nice to see different modes of mobility other than wheels, It looks
just because it's tracked. It's not like classic Robot Wars tracks. No. This is modern tech
custom made.
This isn't like Ramesses II Series 2. Where it's like I don't know why I pick on that robot, but whatever.
It's a niche cut, but we'll appreciate it.
It was made out of plastic. It was thinking ahead so it wouldn't be cut because everything was made to cut metal.
Apologies to fans of Ramesses II.
Yeah.
All 2 of you.
And they're on this call tonight.
Right.
What does... So considering they have obviously just won the £30 weight class at Norwalk Havoc, what does a good season look like for
which came after the film?
Yeah, this was after filming. So
I know, but
I think
it's comparable, I feel like.
It's a new robot.
It is.
It's going to have its new robot issues. And so if it gets a couple of wins, I think that would be decent for it. If it makes the bracket, even better. But a few good wins along the way, I'd be happy.
No, I think so too. I think that's kind of where they got to be aiming for. Surely, like I think they'll get
Build a foundation.
I think they'll get a decently difficult run as well, like difficult opponents. It won't be like because obviously the team's experienced. Okay, yes,
we know one of their fights already. It's public knowledge. There's a photo out. They face Fusion in the series.
Yeah, they do.
It is their first fight, and it is a banger.
Quite literally.
Mm-hmm.
Excited to see how Emulsifier get on. Certainly, for a team that we all love Bots FC. We've had them on the podcast on more than one occasion. And hopefully, we'll have them on a couple more this year.
Yes.
Let's see what happens. Moving on, we have. I don't know why it's doing that. I might have to just close this. Hang on. There we go. Let's do that. Endgame.
It's the celebrities.
Well,
there they are.
They've. Where do we feel Endgame are at the moment? Are they the best robot in BattleBots?
Yes.
Okay, that was easy.
Yes.
Yeah, they are. They are, aren't they? They just are. 4-wheel drive vertical spinner. They won season 5.
They are officially the champion of champions with the golden bolt win.
Yes.
They are.
Imagine the flex that you've got screwing your giant nut onto the golden bolt, which they did do.
Mm-hmm.
What a flex that is! I mean, come on.
I mean, is it wrong with saying that Endgame is like the face of the sport with how winning they are, how well they do, and how based avert it is.
It's the meta, isn't it? It's very much the meta.
They very much picked up the torch that Byte Force put down a couple of years ago, and I do feel like Endgame now are just they're so efficient at every fight the robot looks pristine. Every fight it goes in, you're like, oh my god, they've just got some new contraption to outwit the opponent and just cause immeasurable damage. Mm-hmm. The way that it moves is so quick. It's well driven by Jack Barker. The whole team is just good at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
They've even got their own scale heavyweight arena in their workshop, and they can just drive Endgame around and weapon test and everything else. Wow. It's really, really impressive.
They have done Endgame versus Endgame in there.
They have.
In their arena.
And it just... What's going to stop them? Themselves, right? Surely. That's the only robot they can stop them.
They don't like being turned over. I was watching Series 6, Episode 1 earlier in the week, and they say it there and then. They don't like being turned over because it's an unknown. They don't know if that self-riser is going to work.
No, they've never tested a self-riser.
At BattleBots. They probably have at home.
In a fight, it's different. So it's different testing it unspun up and all those things.
If you can get Endgame over, you have an advantage.
Yeah.
You need to take the most of.
Yeah.
So, and of course, Minotaur has beat them twice out of 2, so they've generally had issues with drum spinners in the past, so things like Copperhead and others could be quite useful against them as well. Where does a good season leave Endgame? It's winning it, right?
They have to be champions.
They're
returning champions.
They've got to get their title back.
Anything else is kind of not a failure as such, but they have to give it at least a good account of themselves, surely. Minimum quarterfinals.
If they're not in the final episode, they're going to be rather disappointed.
Well, they weren't last year, were they? They were. They got knocked out by Minotaur in the round of 16.
They had to redeem themselves in Sin City.
Yeah.
So.
I think now that they have won it, they have a lot more fun as well.
They do. You can tell the kind of that pressure of because. For those in the UK, we've had BattleBots Season 3 on ITV4. Obviously, they're a lot younger there as well, so that's another thing to kind of take into account. But
a lot more bullish in their words.
That's what I mean. They kind of
they call out Tombstone.
They do. I mean, they got their fight later on, but obviously the way that they kind of come across is a lot more jovial, a lot more. Everything's kind of said with a little bit of a bit of needle these days. I quite like that. Exactly.
Yeah.
I quite like that. I quite like the fact that they're able to just, have fun with it and enjoy what they do.
This team has had a lot of fights over the years too, because this is a bot that goes back to 2018 as well. Because I think this is
2017, isn't it? With Death
17.
Toll.
Yeah, the Death Toll.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which were obviously won fight by bots in China as well. So loads of experience as well these days. They are a winning machine, and it's going to be tough for anyone who comes against them. Let's face it.
Yeah. Fancy a bit of Kiwi.
Well, who doesn't? Moving on. Why is it doing that? I have no idea.
You might as well go back to the full
free
screen.
shipping. Free shipping. How
do you feel?
I feel betrayed.
You feel dirty?
The fact that free shipping's got a vertical spinner.
It's not free shipping.
Oh no, that's Original Sin.
It is.
It's literally Original Sin.
That is part of the reason. So Robo Games is coming back and Original Sin needs to compete at Robo Games.
Yeah.
And as such, it's got a vert now.
It doesn't feel right though, does it?
It's still got fire.
It does still have fire. Look.
It doesn't feel right, but it feels correct.
Necessary.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like,
it's the correct answer. It's not the answer we want.
Exactly. Like, I love free shipping. The original season 3 free shipping with like the big bulky forklift on the front. That is the best one for me. Not because it's the best competitive robot, because it's
the most fun.
Exactly.
It has a flail, unintentional flail, but it has a flail.
That's the thing. And for me, like, Gary Jin is a competitive person. I get it.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's won Robo Games so many times. He's won Combots as well, I'm sure. He's won all sorts, right? It's just a bit weird having a vert on free shipping. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't sit right. But I accept it for the fact that, you know, let's face it, he wants to win fights and wants to turn up and have fun and not
and
get
if you take the
up.
forklift off, you have to put something on it, and you might as well
Yeah.
put something on that can do some damage.
Exactly. Exactly.
The forklift wasn't doing anything for him the last few years. Let's be real.
No.
I was reading through fight data. He hasn't won a fight since, I can't remember when. I think it was 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the last time he beat Bronco. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And as such, he needs some wins. He needs to have something that will dish it.
yeah, and entice him back, because let's face it, you know, there's no point. I don't want to say there's no point turning up if there's no chance of winning a fight, but when you're spending the amount of money you're spending now, like, you have to have at least a
You need something to justify it.
correct. And
Last year he crowdfunded the robot a little bit. This year he hasn't done.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. Jevon's name isn't on free shipping this year.
Not that you saw
Or
it
his
last
dad's.
year.
no, or his dad's, yeah. What does a good free shipping season look like? It's kind of weird to kind of assess, because obviously it's
Get a
new
win.
Get a win. Just
Please
one
God.
It did get
Just
a
one
win
win.
last year. It flipped Ice Wave over against
Oh,
the
it
screws,
did.
against
It did.
against
Yeah.
the shelf.
in
Didn't it?
in Sin
Okay.
City, yeah.
Yeah,
Fair.
Yeah, when
So-
it went
Stand
through
correct. Okay, not a regular season win then.
right. That's
Okay.
that's more what we're talking
A
about. The
regular
ones-
season win, then.
Yes,
At least.
Yeah. It's weird saying that about Gary, because obviously he's so good at what he does, but like, you know,
Yeah. Well, maybe he got out of his way trying to put a forklift on a robot. You know, and it was more of a fun jaunt. And where now let's
I mean,
get
it
down
was-
to business. I'm done
It was
messing
very
around.
much I have to put an active weapon onto this. I'm putting the most ludicrous one on.
and now
Yeah.
he's taking it. It's like, okay, I actually need to put a serious weapon on
Yeah.
this, because otherwise I don't have a chance.
Right. It's one of those, like, you want to have a bot that wins, you know, to be competitive.
He doesn't
I mean,
want to just be fodder.
right, yeah, and if you keep getting invited back and you're always the fodder robot, I mean,
It gets boring after a while,
Mm.
right?
it may, yeah.
The damage, in particular, builds up a little bit if you're just the fodder.
Well, let's face it, free shipping got blown up twice last year by uppercuts.
Yes.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens with free shipping.
We'll see if he's learned this time, or if that tank is still on the side.
It is.
Still on the
Well,
side.
I
Of
think it
course
is symmetrical at least this time.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got a tank on each side now.
Yeah.
Twice
Yeah.
as much chances to get blown up.
Exactly. Just smaller explosions.
Moving on from free shipping, we have Fusion. Why is it doing that? I don't understand. It's getting bigger every time. Fusion, the fireworks box on wheels, as Steve once coined it, and it's very similar to how it has. Well, I was going to say, it has been like that for the last couple of years, and it hasn't really changed much in terms of design or aesthetic or anything like that. It's kind of,
It's the insides they need to work on.
well, you're right, because
I
like,
have a story on that one, though.
Ooh.
do you?
So, this was late in recording. Jevon was still inside at the time. I just happened to bump into Reese outside in the car park. And I talk about the whole fireworks box. And he discussed that the current setup on this version is that some of the electronics are now air-cooled. Do you want to know how they are air-cooled?
With the spinners.
Yes. They are direct. You see where that black section is above the horizontal? That's where they are.
Amazing.
That's awesome.
And
That's
that
so
is where the
good.
air cooling is.
I will give, the White team endless amounts of credit for like building a robot that is just so different and so outside the box. And the thing is with Fusion, it's so hard to prepare for because it has the vertical and the horizontal. Like we saw that last year with Cobalt. They kind of panicked and got
Oh no.
got cornered into a. Oh, Steve's frozen. That's a shame.
I thought it was just looking intently at Fusion.
We'll keep going. We'll keep going. Fusion, because of the way that it has a vertical and a horizontal, you can't just slap a wedge on there because it will hit you with the vert, and you can't just whack a load of forks on there because the horizontal will just cleave them all off. It's such a difficult opponent to prepare for, and I love the fact that they stuck with the design and tried to make it work. Because I feel like, I don't want to be too over the top here. I feel like there's a really, really solid, I don't want to say championship winning robot in there, but like, there's no reason why not, right?
I think a bit more dialed in and certainly a little bit more reliability. It's we've lost Steve.
Carry on. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Well, if it could nail the reliability, this could have a really deep run in the competition. And I absolutely love Fusion. Like, honestly, of the YHE bots, this is probably my favourite over Hydra. It's just, I love the complexity in such a small, dense brick. It's an absolute beauty. And if it just needs that reliability to keep it going a bit more.
Yeah, and I discovered thoroughly this season that Reese is the funniest Stuart.
Yeah.
I think, did you speak to Reese at all?
David did.
Yeah.
David saw him outside while I was inside watching other things. But Reese on camera, his dry wit is
he's so deadpan,
second to none.
He's so deadpan.
Wonderful.
Oh,
it is lovely.
Bless him. And bless Fusion. What is a good Fusion season then? Like, bracket appearance again?
I think it's got to get back into the bracket because they didn't make the bracket.
They were close, weren't they? They had the main event with Icewave to decide it, and they I don't want to say they bottled it, but they bottled it.
They did bottle it.
Weird stuff happened in that main event.
There was no reason to not beat Icewave as well. Icewave was limping.
It was the main event, which was the
we'll gloss over that for the best.
Yeah, there you're right. Yeah, back into the bracket, I think, and hopefully beyond that for Fusion, because there's potential there. We know there's potential there. There's no reason
less
why
fire,
not.
I guess. Less fire.
That's also got to be the aim, surely. Just like a reliable robot that doesn't just blow itself up within a minute.
Now they know that Hydra works as well as can be expected. They managed to get it dialed in. They had some issues last season that they've worked on, and now they can focus on Fusion.
Yeah,
and give it the love and TLC that we've been hoping it would get for the last couple.
Yeah, exactly. Moving on from Fusion, we have Gigabyte, a new look Gigabyte team, of course, with John overseeing things as we mentioned earlier with the Cobalt team, but yeah, it's still very much his baby.
Where are John's legs?
They're behind the other two guys' legs.
Are you sure?
There's a leg there, and he is there. They are there.
I think there is a leg behind. Yeah, I can see the leg behind.
That was a weird moment.
This is leg wars in real life.
It's the true leg wars.
Steve's back. We'll admit him in the call. Gigabyte, very much the same as last season. Hello, Steve. Welcome back.
My internet just decided to disappear.
It just completely
disappeared. I had no wire. I have a wire running from the router from here, and it just
nope. I
had no Wi-Fi.
It got the other flight to Tampa. That's what happened.
We're talking about your pick from last year, Steve. Gigabyte.
Yeah, about that. Arena changes, mostly the reason. I don't know, man. It was just a rough go.
That much during recording. Honest.
Yeah, it was a rough go last year, and the idea was this year give it to the younger drivers and let them have fun, and let them see if they can get Gigabyte into some better situations than it did last year. Maybe different set of hands. It's cool to see younger drivers at the hands of an older machine, because this one's been around the block. It's cool, and I like the fact that they've painted the pole so they can tell which direction it's facing.
Yeah,
one side is green, the other side is red.
Yeah,
no good if you're colorblind though. Yeah, no good if you're colorblind.
That's awful for me.
This is true.
Yeah, not
I couldn't tell that it had two colors until at least the second week.
Yeah.
Oh, Jevon. It's like, you're like, oh wait, what? They know where they're going? How is that possible?
Well, so the two new drivers, Derek Tran and Camden Woolrath, I've just looked them up. And let's see how well they do, because, as you said earlier, Sam, shell spinners are difficult robots to drive at the best of time, not to mention when you have that upper deck hazard that creates those short corners that Steve was just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Like,
it's
essentially they've lost a third of the arena because they can't even get into those corners because it's not safe for them either.
No, because they'll end up ping-ponging just stuck in that corner. Like a game of, not ping-pong, pinball.
That's the one.
Get stuck inside the...
Or like air hockey or something like that. It's
absolutely.
It's so difficult. You know, we saw that last year when they kind of got stuck in there with uppercuts. So, what does a good Gigabyte season look like in 2020? Well, 2022 season 7. What does a good Gigabyte season look like?
Got to get back into the bracket again.
Yeah.
They made it there last year.
They took the champ to a split decision.
I tell you what, it was touch and go whether that fight goes to Gigabyte or to Tantrum. Like, you know, on another day, Tantrum could have been counted out. Like I think it had a drive issue. I want to say at one point, you know, they lost a wheel or something, and you know, who knows how they would have dealt with RotatoR. But it's you know, no shame in losing to Tantrum, and obviously had that incredible fight with Hypershock, where the whole
which may
thing
or may not been shown on replay boards in between fights a whole lot.
Yeah, that was only shown a couple of times.
Bet Jeff was happy about that, wasn't he?
Every time.
Yeah, I thought so.
You know, I'm kind of over that fight, having seen it so many times.
They're still picking up pieces.
You're
from
a
that
liar.
fight, sure.
You are a liar,
I'm
Jeff.
Big liar. They showed it at least 4 more times, if not more, after you left, Steve.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but it's a great fight. It's a great
session.
moment.
Oh yeah, just watching the whole thing just like disintegrate in front of your eyes. It's spectacular.
It's the hit and then the separation of shell with body and then Will's face, and it's just a bunch of moments all crammed together that make for one really nice package. You know.
But of course, we hope for Gigabyte's sake that they don't have that happen again, and they have
that's become a thing. With the losing of the shell, it's the 3rd time that's happened. So let's see it. Let's say that not happen this time.
Yeah, it's
was Tombstone, was Copperhead, and it was Hypershock. Yeah, it's no good.
No bueno.
Keep that lid on, boys and girls, please. For the love of all that is holy.
Yeah. Good. Best of luck to the new team as well. You know, obviously it's not easy taking over a existing entity, I suppose. So best of luck to them as well. So you know there are a bunch of young guys in there as well. So we'll see how Gigabyte gets on. Glitch, one of the rookies of the year last year, of course, had that amazing run in BattleBots Champions. You know, went unbeaten for 7 straight fights, which is essentially a final berth if they had their run done properly. That amazing smash on RotatoR, where the whole of RotatoR gets pulled apart. It was unbelievable.
It's incredible for a robot that really struggled to drive last year to have so many amazing wins. But
I have to say, for me, from obvious, you know, visual changes, the best change they've done this season is the jackets.
Yeah.
I respect the drip.
Jackets, yeah.
I respect the drip. Well done, Kyle and team.
I believe you can buy them now.
Can you?
I think so.
Oh, my bank account's going to get emptied. This is not good.
We're still recovering from Vegas. Like,
I will never financially recover.
Let's talk about Glitch the robot. Obviously, we mentioned their issues with maneuverability last season. They've kind of changed the profile of the robot a lot at the front.
It's got more shoulders now. You know, it's a little bit thicker in places, and I believe the wheels themselves now have suspension.
Yeah, they are suspension now.
Yeah, yes. So that'll limit the problems that they had with the floor not being perfectly flat, and the fact that they have such a wide machine of having all the wheels touch the ground at the same time, with having a complicated X drive system, another form of omnidirectional drive, which Glitch shows here, is perfectly fine in combat robotics as long as you can drive the damn thing. I mean,
when they could drive it last season, it went really well. It's just they had that limitation of they weren't always able to drive it.
What was the comment? It was like drunk boxing or what's the karate, like it's like what's the word?
It reminds me of Bo Raicho from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
where like they are absolutely hammered, but like Drunken Fist, I think it is something like that. I can't remember exactly the name of it, but like
it is Drunken Boxing, Drunken Fist, where they're just kind of like, oh, you know, like but they always seem to be at the right spot to give you that good hit. Like we're here, like there was that one shot last year, I forget who they were fighting, where they were facing away, and then all of a sudden, as soon as the bot comes in, they turn around and boom.
It was uppercut, I think.
Yeah. It was just awesome. So it was a surprise package last year. Will they be able to keep that up? We will see.
Well, yeah, because they're gonna get a much harder run now.
You think?
With that unbeaten run that he had up until the finals of Golden Bowl.
I think for them, the biggest thing is get to the bracket, keep that reliability going. Because obviously we never really got to see what they could actually do last year. Okay, yes, they fought Witch Doctor later on, but they didn't get the chance to fight them when they were supposed to. And I feel like, it'd be cool to see what they can do with a proper season under their belt. They've I'm sure they've had many, many unbranded energy drinks to get them through. They probably slept 1 hour, 2 hours a day tops, each of them. So
some of them up to 3.
Really?
This time.
Really?
It's amazing.
Heading heights.
That's a lion, surely.
Like quite a few of them were doing their homework as well, like during recording. So they had a lot on their plate during all of this.
They're a good bunch of kids. The ones we spoke to last season, Kyle and Katie. I think it was Romy, and who else was the other one? I can't remember.
It was one of our most fun interviews of last year.
It was so fun. The fact that the internet just died right at the end was so good. Oh,
I was sad
so
to
good.
missed out on it.
They were lovely. They're a really lovely bunch of kids, and hopefully they have learned quite a lot of lessons, and Glitch performs as well as it did last season. I feel if it's anywhere near as good as it was last season, we're room for a treat. I think that's fair enough, right?
Yeah.
Moving on from Glitch, we have Gruff. Steve, a team that you've now met on more than one occasion, I believe, right?
I've met them a bunch. Yeah, this is my literal home team, so it's hard for me not to root for them. Is this going to be a make or break season for Gruff? We'll see. It's hard to say how much has changed. Under the hood, I'm sure they've made improvements. I know that they had told me that they were going to make improvements on their gas system for their flames to make it so that it wasn't just soldered, not soldered. What do you do with copper pipe? Or brass pipe. The word's escaping me. It's got to be hardier this time underneath there if it's going to want to make a deep run. The shell itself, we know how tough Gruff is. We know it. It's shown multiple times how tough it can be and how it can take hits and keep on going. But it's the internals underneath that really need to keep up with that as well. But there's not much else to say. It's a robot that we know a lot about, and it's strong. The team's good, and it's a bot that's been around the block. So we'll see how far it goes this time. I'm not really sure what a good season for them would be, but I'm sure we'll get to that.
Of course, you may notice on the team as well is Jonathan Flack as well from Extinguisher. Has kind of been adopted by that team and helps them out now. I think with Gruff as well, you're right. Like they've got a kind of complicated drive system where part of it is brushed, part of it is brushless. I believe where the initial acceleration bit is one, and then the kind of top speed is the other system. So it's very complicated. It's cool to that they've kind of gone with a different setup than most, but maybe
brazing. That was the word I was thinking of. Couldn't think of that word. You braze pipe together.
There you go. Well, Steve, you've already kind of asked the question. What does a good Gruff season look like? Like if they get into the bracket again, like that's a great season surely for them, right?
Yeah, I have a feeling that it's a sin to say it just makes the bracket because I want it to do better. But yeah, making the bracket would be like a bare minimum. Would be nice for them to crack the top 32, and then just see what happens. Because you never know. You never know once a bot like this makes the bracket. You never know how far they could go. Look at Tantrum last year, just a brick of a robot.
Anything can happen in the bracket.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it usually does.
Yeah.
It usually does. Moving on from Gruff, a return from HiJinx. Offbeat Robotics are back with the weird owl wide contraption that it is. Ooh.
Who are they this year? Will they be a well-driven machine, or will this be another robot where we're wondering, is it going to be able to get across the arena with that big spinning blade? That's another thing that makes it tricky to back a robot like this with such a huge weapon. It takes so long to spin up, And I know Jen and the team have put so much work into this, and it looks even better than it has in past years. But having seen it a couple times out, the weaknesses have shown, and they've definitely ironed out all those creases from last year for sure, which Jen has outlined in videos that she's produced. I'm not sure. This is a soul finding season for HiJinx, I think. Where it's kind of more of a proof of like, is this the design that they want to win BattleBots with? Is this the one that's going to get them, to where they want to be? It's tricky because I want to back this robot, but it's so tricky. I don't know where to go with that.
It is. You're right, because I think they kind of towards the end of last season where we saw them fight Sawblaze and then Whiplash in Champions.
Mm-hmm.
The fight against Whiplash, they were really, really good. Like it was, Orion drove. Orion Beach is a brilliant driver.
Yes, he is.
And he gave Whiplash a lot of trouble, which is not easy to do. Whiplash is a hard counter to HiJinx, and he gave him a lot of trouble using the tail well. I just feel like this. I think you're right. It's kind of not a make or break season for HiJinx.
No,
like they've kind of got to show a big improvement and like kind of be fully functional throughout. That fight with Kraken last year kind of will go down in infamy. It was the fight with Kraken was awful.
Yeah,
it was awful, and like it needs to be better than that. And they know, the team know that, because they spent so much time working on the robot. There was some great photos of how they actually get the frame welded together with like all those angle brackets that they had. They had so many, and the robot is gorgeous and it looks great and it pops on the cameras and it is just so cool.
Mm-hmm. I will say it did last against Sawblaze last year.
It did 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, there is that. But you want to be able to see this bot take it to its opponent. It's like, we know that it should be able to, because it can deliver the hits.
It just needs a bit more consistency with those hits, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, a good HiJinx season back in the bracket then, right? And then maybe push on to not a higher seed as such, but like give their opponent a tough run for their money in the round of 32, right? Surely that's got to be their aim.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jevon, you've been very quiet. Anything to?
No, I think Steve has summed it up perfectly there. It really does need to. It's not put up or shut up, but it's certainly
it's getting there.
Yeah, it's
maybe after this season, if this season doesn't turn out the way it's supposed to, in their eyes, then maybe the next time around, that'll be it'll be that time.
Everything
I don't want to have this conversation with teams. It sucks.
No, I know.
Because you put so much work into something.
And like everything about HiJinx, it's got a big stance. It's unique looking. It's
got all the bits.
Yeah, exactly.
It fills all the things that BattleBots want from
it's on every criteria except for being reliable.
So far,
reliability needs to be their main focus.
Yeah. No, I agree. I want to see HiJinx do well. I want to see it happen. That's the thing. I'm willing it on. Just so far we haven't really seen that. Oh my god, HiJinx! Did you see that HiJinx fight? It was amazing, sort of thing.
Right.
Like needs that moment in the sun.
Maybe this year.
Maybe this year. Next up, we have a new team, Horizon. Now
is that a Ripperoni 2 robot?
Similar color scheme.
It is a similar color scheme.
You put motors out on extenders and just spin that.
They're getting
that's not how it works.
They're getting around the tip speed a little bit, right? That's how it works. Now, I don't know who the guy is, but I believe on this team is the guy that built Droopy.
Yes,
I believe.
Yes,
the Beetleweight.
He also built a smaller version of this particular robot.
Yes, he did.
And
Tommy Wong.
Yeah,
Tommy Wong. That's the one. And
we also got Alan from Axolotl on here.
Yes.
This is another sort of Norwalk All-Stars team. And it's another smaller weight class robot that, to be fair, the smaller weight class robot was the proof for the heavyweight. So in those terms, it's not kind of similar to the ones that were made small and then scaled up. But it kind of is, because that's exactly what they've done. So yeah, it's cool. It spins 2 spinners on either end of the arm and then spins the arm.
Like spinning plates.
It's hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we were going to see something similar to this a few years ago, weren't we?
Yeah, it was Ferocity, wasn't it?
That was it, yeah.
That was just one spinner on the end.
Yeah,
It
never came into being, but this team do, and for a lot of these, it's a rookie season. They don't know really what to expect from BattleBots, what the workload's going to be. So, be interested to see how well they do. I do know the fight lineup for this team. I'm not going to say anything. But yeah, they need to gel well, work together, get the robot back into the arena, ready for each fight, basically, and prove that this concept works, because it works bloody well in the smaller weight class.
Yeah, it's an interesting bot to fight. The idea is that you get hit with one spinner, when you get hit with the other one comes around and it hits you just the same way that the first one did.
It's not quite hitting you straight on either. It's like trying to hit more around to the side.
Getting around the side of you. And that's interesting, because a lot of teams won't expect that. They'll put their big front armor on the front, and then
it's suddenly
the sides around. Oh dear.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I can't remember. There was another robot kind of like him. It's kind of like motorizing what Tombstone and RotatoR do, like where they kind of sit and spin and turn around, and that's how it works.
That whipping technique.
Essentially, yeah. But they have the ability to kind of control it at will, if you like, and kind of sit still and do it. It's an interesting concept. I don't know how well it's going to translate into BattleBots. I mean, obviously, we saw Smee do this similar kind of thing and try and do kind of not a dissimilar kind of technique where they kind of wrap around and hit from the side sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So fascinating to see how Horizon gets on. I kind of alluded to it a little bit. What is a good season for Horizon? I think a win or two, maybe?
Win or two.
Yeah, win or two.
Win or
Just
two.
Show it works.
Yeah, and I think for this team, it's all about experiencing BattleBots. And getting to know the big robots and what you have to do to get in here. Yeah,
no, I agree. I kind of make proof of concept and then work on something for next year. There'll be a better version of what you've already got. Sort of.
I'm pleased they were given the opportunity this year, because it is a cool robot.
Yeah, and this is one of the very few teams that are absolute rookies in terms of BattleBots. Like, they're not an offshoot of another team. They are a fully fledged rookie team.
Except for Alan.
Okay,
except for
Alan.
With Axolotl. Yeah, that's true.
The majority of them.
Yeah. Majority of the team. It's a new concept for a new robot and a mostly new team as well.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's a very interesting taco theme that they've brought with them with that that self-writing bit.
Thing,
there may or may not be theming.
They lean into it.
Excellent. I'm a big fan of tacos.
I can't talk about tacos after Vegas.
Moving on from Horizon. Huge. One of my very, very favourites.
Aren't they all?
Well, yeah, of course, but Huge in particular are one of my favourite teams. They're just a good bunch of guys, aren't they?
Yeah.
And last year, would you say there were green shoots of promise from Huge?
It was a step in the right direction, I would say. I can't remember who their fight was against, where they climb up onto the upper deck and celebrate.
Retrograde.
Yeah. That fight in particular was okay.
Well, let's look at their 4 fights in the main competition. Okay, so they fought Riptide. Obviously, went on to had a great season, but was
no slouch there. That's
exactly. And they had a full start and everything.
Yeah, there was a few things with that fight.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, it didn't sit right, but it wasn't completely kosher. Let's say that much.
It wasn't kosher.
Yeah.
Retrograde got pulled apart, set on fire.
Yeah.
Switchback got destroyed as well.
I think they were dead on one side, though.
They
might have been,
yes, but they managed to get around that quite nicely. The uppercut fight, of course, was a terrible draw for Huge. Terrible draw. But
you say that, both robots shot to either end of the arena.
Yeah.
It's just a case of who was still moving afterwards.
Yeah.
Yep, and obviously
the answer was...
Uppercut kind of got immobilized as well. It was a double KO, wasn't it? Do you remember?
It was, yeah.
And who did they fight in Champions? I can't remember.
They not introduced the Tegris wheels in.
That was the season before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They fought Deep Six in Sid City Slugfest.
That was it. They lost the Deep Six, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. That was Deep Six's coming out party.
Terrible
draw.
They do like.
What a shame that Deep Six actually was good.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you're right. It's they've kind of started putting Huge against robots that can touch them, which is very rude of BattleBots, in my opinion. But
rude.
I mean, it was the first time in a while they hadn't fought Whiplash, at least. So
this is true. I'm sure that
was a nice break.
Watch them fight them this year, right? Watch them fight them this year.
Every fight. It's just their 4 fights. It's whiplash.
Whiplash.
Oh, hang on.
But it's different setups on Whiplash each time.
Yeah. One of them is actually a defender.
Yeah.
Huge itself doesn't look too different. I'm sure we'll speak to them at some point during the season. I no doubt in my mind. What's that?
The S-Blade.
Yes.
I suppose
The S-Blade is new.
It is kind of Bloodsporty, isn't it?
It is.
Little
It's
bit.
very nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's the S-Blade. It's an S shape. It's cool and very offensive and pointy.
Yeah.
They have so many setups for those robots, so many different sizes of wheels and different types of wheels and different types of spinners and
they do favour the Tegris this season.
Yes.
I will say.
Yeah, as they should. It was the natural evolution of these wheels. There's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. It seems to be a lot more drivable with this particular plastic composite material. It's definitely helps.
They've worked on the spin up as well.
Yeah,
that was the thing that they kind of had issues with before. Like they had the top speed, but they never had that kind of acceleration to crank through the gears in terms of getting the weapon up to speed, which is kind of crucial these days with how fast the bots are across the arena.
Yeah, you need to be on your opponent at all times, so that was something that really had an issue with Huge in the past.
Yeah, considering where Huge started in 2018 as being this slow, cumbersome, big spinner thing that nobody really knew how to face, but it was fine because it wasn't going to reach you anytime soon.
To where it is now.
To now, worlds away, worlds apart, completely different machine.
Yeah.
And love it for it.
Absolutely. What does a good Huge season look like? Because I think it's got to be get round the first round of the bracket, right?
Yeah. You think so?
Yeah. Escape the first round of the bracket.
They've never done it. They've never done it. They've, obviously they've made the first round of the bracket in 18, lost to Bite Force, almost had Bite Force, but fell apart.
Yeah. It's the thing that it winds me up because they have some amazing robots at smaller weight classes that do so well in so many ways, consistently winning competitions, and so it'd be nice to see the dad do the business.
Yes.
I mean, again, did Huge win the?
They won the 12 pounds.
12 pounders.
Recently. So this again,
Huge specifically.
Huge one.
Yes,
huge. So pedigree is there, 100%. This robot, and of course, not dissimilar. Stratus, of course, the Beetleweight that's kind of inspired by. Distantly inspired by Huge, I'd say. I think they're kind of similar concepts. Certainly, has won a Beetleweight competition over in the UK. So there's no reason why this design does work. It's just seeing it at the £250 scale has never really happened. So best of luck to the Huge team, and I'll be rooting for them. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next up, we have Hydra. Oh boy,
the surprise run last year after going through. Bit of teething through the majority of the season last year. Yeah. And then
some might say probably didn't deserve a spot, but
but he proved his worth, didn't he?
He did.
That's what I mean. Like, as soon as you give him, as soon as you give Jake an opportunity, he will take it.
Put Hydra in bracket and he's going to run it.
Any sports team that here's an example. I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. They're having a terrible season, but don't let Tom Brady and that group get into the playoffs. They'll just run you. It's very possible. Don't give anybody with pedigree a chance because giving them a chance, it's very possible that they could run the table.
You never underestimate an opponent.
Yeah.
The thing is as well, as we've spoken to Jake before, he is an expert in gamesmanship. He can get into your opponent's head, as we saw with Huge in the past.
Yeah. He could stick Fusion's blade on his robot and never use it.
He can now, yeah.
And he is such a master tactician.
Yes.
Like he's up there with Victor Soto, I think, as just getting inside people's heads. He knows how to outdo the opponent. The Ribbot team last year, they went in with the horizontal because Hydra had the forks. The forks were welded.
The forks together, yeah.
So there's no reason why Hydra once again can't be a dominant force in BattleBots. Obviously, a top 4 finish last year, narrowly missing out to Tantrum. Yeah. Could it have beaten Witch Doctor in the final? There's no reason why not.
He's done it before.
Exactly. So Hydra's up there as a absolute top level competitor. And
what I will say that will hinder Jake slightly is the rules and specifically the judge's guide. which this season has identified circling your opponent as more aggressive than turning in place to target.
Tower defense.
Yeah. Which Jake loves to favour because he wants to be in the middle of that arena throwing robots around. And we saw it in the Black Dragon fight last year.
Right.
That he sat centrally, turning, moving enough to stay mobile, but Black Dragon they were running around trying to get the angle, found the angle, went in, got flipped, came back in, got flipped again. That won't be able to happen this season. He will have to take the opponent take the fight to the opponent, and that's a different driving technique for Jake. It's a different driving style, so he's going to have to adapt a little bit.
And of course, flipping people out of the arena is more difficult as well with those new saloon doors.
Yeah. He is still also hoping to hit the ceiling.
Of course,
yeah.
Of course, as I'm sure he will be doing his best to do so. With that said, then, obviously with the rule changes and obviously the arena changes, what is a good season for Hydra? Because
winning.
Final,
yeah,
at least.
It's winning.
Really?
Winning? I was going to say one step. Just make the final. But
we spoke to Jake several times, and it means a lot for him to win this. So, he needs to win it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I think that's understandable, right? Because he's a competitive guy. He wants to and he wants to do it his way as well. Because he could just make a vert if he wanted to, but
why would he want to
just
go with the norm that currently is the meta right now? But no,
one of the evenings he had Hydra out. Oh no, he was just sort of out in the car park. Wasn't he?
He was out most evenings, to be honest.
Yeah,
and I got there was a queue to see him, and I got to the front of the queue and just turned to him and went, "Well, I've got a queue to see you now."
Of course, he was our first guest last year, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah.
We hope to have him back this year as well.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll be in touch with Jake at some point to have a conversation with him.
I have a fight in mind.
Do you?
All right.
Exciting. We'll see. Well, I know who's coming next. So, Jevon, take it away.
The same as it ever was, which is completely different for Hypershock. Is how they've managed to completely change everything for Hypershock is by keeping it the same. It's largely the same this year, and why would it not be? Because it did so well in last season's, certainly Sin City Slugfest. We've spoken at length. Absolutely ruined MadCatter's day. Absolutely ruined Gigabyte's day. Removed weapons from Valkyrie. Just all of the out attacks and dangerous machine. And then they went to Remars. And Will did commentary at Remars and handed off the controller to his partner, who went and won the whole damn thing. So,
which proves the point: Will shouldn't be driving.
Will shouldn't be driving Hypershock. Alex should be.
Yes,
exactly. She is the superior driver. It turns out on the Hypershock team.
You can see there the 3 giant bolts, and
which is
most destructive. Yeah, most destructive because they tore robots apart last season.
Mm-hmm.
They have their best driver from 2016, and then they have the Remars bolt. They just need a nut to go alongside it.
Yeah.
However, with all that said, this is an odd season.
Yeah.
And that means they have to have an absolute shitter. So sorry, Will.
Well, I was going to ask Jevon, because obviously, for those that don't know, Jevon is the world's biggest Hypershock fan. You can see that he's got a Hexbug behind him. He's finally got one.
The second one.
He's got multiple.
Yeah, because the
first
one we got had
a
little bit of a problem there.
I have to ask, did you cry a little bit when you met Will Bales?
No.
Did you not?
No.
Didn't get overwhelmed with emotion when you met
As I said,
Hypershock?
was very responsible.
I said at the top of the show, it was like meeting up with old friends, and Will certainly. They were busy.
Did he give you a big hug
part.
at least?
We had we embraced, yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and we got invited into their pits and we had a long chat. We've done an interview that will come out when it does. I can't remember when, but it will all be released. And we got to talk at length about their season last year, their season this year, what's new, what's not. I think the biggest thing for them that's new this year, last year they had their single disc, which was actually 2 discs put together in a sort of sandwich. They cut a disc out of a really thick metal this year, so their single tooth is one big thick piece of
It's
metal.
a legitimate single tooth.
Yeah. No more sandwiches.
Single disc,
no more sandwiches in the Hypershock tent.
No. It's one big thick disc, and that's gonna hurt. If they go for that setup.
Yeah.
So, given all that, Jevon,
They're my picks to win. They're always my picks
Of
to win.
course.
Dan. You don't have to ask.
you do have to ask, because you never know, you might change your mind.
You briefly changed your mind actually on predictions for like a
I
day.
did. I went Blip, didn't I?
You went Blip for a day, and then you looked at Will, and then decided no.
I looked hard at my life choice and went, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I cannot, in good conscience, vote against them, despite the fact that I know that when I have actively rooted against them, they've won it. Like for Remars, I predicted Blip to win, and Hypershock won it, because of course they did. So even though I know that me predicting is what's holding them back, I have done it again.
Much like I'm kind of the anti-Tantrum curse. You're kind of the
You
pro
need to keep going
Hypershock.
against Tantrum.
I'll wait till you find out. Yeah, well, I've already said my prediction's Cobalt, but
Yeah.
so that means Tantrum's going to win.
You know for a fact that they're going to throw the kitchen sink at them, because they had the most destructive bolt and they won Remars, and they're a team that just keeps on coming back, and they have the pedigree. They're going to have a hellish schedule, I'm sure.
3 or 4 robots who are the ever the princess or ever the bridesmaid, never the bride. Them, Witch Doctor, Sword Blazers up there. You know, there's those teams that have always done so well and then fallen short. And I think Hypershock is one of those teams, and they've shown it. Things like Remars, where they ran that bracket and won it all. Things like the Golden Bolt tournament, where they got into it and then were
semi-finalists.
They were defeated by a better team. So I can't remember who they faced in the end. Actually,
Witch Doctor.
It was Witch Doctor. Yeah,
they finally
a weird fight. That was the fight where Witch Doctor ate one of their wheels.
Yep.
What a time. It's a wonderful robot, and I still love it, and I don't think I will ever not love it.
So what we're saying is a good season for them is to win the whole thing, right?
Yes. Yeah, but making the bracket is the very, very least they
I'd say
can
top
do.
16.
I would also say top.
I want to say top 8.
I was going to say they've never made it that high before. They've only their best placing is top 16. That was 2016. That was a long time ago now. Obviously, they had that defeat.
How deep did they get against? When did they lose the Bite Force in 15? Was that the quarterfinals? I'm really digging my brain deep now.
No, it was an earlier. It was
that was a qualifier, I think.
I don't think so.
I think it was round of 16.
I need to go look and make myself.
I think it was 16. Now thinking more about it,
because Bite Force fought. Who did Bite Force fight along the way?
It was Warhead to begin with, and then it was in the bracket. Yeah,
then it was Hypershock, and then it was so they would have been 16 then. So they've never made it past the round of 16 before.
I will also say I think Hypershock now could beat Bite Force now.
Well, okay, that's okay. Bite Force hasn't fought in 3 years, so.
But if Bite Force had kept up, I still think Hypershock could
really. It's hard to say.
Really.
Well,
Paul would have had forks going out the size of the arena though by
true.
then. So
like Endgame, it's true. Well, let's move on from Hypershock. Jevon's finished gushing now.
No,
it's already happening to the home team.
Yay!
To Jackpot.
All new Jackpot.
Oh, nice slot there, Steve.
I've got the throwing thing.
I have it too, but it's very similar.
The foam thrower. New Jackpot. It's got a lifter now.
Yeah, the Self-Riser is a lifter, which is very cool. And the weapons are now fully glittered up the whole time. They've kind of redesigned and reprofiled the weapons as well, so they've got more of a tooth on them than in previous years. Obviously, they kind of indicate by the black tips here. Sort of, they've got the diamond shape as you had before, but it's slightly different profile, a bit more engagement.
They do have the Heartbreaker as well.
They do.
Yes.
Everything. This is now a robot that's gone from being a robot on a budget to this is a serious bit of kit, right? Surely, this is now a much different robot to what you had before.
They also have the slot machine on the back as well.
The little fruity machine. I love it. I love it so much. Nice.
Just the is lovely.
But yes, they've had a great season.
Beat Tombstone last year, of course.
Yeah,
indeed.
They had I would say they had a somewhat rougher season last year.
Who did they fought? Malice in the pre-bracket. Who else did they fight?
They fought Deadlift
and beat Deadlift. Yeah, they smashed Deadlift up, didn't they?
And then they also got Tombstone, who they beat.
Yep.
And then
Did they only get 2 fights?
I think they were one
No.
of those that only got 2 fights.
Yeah.
No, I think they were. So their first loss was to Blip, and that was only because
Right,
they did the thing.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
Aaron was like, not touching that.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Did they
what
do
this
Sin
is.
City's Luck? I don't think they did Sin City, did they?
Um,
They had the
Yeah,
No.
no.
they had the off-season fight with Riptide, where they got, let's face it, they got smashed.
Eviscerated.
It was like Riptide was unbelievable at that point.
Just found this, and I'm not sure what to think of it.
I
Ah,
love it. I love the roulette wheel discs.
Huh.
13 Black wants to know your location.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jackpot is just a gorgeous,
Yeah.
gorgeous robot, and I hope we get to see more of it this year instead of just the 3 or 4 fights that it got last time.
Especially with it being the home team.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
You know what's interesting? We have a lot of robots in the field. There's quite a few robots in the field that have gone the spinner fork setup, where we have Big Dill,
and there's
much
a few more to come down.
It's like you use the like a resizing tool to shrink it and then just extend the forks, where you got to have a balance between the two. Where Jackpot's gone more weapon, but you have the ability to get back over with the forks and also be able to play with your food. That's nice. Say the weapon goes down, you still have an active weapon. That's great.
And they've still got the mini bot as well.
This is true.
Yeah, Jason
Still got
still
the
on
ace in
team.
hand.
Yeah. So good season for Jackpot then. Round of 32 in their debut, round of 16 last year
This is the thing. They've never been defeated
in regular season.
regular season.
No.
So they need to have another. They need to get
4-0.
Yeah.
Easier
This
said
is
than done, I have to
big
say.
challenge on
I
that.
think they're going to get a much tougher schedule than what they have done for the last 2 years. Not that last year was tough, easy by any stretch,
No.
but
No. Well, they're a proven robot now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think making the bracket, running that a little bit, would be fun for them.
yeah,
I think so.
I think so too. Jackpots, one to watch out for, certainly.
And if you
Certainly
want to see Jackpot as well, they are on display in. Oh, can I remember which Vegas
Don't
location it
remember
is?
which one it is, but I know there's a
it Caesar's
Scorpius and
Palace?
a Tombstone.
No, it's not Caesars. It's
Bally's?
not Bingo either. Or it might be. Let me have a look.
It's one of them. One of the casinos has a Scorpio's Tombstone and a Jackpot in it, and as well as the BattleBots slot machine. So
Yeah.
if you're local to Las Vegas, go and have a look.
Silverton. Is it the Silverton?
Silverton. Okay,
There
there
we
you go.
Well,
There's so many casinos there. You literally would have to spend time to guess. It's impossible.
next up on that list is a new design from a old team, and a team that's been around for a number of years. It is Kraken.
So pleased to see them back because
Yes.
Yep.
there were talks of retirement and
Yeah.
we were all sad.
Oh, we were like when Matt just kind of broke down in Champions when it got blown up by Orby Blade. Oh,
Yes.
it was so emotional.
Yeah. But with all those pieces blown up, we've rebuilt Kraken into something that looks really, really scary.
It's so cool.
It's an overhead hammer bot essentially, right? Or is it a crusher? I don't. How does it?
All
kind
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can.
It is the most versatile
Yes.
weapon you could possibly have. So
Yes.
it can be used as a grabber.
Mhm.
It can be used as an overhead spinner, sort of sawblade style power hammer kind of thing. It can be used as a vert. It can spin in reverse. Oh dear, caught my headphones there. It can spin in reverse. So if they keep the head down and spin it the other way, it can spin like that. And it has tooth profile to do damage that way. It can be used to lock in place and just. It can be used
And
as a
drive.
hammer. It can be used.
And
all
self-right the machine, hopefully.
Yes. It's
Ideally.
a wonderful machine.
And
It
they also,
really is.
They've also moved over to a new drive system this year, which is the
Yes.
Hypershock style drive
They are
system.
in the
Hyperdrive.
Hyperdrive.
Yeah,
Which
very
they are
exciting.
debuting in February at Destructathon. That is the thing.
Yep.
Funnily enough, the Hyperdrive made sure that Jevon wasn't the highest buyer on the Hypershock website anymore.
Oh,
Yet.
he had that. He
Yeah.
had that record.
You've got to build a heavy now, Jevon.
I'm going to buy the heavy. I told
Yeah.
He's spending $69,000 on Hypershock. Excellent.
I'm
Love that.
going to save up enough hype machine points to buy Hypershock.
Kraken, obviously very different design to what we've seen previously, and that comes obviously with a lot of different challenges. You know, it's a new style of robot to drive for Matt.
It's quite smaller compared
It's
to the
teeny
odds of,
tiny,
Kraken
yeah.
as
Mhm.
well.
Like Wally is almost the same size as it now. So
Yeah. And obviously, you know, this is their first big change over to brushless as well for the drive system. Obviously, the main weapon actuation on the head is still brushed. So there's 2 separate systems in there for that. What does a good Kraken season look like in 2023? Because like it's hard to say because it's a very unknown quantity.
Mhm.
This is such a radical redesign. And
it needed to happen because obviously the field. Last year Kraken went 0-3. Sorry, 0-4.
Yeah, 0-4 if you include the Sin City Slugfest. Yeah.
So
and it was a rough draw as well. With like horizontals are not the machine that they want to fight.
And speaking to Matt at recording, he was saying to us that this season is information gathering.
Mm-hmm.
They want to know as much about this new machine as possible to improve it and bring it back next year.
Yeah.
So if they get a win, that's great. But so long as they get some decent fights that run the clock down, I'm happy. And I think they're happy as well. It would be wonderful to see them back in the bracket, but I think with it is a massive ask with such a new robot, so many unknowns, that you have to get to know your robot first. They may as well have brought a brand new robot into the competition. It's a rookie, effectively.
Yeah.
Rookie
but it could be in with a surprise. Everything could go perfectly well, and it could be a true giant killer. But that's the idea of making so many changes to your robot. You are bringing a rookie robot to the fights, and I know it's exciting, it's scary, it's
Above all, they need to be enjoying it.
Yes.
Because last season they didn't seem like they were. No. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I know we mentioned this earlier with regard to the spinning weapons. This is another one of those robots where it's such a shame that they've had to go down this way because we use we've said this before, like Kraken fights never miss. They're always brilliant because the robot was reliable, it was it gave as good as it got, it was aggressive, he always drove the wheels off the thing, sometimes literally.
Yeah.
The fact that we've
kept driving.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The fact that he's had to go to a kinetic energy weapon is a shame, but that's just the way the sport's gone, unfortunately. And much like Gary Jin, I understand the reasoning as to why they've had to change to this more aggressive weapon type.
I would say that this is more akin to the change that Big Dill have made, in that they haven't walked away from the concept. This is still Kraken with the head still coming down and over. It's not just slap a vert on it.
Yeah.
They thought about it and they've integrated it. Yeah, it really is. It's what Sawblades went through. It went from being a saw to being a kinetic energy spinner. It's the same with Blacksmith. It went from hammer to kinetic energy spinner. It's it is what it is.
Yeah.
And
it's important to remember that this is a judged sport too, where if you don't have a damaging weapon, a supremely damaging weapon, you're giving away that category. It's tricky.
And the biggest of them.
Yeah, no, you're right. I understand it. It's unfortunate that they've had to change it, but I get why they have. Moving on from Kraken, we mentioned them already. Lockjaw have now integrated the Sub-Zero team as well, because Spitfire is now their little drone bot these days.
Spitfire has got a new home now.
And Lockjaw, of course.
Oh, I know what Steve's grabbing. I think.
What have you grabbed, Steve? You grabbed something exciting? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, did you get it signed? Oh, excellent.
It was literally the last pit table we went to. As we went round, we wanted to say a quick hello to Don and make sure he got his RoboCast sticker.
Of course.
To dish them out to the teams that we've had on. And he made time for us.
At the tail spot as well.
Oh, did you? How was meeting Donald in person, Steve? Because obviously, this was like when we interviewed Donald and the Mutant Robotics team. That was like your ultimate interview, right? That was the one that you were above all else wanted, and this was mind blowing for 5-year-old Steve, right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And the thing is, I'm much like how Jevin said meeting Will, in person was just like meeting an old friend. It literally was just like meeting, you ever think it's like meeting an idol, but it's just a nice guy, it's just a really, really cool person to talk to. And I will say we did pass by the pits and they did look very busy when we stopped by, but still made time for us.
He dropped everything.
He literally
stopped
just
working
to,
on the robot just to come and talk to us.
And,
genuine nice person is Don. And Logan also made time to come chat to us very briefly as well.
Yeah, we chilled. Me and Jevin in the second week chilled with Logan by the fire, which was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. It was good.
No, it was a good time. It was. And I really hope that the robot does what it's supposed to do this time and not get on fire.
It was rough.
So I will say, and I don't know about you two, I don't remember this setup on Lockjaw from recording.
I don't know. I don't
I
remember
love the
seeing
look
it.
of it.
It
But
looks
I don't recall
fantastic.
seeing it fight.
I don't either. I really hope it does, and I hope it's just us not noticing a massive change.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. They
Well-
have, however, got a new rear plough that's very
Yes.
cool. That's
Yeah.
sort of V-shaped.
I think they needed it after they lent it to Rusty, and Rusty broke it because you can't lend out your toys.
Apparently not. And of
No.
course, last year Lockjaw also went 0-4. It was unbelievable to watch. The thing is, it wasn't as if like they were outclassed in all three fights. The Hypershock fight was back and forth and could have gone either way. The Copperhead fight was a split decision, I think, in the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Blip fight, that was over before it really began.
Bullying.
Yeah.
And then Ribbot again kind of sliced
Ribbot.
the wheels and game. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ribbot's one of the very best robots in the field, so tough
Mhm.
matchup. What does good look like for Lockjaw? Because
Wins.
well, yeah, but like
Yeah.
A return to form. Because
Gotta stack some
Lockjaw-
wins together.
It's been really cool watching 2018 season back on ITV in the UK here this year, seeing Lockjaw performing well.
well,
and-
if you think back to 2020 as well, like when they ran through Bounty Hunters, they
Yeah.
they cruised
Dominant.
through that. So
Mhm.
there's
I really wanna
capability
see
there.
The brushless at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that Lockjaw back, honestly, because I don't think they have been found out. I think they just had a rotter of a year. We know Bronco 2019, rotter of a year. Really awful time for them. Tombstone last year, absolute rotter. So it's about time that Lockjaw came back to form, I think.
No, I agree.
And it'd be awesome if they made the bracket.
I think bracket's got to be like kind of the aim any more than that, because obviously they went out in the round of 32 in 2020 as well. Brilliant. A deep
Yeah.
run would be amazing, but it's a hard field to get through these days.
Yeah, definitely. But you definitely want to make it back to the bracket to make sure that you're actually progressing the way you want to with this machine, because it's been around the block. But you want to make sure that you're actually going in the right direction with Lockjaw for how many fights it's had since the reboot started.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, 100%. Moving on from Lockjaw, we have Lucky, a robot which last season really had a new lease of life.
yeah,
Give me your shirts.
I really want those
We
hockey
all want
jerseys.
the jerseys.
Apparently they are going up for sale at some point. So
Yeah.
can't wait for that. We'll be
There's
wearing
at
a
least
Lucky jersey.
3 purchasers on this call. Maybe
Yep.
Sam, do you want to make it 4?
Easily.
Sure, why not?
Hell yeah.
I'll throw my hat into that ring. Also,
Yeah.
the fact that they've got a dog on the team
Yes.
is
Yes.
very
Do you have a
exciting.
dog?
Yeah, Lucky last series, as you were saying, had a new lease of life. And I'll be honest, never really been a Lucky fan, never really understood the hype for it until last series.
Yeah.
Whereupon they woke up, they showed that it could be dominant. And I hope that continues into this year, is what I'm going to say. Or I hoped, going into recording, I hoped that it would carry on going into this year.
They had
Yeah,
a
well,
lucky
well-
draw, didn't they, in the round of 32? They ended up fighting Copperhead.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
of course,
That's a
they
rough
had,
draw for anyone.
they had
Yeah.
Tantrum on the ropes at one point, if you remember.
They
Mhm.
did.
Like
They
literally,
actually
on the
did they
rails.
right, or they were heading into right Tantrum,
Yeah.
keep the fight going, or at least throw it again so that they could get.
I
some more
think
aggression
that
points.
it was on
Yeah.
one of the walls where like it could have shook itself free, but like the thing was
They had broke the self-riser, I believe, at the time
yes.
on that. from
So
memory.
if they flipped them over one more time, they could have won the fight against the eventual
Yeah.
champion, which is
Yeah.
crazy to think about, really, right?
Madness.
Lucky doesn't look drastically different, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. They had a decent season last year. The robot concept itself has been proven multiple times. We always hark back to the DNA of Ziggy, the super heavyweight killer.
I believe they've done some work on the arm itself. I
Yes.
want to say it's like 1 billet now.
It is.
so that
It's
way
one
it's not
one
gonna-
billet piece.
Yeah,
is
I
the
do
arm.
remember
It
that,
doesn't
yes.
bend anymore.
That's
So in
crazy.
theory, more power coming from that full
Yeah.
bar.
Or at least delivering power in the
Yeah.
correct way.
And it's
Hopefully
awesome
not
to see
bending.
a full
Yes.
team behind it as well this time
Yeah.
round. I mean, we're used to it. Back in 2016, they had a massive team behind them, and it's wonderful to see the massive team back behind this. They the look goes further than this in that I can't remember their names. Team captain and driver.
Mark Demers.
Mark Demers
And,
then
Matt Olson.
Matt Olson.
Yes, they both wear headphones with microphones to look like the
Yeah, it's
Coaches
from
on the
NFL
team
and
or
that
something.
That's
all.
so
Yeah.
good.
it's
Or like
awesome.
hockey, like
NHL.
commentators.
That's
Proper
so good.
hockey
It's a good time.
vibes.
Yeah.
So with that said, then what does a good lucky season look like?
Bracket.
Bracket again?
I'd say get back to the bracket.
And maybe take the step further in the bracket this time than they did last year.
Yeah, at least 2 wins in the pre-season and then solid bracket run is the aim, right? Fair enough.
We'll have to see what lineup they get because, as I said for Captain Shrederator, making the bracket means that you get a slightly higher tier of competitors.
Well, they had a high tier of competitor last year. Like, they fought Tantrum, Orby, Blade, and who was the third one they fought? That's a good question. I don't know.
Mammoth.
Do you ever find out?
It may well have been Mammoth.
I think it was Mammoth.
Yes, they punched the wheel off.
It was Mammoth.
They did punch the
They
wheel
punched
off.
the wheel off. That was the one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they had a good schedule last year. There's no easy win there.
I nearly spoiled a fight this year when thinking, no, that's that though, bad.
Naughty David.
That never happened.
I stopped myself. It's all good.
That
rejected BattleBots after you.
You know what's funny? Because we did have the opportunity to speak with Greg, and I think we did speak with him. We're like, man, the preview is going to be so hard to do now that we know what the robots do and what they look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg.
But we're being good.
We are being good.
Yeah,
I didn't.
responsible.
It's that these guys have not told me anything either. They've been very good. I'm very proud of them all.
We've also, me and David have not told Steve any spoilers from when he left.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Which is really
He knows
sweet.
nothing from the second week.
Excellent.
Nothing.
Excellent. Moving on from Lucky, MadCatter. Obviously,
Right.
we interviewed the secret weapon of the team, Calvin Eber, the excellent driver of MadCatter. He's, again, just won Norwalk Havoc's £3 division with
Again
with Lynx.
Defending champion.
Ugh, boo, boring, blah. Next.
It was so funny talking to him when he was just like, oh yeah, I just want to take Lynx off the shelf, win one event, bring it back in December, and then win again. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah. Straight in, straight out.
Yeah. You may notice, of course, they have a couple of other different mini bots this time. They have a little horizontal spinner in the background there.
They've got a whole armada of mini.
They
have.
do.
Yeah.
Can I just say, though, the most striking difference this year of MadCatter is the paintwork. What has it seen? What have you seen?
The universe, Sam. It has seen the multiverse.
It's in time, space. It's
got the 3D specs actually with its eyes.
This is true.
One side is red and the other side is indeed blue.
Yeah.
This
That's where I'm going to leave
actually
that.
correct.
They're just a brilliant team, aren't they? Like they
are.
The
stepped up.
character.
It's wonderful to ruin your throat while being pointed at by Martin Mason in
every
the audience.
single time,
Yep.
without fail.
There was one time where he did point at us, and we pointed back at him and go, "Oh yeah, I'll tell you what."
This is why the 3 lozenges were necessary
filming
element of the second
Per
week.
day even.
Yeah.
No, so it's brilliant in recording. I don't know how much you'll get to see, but Martin and Calvin come into the arena. The team push the robot in, get the robot ready. Meanwhile, those two are running either side of the box, hyping up the crowd.
Mhm.
And as they introduce the other robot, do they stop? No, they swap places.
No, they're still going.
around the
They're still
other way.
going.
And they're hyping up the match right until it starts.
They are truly like a character for the they're everything you kind of want, right? They've got a
They
good
have a
robot
heart and
that
soul,
built on a
BattleBots.
budget as well. That we spoke with Calvin
They're
about
a garage
this.
build.
They are very much a garage build team. They they clearly just love the sport itself. Obviously Calvin, regular competitor at Norwalk Havoc, has won Fight of the Year with his other robot mixtape.
Mm-hmm.
They just live and breathe it, right? And it's wonderful to have them come back every year with a robot that genuinely could be a dark horse for the title. I mean, is that where does a good season sit for MadCatter? Because in the 2 seasons they've had with the purely vertical, well, not purely, but you know what I mean. Like since 2020, when they've been a full competitor. Both times they've gone out in the round of 32. Both times they've made it to the final of the either Bounty Hunters or Sin City Slugfest brackets, right? They lost to RotatoR and to Hypershock there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Surely it's got to be just progress around, at least get to the round of 16 this year, right?
round of
At
16
least, at
is the
minimum.
goal.
Yeah, gotta get at least past the round that you just not getting
And that
past.
fight, that's
Progression.
if we remember, that there was no reason why they couldn't have beaten Black Dragon because it was so close.
Honestly.
What a great fight that was as well, by the way. Yeah. I think that's got to be their aim, surely round of 16, and see what happens from there. Food for thought for the MadCatter
We shall
team.
see.
But let me tell you what.
Don't ruin your voice again.
Did you get to speak to Martin at all? Like, did you in the pits?
We did go and see Calvin.
Yeah.
Martin was busy talking to other people. Their team were full on putting Robot back together, ready for fights later that day. Actually, because we went and saw Calvin on the Friday, I want to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, we saw him, spoke to him, had a very brief conversation.
Mm-hmm. It was very hard to see everybody with the time that we had. So
we did all right.
We made do.
Absolutely.
The Sunday we put foot down to the floor, got round the whole pits.
Oh yeah. Got all the stickers.
Based on one with certain things, but we'll get back to that.
We will indeed. Next up, Malice is back. I find it interesting that Malice kind of have rejected Big Booty Malice that they kind of were going to enter with last year, and then there were production issues and they left it, and they've now gone back to regular Malice. And as Jevon is pointing at me, it now has forks.
Mm-hmm.
Which
it's a relief, to be honest, that they didn't go for Big Booty Malice.
Yeah.
What do you say?
This one looks better. It
kind of looked like Tombstone or Supernova from Robot Wars, but at home. And I don't know, I genuinely much prefer this Malice. Especially the forks have grown on me.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks really smart with the forks. It looks like they look like they're meant to be there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The thing is as well, they were really effective because at Remars they took Malice to Remars and they fought Jackpot for a second time. You know, Jackpot obviously they fought in the main competition last year in the in one of the fight nights, and they got trashed. They got absolutely smashed up around the arena. This time, however, with the forks, because the fact that you have to put a plow on for the horizontal, those forks just disrupt that, no problem.
It's almost the fusion scenario of you don't quite know how to fight it because it's got the ground clearance for the vert, but it's also got the horizontal to take out your ground clearance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
all on that one side.
It's similar to RotatoR in that aspect as well, right? I think that's probably a closer comparison, really. Like, well, you mentioned
you put the forks on the front with the spinner as opposed to RotatoR having it on either side.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, Jevon, you mentioned Tombstone, of course. Malice this year had a secret weapon of their own, and that was in the second
later
week.
On,
they had a certain Ray Billings joining them on their team.
Ray, please, everyone, stop asking where Ray is. We've answered it so many times. We've got a whole
We've got a 2-hour podcast which we did with Ray Billings, telling him where he was.
God, stop asking. But he is on Team Malice this year.
For God's sake.
So enough of that.
Yeah, he's on Team Malice, and he was there because Bunny asked.
Yeah, they go way back, and obviously, let's face it, any team would love to have someone of Ray's experience on their team. Ray is just, he also is someone who lives and breathes robot combat and loves the sport that he's involved in, and let's face it, why would you not want someone like that on your team? Mm-hmm. And Bunny and Ray are good friends, and let's face it, the aesthetic kind of suits him. Black robot with a red spinner.
Never
seen it before.
Exactly.
No, never.
It was like it was meant to be. I think a return to form to Malice has to be the aim for this season, right? Because last season,
reliability.
Last year was a struggle for them. Obviously, they kind of were a victim of their own success in 2021 because, well, exactly. They had a great run in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And
last year was the 2021 season.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're a victim of their own success.
The years are confusing.
2020.
World Championship 6, which was last year.
I don't want people, and I think people do think of Malice as being quite lucky that it first fought in 2020 because, the field was reduced. There weren't as many
but it was always
competitors or anything like that. It was, yeah. And you know what? They proved themselves there, and then they struggled in 2021, and that's why I think people might see them as, they're a good 2020 robot. Great.
They had that amazing fight last year with Blacksmith, didn't they? Where they just tore it apart.
Yeah.
Then
people don't do that to Blacksmith, especially with a big front wedge on. So
they were unlucky that they got drew against Scorpios in the play-in. I think that's just a poor draw either way for Malice. Like, Scorpios eats horizontals for breakfast, and as we saw in that fight,
in fact, that's like all it got last year.
Literally, yeah. Best of luck to the Malice team. I hope they do well. It's nice to see that they've kind of adapted what they had, and it looks the part again. That's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Make string some wins together. If they make the bracket, great. But return to form. That's the way to go for Malice for now.
100%. Next up, we have Mammoth.
Dog.
Another dog.
Another dog. What a theme.
I'm here for it. Mammoth last year had a strange season, didn't they? Beat HiJinx first fight.
Yep.
Narrowly lost to Tombstone on a judge's decision.
Disagree. It's the big count-out issues.
I was going to say, because they were moving, weren't they? That's the thing.
They were.
I
They were
believe
moving.
The correct term there, Jevon, is challenge. But,
Challenge. Yes.
Yes.
The crab walking rule hath goneth.
Yes.
So.
And of course, Lucky punched their wheel off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Were out of the bracket. Then got back in because Glitch had to pull out. Only to fight Witch Doctor. Not the nicest
Where they got
draws.
taken out again.
So bad.
Briskly
What a
taken out
terrible
again.
draw.
And then, did they fight in Champions?
Yes.
Who did they fight?
I'll look it up.
No, that was
the year before.
no Retrograde. That was the year prior.
Was it Retrograde? Oh yeah, Retrograde.
Yeah, it was Retrograde.
I think they lost the chain in that one from memory.
Yeah.
It was a cut fight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was mixing my after season tournaments.
Mammoth is a flawed beast. Let's face it. We know what everyone knows what it is. Everyone has a plan for Mammoth until they get in the arena, and then shenanigans happen because Mammoth is an awkward beast to deal with. It's a flawed but awkward beast, and I just love it. I just love it. It's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't get to talk to. We spoke very briefly with one of the part of the team because our guide through the pits was like, wanted to see this robot that we'd been talking about and saying it's like a big climbing frame on wheels.
Yeah,
and so we took them over to see Mammoth. And there was only, I think, one person there working on the robot. The rest had gone for lunch or whatever. But yeah, it was cool. And then me and David spoke very briefly with one of Mammoth's sponsors one evening at Rand.
that was a rant. Just in the pub.
I
you were
was
there
there
for
for
that
that too.
bit,
Yeah, I was there for
you
that.
were.
Yeah, that was cool.
This
It
was
was.
where your Monster Jam links.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was
came back
literally
in.
the sponsor that linked to Monster Jam as well. It couldn't have been written any better, but
Yeah.
CRD are cool. Yeah. Mammoth is fun.
Is that it?
It's a fun beast.
It is a fun beast.
I love Mammoth, and the team wear this year is fantastic as well. Like, it looks really cool.
Yes, another lovely jersey again on there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I also noticed more Norwalk representation here on the far right. That's I think it's Zoe Lambert. She runs Bugsby at
Yes.
Norwalk, I believe.
Yes.
There
There are a
with-
lot of
with the
Norwalk.
doggo.
And to be fair,
inspired teams as well
Ricky
this year.
Willems is now a permanent host
Yeah,
of it. He's a
he
commentator.
just hangs out up there. He's got a seat at the table,
He loves it. It's great stuff.
which is awesome.
Mammoth. How do
Where
you
we sit with Mammoth.
how do you assess a robot like
There's
Mammoth?
no way we can predict what this thing's going to do next.
Let's face it, Mammoth has been in 3 seasons of BattleBots now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
made the bracket twice. Once,
Beat
Luckily,
Copperhead.
and once
Beat
not.
Copperhead, yeah.
Yep.
yeah, beat Copperhead.
Took Shatter to a very close judge's decision.
I
as
know.
well.
Yes.
Until that wheel fell off, I think you could have said Mammoth could have won that fight.
Different
How
time.
do you predict what Mammoth like?
You don't.
It could go 0-4. It really could. It could, but it could go 4-0. You just don't know.
Yeah, it's one of these great unknowns, isn't it? As long as they've got enough bits in the pits, then they're fine.
Yeah.
Keep going.
And I will say that I think getting to the bracket would be a relief for this team.
Yeah.
Because I think they're starting to get fed up with it not doing what it should.
Yeah, they weren't as
and want to
happy
see
last year with it.
work.
Mm.
So, yeah, if they can get to the bracket again this year, it would be great for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's
Without
Wacky
having to be
robots
an
can
alt.
surprise you, man.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like it's such an ungamely, unsightly beast, isn't it? Like how do
Very
you?
few robots have a plan for it.
Because it's just so big. What do you do?
It's so big and so empty, there's very little to actually hit. I mean, even
But
Tombstone
bigger,
struggled.
like,
Air is one of your
like
best
Kraken.
armors, is it not?
This, you know how we talked about Beast earlier being a naked robot. This is literally a naked robot. There's
This
nothing
is a
to it.
naked robot. Yeah.
There's nothing to it. And my dog's just staring into space. You okay? Right, we're good. Moving on from Mammoth, we have the return of Minotaur. Of course, we saw them back last season after a year out. And returning this year is Professor Marco. I can't
Polo!
Marco Megilaro.
Okay.
That's
Let's
the
go.
guy's name.
Polo!
I was
Polo.
gonna,
Yep.
I wasn't going to try and pronounce his surname, but he's back in the team.
I'm glad
Yeah, me
because
too.
he is the glue that holds the team together. He can
Just
calm
that
the team
that
down.
leadership that he brings to the team as well. You know, it's just so.
He is the calming influence on the team because they can get incredibly emotional, as we saw last year.
Yes.
And yeah, they went out in a rough way where the rules failed them and everybody else. And
there was no winners to that fight. Let's face it. Like
no.
that fight, you know, it's been talked about to death, but like it was just unfortunate the way that it fell. Our understanding is there was kind of upset words spoken from that team, the Minotaur team. You know, obviously we can't confirm that. You know, we can't say either way. But supposedly there was a little bit of afters between them and the Witch Doctor team. Hopefully
not necessarily. I don't think it was with the team.
No, not just the way that the fight panned out, and they were just frustrated, and you know they lost their cool, which you know it's easy.
Certainly with production, I think, which is
correct.
Somewhat justified, I feel, because
changes have been made this year to adjust for such an incident ever happening again.
Yeah.
So, but you know, we learned. You know, we move on. We grow as people. It's fine.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
Mistakes.
One thing I will say that I'm happy about this year with Minotaur, I'm sorry before we carry on, Devon, is the fact that they've not got a sponsor on the weapon. That bothered me so much last year, and the fact that they haven't got that this year is just so. It looks so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, John, go ahead.
What if we tell you it's on the other drum? And
they have a lot of respect for the Witch Doctor team, and likewise the Witch Doctor team have a lot of respect for them, and they're good friends. They've known each other through the sport for many years, so they won't cross at each other. And I think that can be put to bed. I feel like, I know that's not what you're saying, but I think for the audience watching, these teams, most of the teams like each other.
Yeah.
To be fair,
I think what I meant more was like the fact that they may have lost their cool and kind of indirectly kind of lashed out at the. I think that's kind of the gist of I won't understand what happened, but
possibly
that's they're all big boys and they're all big boys and girls.
It's water under the bridge or over the dam or however you slice it.
Yeah.
Don't let the water over the dam. That's not a good thing.
It's not great. It's not great.
It's a faulty dam, that.
Yeah.
Minotaur itself looks relatively unchanged. What do we think of their chances in 2023? Well, I mean, last year, of course, top 8 finishing, beat Endgame.
Yeah.
Only losses were to Witch Doctor and Sawblaze.
I honestly think they could go all the way.
Really?
Yeah.
They've always had the potential.
They have finished second before, you know.
They have only lost to Bifrost.
And of course, semi-finalists losing out to Bombshell in the past, quarter-finalists losing out to Death Roll in the past.
Yeah. They've always got the potential to...
And they always make the top 8.
Yeah.
Yes. They seem to.
It's just such a dangerous robot, isn't it? Like, how do you... You know, Daniel Freitas is an incredible driver. Like, some of the things he was doing against Endgame were just outrageous. Like, you wouldn't try it because you'd think it's too much of a risk, but he doesn't care.
No. Where we have this story of like people tell stories where like the robot is an extension of the driver. This is he literally he might as well be connected symbiotically.
I was going to say without spoiling too much. Obviously, you would have seen Minotaur fight several times. Obviously, Jevon and David, Steve maybe less so. What was there anything different about the way that it moved compared to anything else, or was it just like the way that was it interesting watching Daniel up close and like how he gets down to the arena? Was it interesting kind of learning that aspect of the machine from him, or?
It is as much as you see on TV, honestly. Yeah. He has a driving style. He's a very aggressive driver, and he is at one with the robot.
It's so fluid.
It is.
Yeah.
He's very good. He's
very hard to escape that weapon. I mean, it's in a time where it's not pointed at you is very, very low. You know,
I don't think it's spoilers to say that this robot has some amazing matches this season.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing it for sure.
Yeah, it was awesome to see it live because I don't think
of course, and the noise as well. How was the noise in person?
I will say,
you hear it not even in the arena. You can hear them spinning up in the test box. From inside the seating area in the building. It was incredible.
The Lexan insulates it a little bit because it's so thick, but you can still hear and feel it. So I mean, it is something else. And they do have fights that could be up there for not even just the best of the season, but the best of the reboot. So look forward to those.
Look forward to seeing it. Now, next up is a robot that I think we're all very fond of on the list. Steve, you're actually representing them right now. It is, of course, the return.
Monsoon.
Monsoon B team, let's go.
Yeah, that's the Monsoon B team this year.
Yes, we are the getters of paint.
Yeah,
I have to say, I owe a big thank you to Rory, Sarah, and Tom because literally 2 days before they flew out to Las Vegas, they were at my wedding, and it was a big hectic schedule for them. So I have to thank them very much for coming along.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know they were crazy to do that, and yeah, we flew. I think we flew out when I flew out for my honeymoon, and they flew out to Vegas was on the same day. So yeah,
Jeez.
God bless them for coming along. Monsoon.
It's a long time coming.
Well,
I'm so glad they're there with the robot.
I was going to say, as some, I know these guys pretty well. As they came to my wedding, I hang out with them regularly outside of Robots. They live fairly local to me. They're literally about 20 minutes, half an hour away. They went through a lot of heartache, and there were a lot of tears in 2021 when the robot went over. They couldn't, and they were just broken. Like literally, I'm sure they won't mind me saying they were in absolute bits.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just so happy for them that the fact that they ended up going over there, and the fact that they were able to fight and just hang out with everyone that they were meant to. And it's so exciting to see the robot back and the team back, and it's just wonderful. And the robot itself looks amazing. I hope very much it's on the power curve, because I know that they were really worried that they've not been there for 3 years and everyone's moved on. And yes, they've adapted the robot several times since. They stripped it down and changed it, bit by bit between seasons as well. But there's always that concern that you just turn up and you just get squashed, because 2019 was a tough season for them. They went 1-3. They had that exhibition fight with Kronos and MadCatter.
Yes.
Yeah,
and they were there with Ragnarok with Tim Rackers Rackley.
Well, of course he's back in the team now. Tim. He's back.
Yes, they're reunited.
Complete with blue mohawk and everything.
Yeah.
I love Monsoon. I got to see it in action. This is one of the few robots I've actually seen fight live. I saw it live before you guys did. So
this is true.
This particular model, yeah.
Yeah, it was great. They were great to hang out with in Extreme Robots in Portsmouth in 2022. What does a good Monsoon season look like? Bracket.
Gotta make bracket. Let's get back to the bracket. They've been gone.
It's a bracket-worthy machine, honestly.
Yeah.
This is similar for the teams. This is like a similar kind of a death roll kind of a conversation where they've been gone for a couple seasons. It would be nice for them to, get back to the bracket, prove that this bot, still can cut the mustard.
It's the brand new version as well, isn't it? It's the much more dense.
It's so small.
Yeah, it is
Monsoon.
tiny.
Like if you've ever seen
heavies are getting so tiny.
It's I was going to say, like, the original Monsoon, like, or Tauron 3.
Boat.
It's no, not that original. Like Monsoon Mark 1, Tauron Mark 3.
Yeah.
Is so vast. It's big. It's wide. It's like 1.5 meters, not 1.5 meters, but like it's 1 meter and a bit wide. It's large. This version of Monsoon, it's tiny. It's so dense. I love it, and they've done a great job on it, and I'm so proud of them. And I hope that they can do well. We'll see. They're a good bunch of people. Yeah,
half of the people on this call did get paid for them though, which is a nice statement to say.
There you go.
One thing about this, go ahead.
No, after you.
Oh man, you're too nice. One thing about this design is that I believe they can lock the two halves together, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a huge step up from Monsoons of years past.
Yep, they're all independent, and they do have a horizontal setup as well with a wedge.
They do. It's a really cool design as well. So we'll see.
We got to hang with them a little bit more in the second week, and just enjoy their company. Yeah, they came to sit with us in the stands a couple of times, and yeah, it was good. We enjoyed it.
Food out with them. It's been good fun.
Yeah, we went to In-N-Out Burger with them.
Yeah,
how was that?
Do you know what? It's a pretty good In-N-Out Burger, won't lie.
It was decent. On the fast food list, because we went through a lot of fast food while we were there, they were on the higher tier.
Yeah.
It was one of those.
My second one wasn't as good.
Yeah. It's almost like a high. The second time around, you're trying to chase it.
Yeah.
That initial hit, you can never.
It was the company, really. I think.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
But yes, really good. Love the team. Love the robot.
Obliged.
Absolutely.
Much obliged.
Next up, another robot and team that I absolutely adore, Ominous. I also got to see this robot.
You got to see this one before we
I
did.
did.
As well, yeah.
I did. It was.
Yep.
It was so cool to see. Tim and the team. Crank it through the gears, and it's just it's a joyous thing to watch.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Interesting how alphabetically they're right after one another, and these are two robots that were stuck in boxes just last year.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Really. Ominous is a 3-wheel drive Y style omnidirectional driven robot with a Drisk at the front.
Yeah. Holonomic drive is very strange.
Yeah.
I still don't fully understand it. I know I mean it's something special when seeing this thing drive around the arena. It is otherworldly. It's
so quick as well. Like when you see Shatter and Glitch in the arena, like okay, they move around, but like it's very careful, and the way that Ominous moves is like it's very in your face. I found when I watched it fight. Maybe that's because I was right next to the arena, stood next to the glass. How did you find Ominous fighting?
Cool.
It's
without spoiling too
fascinating
much,
to watch
it was
go.
very cool. Yeah. We can't say much more.
Okay.
We just
That's
like
fine.
it. It's just a joy to watch.
There was one day where we were in the pits and we saw Tim and said hello to him, and then about half an hour later we saw him again and he'd completely changed outfit.
Yeah, that did happen.
It was bizarre, but we got to see the next week t-shirt, which is the best.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. What does a good Ominous season look like? Hard to
some
say,
wins.
really. I mean,
This was a 2020 robot.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This was a robot that was ready to fight in 2020, and then
the world
COVID.
stopped. Yeah.
And then 2021, as you said, in a box. So this is
Even more
another
stuff
2
happened.
years late robot.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. It's the only robot to, I think, have a hub motor in the weapon. This season, I think it's the only one. I want to say
Tantrum.
I was going to say Tantrum's got.
Yeah, I was going to say
Okay,
Tantrum. Yeah, that was the one.
It's one of only
Tantrum
two.
knowledge, Jevon.
Yeah, it's
like
the only
Hypershock.
it's the only hub motored weapon not on a punching mechanism.
yes.
Yes. It's the only static.
That's the one.
But I would say it's a step up from reality.
I was going to say because they have entered BattleBots. Well, Tim obviously has entered BattleBots before with Reality. Which
They do reference it several times.
Oh, they do.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, let's
Continuity.
hopefully.
Yeah. It's a cool robot.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard to like kind of match Reality's records. It was Reality 2 and 2, so that'd be
2 and 2.
that's something to aim for, certainly.
Yeah.
But it'd be a big ask, I think.
With the fact that we don't have Petunia at the moment in BattleBots, we need to have more kind of international representation. It's nice that we have the Dutch with Ominous here.
I mean, it's
All more
it
for
is-
Tim being there.
difficult to call it a world championship without the world there. So
Yeah.
Exactly.
more international teams.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation, isn't it?
Bring back Petunia.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically.
Yeah.
Is what we're
We
saying
stand
here.
Petunia. Bring
We
back
do.
Keith.
Yeah.
Ominous to Overhaul. Returning last season after a couple of years out. Similar design, if not exactly the same. I think lessons learned from last year. Towards the end of Sin City's Luck, it really did start to do quite well. That fight with Black Dragon was excellent until
Robot Nation.
yeah,
The Grabbable Nation.
it was looking so good, and then it just petered out towards the end of as Black Dragon just started to chew their way through eventually. Of course, the amazing chair fight with Big Dill as well was.
I've got to give Charles credit. He is willing to say that this is not the most competitive robot in a field of verts.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he will still stick to this design because he finds it more fun.
Yes.
And fair play to him too. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fair play to him for that. Is it the darling grabbing lifting robot of the field? Probably not. In the world where you've got Slammo and Claw Viper, you know, may not be as flashy as those two, but there's a place for Overhaul, and the way that it looks, and the team always bring a great aesthetic, and it's just it's nice to have it back and back seemingly permanently. The fact that it's been back for 2 years in a row now after a couple of years out it's cool to see. So yeah. Welcome back, Overhaul.
It's usually a good sign when production wants you to come back after a couple of years. It's a bot that runs. It's not a bot that just goes out there. That's one thing production doesn't like. Obviously, is a bot that just goes out there, dies, and there's a slot that could have been for somebody else.
If memory serves, didn't Overhaul fight at Robotica or
Yeah, I was gonna mention this.
There is. Do we talk about that now, or do we
Should we
talk
cover
about
that
that
in a
when we
bit?
get to?
Let's talk about that in a bit. But
Okay.
it was either going to be Overhaul or another robot in this season.
Yeah.
And Overhaul got the nod.
Yeah.
Controversially, some would say. What does a good Overhaul season look like? Wins in the regular season? Yeah.
Stack some wins together. Make sure that prove that this robot can really, still win in this very vert heavy field or
Who did it have
kinetic heavy field
in the regular season? Was it just the 2 fights with Ribbot and Blip? I don't remember its third. Did it have a third fight?
They had the unaired fight with it was the chair fight. That was the other.
Oh,
that
was
the
later
fight,
on, though.
And obviously Black Dragon in Champions.
Oh,
as
in Sin
well.
City, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so they didn't win on their return last season, apart from the chair fight.
So picking up a win this year will be
In the regular season.
paramount more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. But,
That was it.
Charles doesn't turn up, to... It sounds weird saying Charles doesn't turn up to win fights. Obviously, everyone turns up to win fights, but, I don't think he cares either
He doesn't
way
turn up to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think he cares either way if he wins 4 fights or 1,
Nah.
The thing is, will he be the holder of the Grabberbot Nation, leader, or will it be handed over to another one of the many grabbers we have in this season?
Who knows?
We'll see.
Who knows?
I mean, he claimed the monkeyer, so
But
it's his
we'll
to
see
either
who the right
have or
player
give
is.
away.
Moving on from Overhaul, we have Quantum. Now, speaking of speaking of grabberbots, but this is not a grabber at all. This is a full-blooded crusher. They are back from
It's
2019.
the aggressive grabber.
This is a ruin your day kind of robot.
Oh, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
It is just so beautiful.
Without spoiling too much from an interview we do with them at BattleBots, that will come out, I think, in a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I think. But the fact that it looks good is a byproduct of the design.
Generative design.
It is. It's generative design. It's meant to be the most structurally stable look while using the least material, like a human body would be, not human, an animal body, I suppose.
An animal body, yeah.
And that is what happens here. Now, the looks come when you add things like the little hairs coming off the top of it, and
it bothers me so much. But okay. On one half, I love it because they didn't need to do that. There was no need to do it. It adds nothing in terms of competitiveness or anything else to the robot. But the fact that they've done it is cool, and it's just. But it looks weird, man.
Velociraptors have spines.
No, I know.
They
my
chatter when it
My point was more the whole robot is sleek and beautiful and space age, and then you add hairs on it. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about
think
it.
There's a quirky side to the team
Yeah.
that they've kind of shown this year. Not just
Yes.
with this, but they're
It's a team that
how to build a robot on their YouTube channel as
Yes,
well,
of
which
course.
is
in the past,
it's powered by
I thought-
Sprite. We
Yeah,
know
it
this
is.
powered by
Interestingly,
Sprite.
it's powered by Sprite.
And I'm not doing the voiceover on that one, just to
No.
say it now. It's not me.
There
I
is a
wish it
wonderful
was me, but
video
it
out
wasn't.
from the team that you need to go and check out if you haven't.
Yeah.
About how to build a BattleBot.
Yeah.
Follow every step to the letter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
And
you'll
you'll get
get to
Quantum.
BattleBots.
Yeah.
You do. Now, something of interesting to note: we actually approached the Robo Challenge team 3 years ago to do an interview.
Mhm.
Now, they actually invited us to go along to their workshop and do an interview in person. Obviously, the world ended.
Yes.
We couldn't do that, but let's just say we may hear from them very soon.
Yeah.
So we'll
Next week.
You can't say next week with BattleBots. That could
It's
be
true.
months.
That's what I mean.
We'll see what we have to deal with Quantum. What does a good Quantum season look like? Because it's hard to judge because they got a top
Bracket.
6. Well, you say that they got a top 16 berth last time they were here, which was 3 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, and then they got their
And that was why
mouth
we're
punched in
playing.
by Tombstone.
And 3 years is a long time, and the robot is similar. Not exactly the same. There are obviously improvements underneath the hood.
It's got more colors now.
It does. It's kind of got those white stripes at the front on the
I
wedge.
like the two-tone look. It's like
Yeah,
a
it's
three-tone look, really.
It's nice. It is
With
really
the black,
nice.
the blue, and the silver.
It's
Very
really,
nice.
really pretty. It's such a gorgeous look. But what do you think? Do they make the bracket? Have they
Yeah.
got it in them? Do you reckon?
I think so.
I think so too. I think they've got what it takes to make the bracket. I think it proved enough last time when it was out that it has the ability to really end fights quickly. Sometimes, depending on
Prematurely,
whether or not
maybe.
whether or
Not
not they
quickly.
can be removed from the other machine. And I mean, the thing does such serious damage. When it can get a grip of you,
it goes through any armor as well. Like, it's crazy. Like, I've never seen a Crusher. Like, Petunia did go through armor, but like eventually, the speed at which Quantum moves, it's unbelievable.
Knife through butter. And you got to think, 2 seasons of King of Bots in which they did incredibly well in both. They won the first. They were
top 4,
I think
were they?
Well, they were one of the last 4 standing in the way that King of Bots 2 worked.
That's weird.
Yeah, but they were still one of the last 4 standing, and they made the bracket in BattleBots 2019. You know, you got to think that this is a robot that has the potential. People, there aren't any crushers in the field except for this year, and people, though they know that you can armor for it, they've also seen the fight against Blacksmith, and know that that's not going to work.
Because if they get stuck together, then they'll just call the fight, and then they'll lose because they've not done any damage.
The only meaningful thing that happened was that crush.
Exactly. So watch out for Quantum. An interesting robot to have in today's such kinetic heavy field.
Well.
100%. The fact it's a very different robot in the field. So best of luck to them. And I cannot stress this enough. It is one of the most pretty robots in the field, if not the most. Next up after Quantum, we have Ribbot. A team which last season kind of, I don't want to say it was their coming out party last year because obviously they got a top 8 bracket spot in 2020, but a round of 32 berth, the 2nd seed in the competition. Okay, they had the hardest round, 31 seed fight ever, I think, in Hydra.
Yeah.
Won their bracket in BattleBots Champions, eventually lost to Endgame.
No shame.
No shame.
No shame at all.
Of course.
Yeah. They seem to lose to high tier opponents, and that's just what Ribbot does. They'll punch their way through all the regular season fights.
But I think this is it. This is where they need to turn it around. They need to be beating those high tier opponents.
Well, that may be a struggle as well this year because obviously last year those and another team, Uppercut, had the insanely high voltage. Was it a Toyota Prius air conditioning starter motor or something like that they used? And basically, it meant that they could run their weapon at such high voltage. Was it 240 volts on Uppercut?
Ridiculous.
250, I think.
250 on Ribbot.
But there's a limit now.
Yeah, they've had to throw that away and say you can't do that anymore. You go down to 60 volts now, and still high, but it's very, very different to what they were on before. So that kind of instant 1 second spin up time may not have it. Is that going to hinder them a lot? I think it will do. But you can't discount them because even without that before, they were still doing well.
Yeah. I think we'll see more of the Vert this year. They seem to be starting to try it out in Sin City Slugfest last year. And they'll want to have worked on it and see what happens and come back with it. Because it is one of their best weapons. We saw them beat Endgame with it. So,
But they're happy with the Undercutter at this point. It's getting that Vert setup nailed in.
With the success of Hot Leaf Juice at Norwalk with the Undercutter, I mean, there's clear scalability of that.
And
obviously, and Polywog. It's that's what I mean. Like this design works, and it could they put a lot into the Undercutter. But I do agree with you. I feel like they're going to go more vert heavy this time around.
Of course, the most important aesthetical change for this year: the frog's got red eyes now.
Yeah, it's a tree frog. There's a reason for that.
And so on the back of their robot it says "Save the Frog." So one of the things they're doing is raising awareness and raising money, and they did in Norwalk as well to raise money for frogs, and to save the frogs. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Which is good cause.
Big conservation effort.
Yeah,
very cool.
So fair play to them.
Yeah, absolutely. A good Ribbot season.
Bracket again, really, isn't it?
Well, semis.
I mean.
They need to get back to the top 8 again because it was unlucky that they didn't get past the round of 32 last year.
Yeah,
the worst draw they could have. Like Hydra, obviously we said earlier about Jake Hewitt and his ability to play mind games. Obviously, this team is also very good at that. But
plus crab walking issues.
Yeah, that obviously
because I think had they managed to get back to Hydra, they could have taken the weapon out.
I mean, it was going, wasn't it? Like the tip had already gone. It was struggling to reset as it was. Like the weapon is so potent on Ribbot, and
at that point they take the key damage points because Hydra is unable to do what they want.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm sure they will do this year. They are such a good team, and this is their 4th season now with Ribbot, 5th season.
2019 was their first.
They've been around
so
since 17.
4.
So they're well oiled at this point. They know exactly what they're doing. The robot is good. It's fantastic. They know it inside out.
Yeah,
one of the best contenders out there. Certainly, one to watch out for. Right at the end of the bracket. Don't be surprised if you see the frog in and about.
Definitely.
Moving on from Ribbot, we have a new robot, Ripperoni, one of two.
Pizza.
Pizza.
One of
pizza.
one of it's kind of a one giant team which is split off into 2.
Right.
This is half of that. Ripperoni is the spiritual successor to Uppercut from last season.
Yes.
Alex
Anna
Torres,
Zolnikov was on the team last year.
Yeah, Alex Torres kind of gone away and doing his own thing now, and Ripperoni.
I think it was like scheduling conflicts or midterms or something like that. Something didn't jive with the filming date, and then also he moved. I think, and it was harder to work on the robot. There's so many other things. Also, this is a scaled up version of a smaller robot as well that competed at Norwalk. This is just. It's just wacky.
Can I talk about the technology?
I was going to say, Jevon, I know you was...
Take the wheel.
Yes, this is all you, mate.
I'll take the cheese with it. Okay, so Ripperoni is a very strange looking robot in that they have one big wheel, one small wheel, and they need that for... It's all geared so it drives normally, basically.
Mm-hmm.
The idea behind it is that they are looking to drive this robot like a robot with a smaller weapon than they actually have. And the way they achieve this is by having a smaller... but spinning at twice the pace of the big disc flywheel inside a housed section of the robot.
It's kind of the other side of the disc here. It's kind of just here.
So
the thing that's got like the knife thing looking into it, like it's a little hard to see in this picture.
The big spinner spinning one way, the other one spinning the other, and that cancels out the gyroscopic precession. You will see that working well if the robot isn't lifting on one side. If it is lifting, it means it's not working, basically.
It'll be very gyro-y.
All sorts of weird, bizarre physics is happening.
Yeah. The other cool thing about this is it is liquid nitrogen cooled. Before the fight, they open it up, they pour in a load of liquid nitrogen, they close it, and they put it in the arena.
This is because there's no other space in there as well.
Correct. Yeah, it is compact in there, and so they have to cool it that way. So they'll, in fact, no, I think they put chunks of the dry ice stuff on top of it on the motors, and just because I think that's a
spicy meatball, man.
Yeah, it really is.
All of the electronics is housed on one side as well.
Yes, it's all on the side that's not up.
Yeah,
basically.
I think another thing that's interesting to note from Ripperoni, obviously, we mentioned it's kind of this super team. Team Omega is the team name, which is Starchild and we'll get to Starchild in a bit, but Ripperoni and Starchild are the 2 teams that have come from Team Omega. It's the formation of 3 previous teams, basically, which are Uppercuts, P1, and a lot of the old Valkyrie team.
Yeah, you'll see in the mustache there may have been a former driver of Valkyrie.
I say, does Fred Moore drive Ripperoni?
He does drive Ripperoni.
So they've got an established driver with a powerful robot, which is, has DNA with a robot with a lot of pedigree.
Mm-hmm.
Where does Ripperoni land?
Look, I'll put it this way. If Uppercut was silly, this thing is nuts.
And not the robot.
No, it's not the robot. This is almost...
It's the old line of Daft, isn't it?
Yeah, Uppercut was a fun robot,
daft.
And this is so much fun to watch. It's just entertaining seeing it driving around the arena.
There is an Instagram post of its fight with Gruff, which is
in episode 1.
Yep,
all I'm going to say is pizza ruins your throat.
It does.
It does. It does.
I think it has the potential to do really well, but at the same time, it's so experimental.
Yeah.
So
anything could happen. It could turn.
I'll ask you, Sam. What do you think is going to happen? Because we know it's very difficult for us to say anything without spoiling anything. So,
right. Sure.
Sam.
So I'm going to base it off the fact that it's similar, if not, identical to Uppercut in terms of weapon style and the way that it's going to move around, basically. Uppercut was always very good at dishing out big hits and, causing massive spectacle, but didn't really have the staying power. With that said, I think they'll get to the bracket, but not much further in it. So round of 32, round of 16. But
Okay, fair.
there'll be some spectacular hits along the way.
Yeah, much like Uppercut, like
Exactly.
it just
I think
it hits hard, that was the thing that really had uppercuts, that really was Uppercut, not that they being able to withstand those hits as well, with this also having complicated tech in it, being able to withstand those hits and have both flywheels running is a something to keep an eye on for sure.
Definitely. We'll see.
I'm not looking forward to repping this, put it that way. It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go, folks. A robot for LEGO Wars Series 4 has been spoiled. It is Ripperoni.
It is.
So we are moving on to last year's other Rookie of the Year, Riptide. The top 8 run last year obviously beat Uppercut along the way.
Great run.
Yeah, beat Huge, they lost to Defender.
They did lose to Defender, having shot themselves to the moon.
That hit was still one of my favourites.
That was awesome.
They had no need to absolutely send it, did they?
It was bold. It was definitely bold.
Yeah, I think so.
Give it 1-4 for the shelf.
One thing I will say about Riptide this season, having watched a lot of the Scorpios builder blog prior to filming, is I am scared.
Yeah.
Because when the Scorpios team obviously spoke to Ethan, the team captain, kind of spoke to him and said, okay, so what's changed in Riptide this year? The weapon is faster and it's heavier. And it was dishing out some big hits last year, lots of damage, lots of destruction. Oh boy.
Yeah. It's even more egg beatery than it used to be. Like it's like it is based egg beater.
It is black and blue links, right?
I'm gutted we never saw the arms from last year.
The Yeti arms, yeah. I'm sad that I think they've removed them.
They're not here.
They're not there.
I'll spoil
it's just a weakness that doesn't need to be on this robot.
That's what I mean. Now. Yeah, they don't need them, right?
Because they put the weight elsewhere.
Exactly. No free damage.
I don't really know what else to say because Riptide. It is very similar in terms of its looks from last year. Obviously,
It didn't have to change much, did it?
That's what I mean. It was good last year.
Yeah.
The fact that they've kind of gone away and said, okay, let's take away the things that we just didn't use at all and add stuff on to what worked. It's a frightening prospect. So, given that they got a top 8 last year,
they're going to hope to recreate it.
I would say to recreate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I would say top 8 again.
Anything beyond that is, happy days for them, right? Surely.
Oh yeah.
Because
my gosh, yeah. Imagine this making semifinals or further. It has the potential to.
Ethan after every fight win last year was like absolutely losing his marbles.
Yeah. As long as Ethan stays together and doesn't wreck his voice by the time he reaches whatever round it is, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
We'll see.
It's a lot of energy in this team and a lot of energy in the robot. So it's
as long as they keep it under control, they should be fine.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's certainly one of the biggest hitters out there, and no one fighting it's going to want to fight it because it just hits so hard. We'll see.
It's threatening a run for the nut. So we'll see.
I mean, it is based 4-wheel drive vertical spinner, right? It's like Endgame-esque, but with a wider weapon, which is very scary to think.
Harder to attack front on because there's more of it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. As we found out with multiple teams last year.
Oh yeah.
Moving on from Riptide, we have RotatoR. I think
this is a great photo.
I'm here for it, right? The drip is unbelievable as well. Everyone's got the gold shoes, everyone's got the gold tracksuits. I'm here for this photo.
Victor and team. Is in the middle of a rap video, isn't it?
Do you know what? They're just great. RotatoR over the last couple of years has really shot up in my estimations as one of my favourites, and we're all the same. We've all kind of got.
Oh yeah.
I know what RotatoR's bloody good, isn't it? And it's every year he just turns up. It's just slightly better, slightly better, slightly better. It's lost out to the eventual champion. The last 2 years on narrow decisions both times.
It was KO, wasn't it, last year?
Oh, it was.
It was thrown out the arena,
but it was
2 minutes 59. It was right at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that could have gone either way. It was so close.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great fight.
Really
I think that's another one they showed it filming quite a bit because it was awesome.
One of the best of the reboots,
against, certainly. Their match against Valkyrie, wasn't it?
A Valkyrie, yes. Yeah, so that one too.
Yeah, they showed that one too. Good fights.
Yeah,
this guy don't miss, and it's just what's going to tip them over the edge. What's going to take them to that next level because I think they can win the whole thing. There's no reason.
It's just the luck of the draw.
Yeah,
it really is.
Else.
It literally is just luck. That's
it.
It really is because like RotatoR, we've seen it tangle with the best.
It's got to go right for them.
They beat Tombstone before. They've beaten top tier opposition.
They've absolutely ruined Endgame.
Black
In the
Dragon,
process of losing that judge's decision, they beat it to shit.
Yes,
a pulp for sure.
We saw them beat Black Dragon last year. Without really breaking a sweat. It was unbelievable. Like Black Dragon's never struggles. Like not that they never struggle, but like they always give a good account of themselves. They just didn't even touch RotatoR. It was unbelievable. So now that I've said that, I think where does RotatoR land?
4
quarterfinals. Well, you say 0-4. Please don't say
like
that.
Getting back to the quarterfinals would be good.
No,
yeah. They made it in 2018 with a version they weren't overly happy with.
Yeah,
right.
And it's been weird since then that it's been vastly better each time. They haven't reached that high level yet.
Yeah, it is strange.
A statement on how high tier the field is these days.
Yeah, and the fact that RotatoR's got better each year as well, and it's not being able to progress further is kind of.
Well, he learns from his mistakes. He really does.
Yes.
I mean, there are things improved this year from the glitch fight last year, like things done differently to that base plate, so that the same doesn't happen again.
Yeah, so he doesn't shave his own plate off this time.
Yeah,
right.
And I'm hoping we get to speak to Victor again because the last couple of times we spoke to him, he's just so good at analysing the fights, and he
is the master tactician, and he can see every fight exactly how it plays.
Yep.
And again, lovely in person.
Yes.
Oh, really? You got to speak to Victor then, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Excellent stuff.
You should have came, Sam. Weddings don't match.
Maybe next year.
You better be there next year.
Maybe next year, depending on when filming.
Just get the whole 2 weeks. What could possibly go wrong?
I'm going to run out of holiday very quickly.
Moving on.
I'm saving up. I'm saving up. I'm planning this time.
Yeah.
We have Rusty. Oh. Now, if we remember back to last year, Rusty... This version of Rusty turned up.
Yeah.
But it wasn't finished.
It was a little bit heavy, bless him.
It was a little bit heavy, and it wasn't finished, and we didn't get to see it happen because I think there was a issue with parts as well, because the parts turned up and they weren't quite right, and they were too heavy, and as a result, we didn't get to see Rusty Jr. fight. This year, my understanding is it is a reserve. Is that correct?
It is.
Yes, it is a reserve. Which is
a shame.
Also heartbreaking.
It's a shame because, that first initial, joyous season where we had Rusty OG, it was just a glorious run where, it got to fight against its, the big heavy hitters, it fought Sawblaze, it's fought Witch Doctor now as well.
It beat Kraken.
It beat Kraken.
It ripped Kraken's face off, remember?
It did. Oh, and then since then, we've never been able to see it. Okay, we saw Rusty fight twice last year, but it wasn't the Rusty that Dave wanted to show off.
Wasn't the intended one, no.
And obviously fought Blip, high tier opposition, fought Witch Doctor, and got smacked about. This year, Rusty Jr. is here. We are going to see it fight. As you said, it is a reserve, but we are going to see it fight. What do we think of Rusty Jr.?
He's adorable, and we did finally get to talk to Dave as well.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. We did, yeah. And
he was very busy trying to get this poor robot just to be.
But it was. Rusty Jr. suffered many issues.
Yeah.
That's it. So he had the Hypershock season from 2020. If you recall, everything that could go wrong did go wrong. So he arrived late because his car broke down on the drive down to BattleBots. And so he arrived late, and then he got the robot. He had to build it on site, and so got it together, and it didn't quite work. So he took it outside to try and fix it, but there was a dust storm happening
just
at the
happened
time.
To be the day of the dust storm outside,
and so Rusty got entirely filled with
sand.
Dust. Yeah, basically, Nevada desert was inside it, and so
he experienced one of those. Those are real.
They're weird.
It had like 5 turns of sandstorm, and it was super effective against it. It wasn't good.
It's not a ground type then, is what we're saying. Is
it? Yeah.
You would have thought it was resistant, but apparently not. We don't know what type Rusty is.
He had to take it all apart, put it all back together again, clean it from the sandstorm as well.
Yeah.
It was a rough time for Rusty this year, despite the fact that it was mostly there. So yeah, I really feel for Dave, but it does get a fight this season. This version of Rusty does fight.
The toy is now
so now-
accurate.
There we go. It
justify-
has officially made it in the box.
Yeah.
We will see how Rusty gets on in due course, I'm sure.
Mm.
Moving on
Yeah.
from Rusty, Sawblaze.
Back to the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Hang on.
Yeah,
There we
slash
go.
and burn.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Look
yeah,
at that.
beautiful.
I mean,
Oh.
David on 3, we point to the posters 1, 2, 3. Oh, yours is up there as well.
Mine's way
It's
up
over
there.
there.
It's out of date, but it is still Sawblaze. Because Sawblaze this year has had a major change in terms of the way it looks and the way it's going to operate in the arena because
Yeah, it's
they've
got
changed.
Brazil wheels.
Yeah, custom Brazil wheels. They've moved away from the kind of go-karty
And it has
Hypershock
wheel
style
guards.
ones.
It's got
Yes.
some chunky
just here.
UHMW parts on there as well.
Just here.
Yeah.
Now
And it's got the offset fork as well.
it does, which
Yeah.
every OCD person in the world hates.
That's right. Just point them to Ripperoni and see what happens.
Oh god, that's just like all sorts of wrong, isn't it? But Sawblaze this season, obviously, it's obviously going to be a lower profile, like the way that it's kind of angled. Normally, kind of sits upright and kind of the forks are pushed down. They're obviously going to have to change a little bit of the profiling of the forks, but it's still going to be the Sawblaze that we know and love. And is this their year? Is this their year? Because, you know, J-Bo's got closer and closer every single year he's come back. Obviously, last year taking a beating in the semis from Witch Doctor.
Yeah, he needs to not fight Witch Doctor.
Yeah, that would be
They,
great.
they
That'd
fight
be a good
every
start.
year. They fight every
Logically,
year.
he's going to go out in the final right this year.
Yeah, against
Right?
Witch Doctor.
Yeah,
Against Witch Doctor in the fight.
Oh,
So Witch
yeah,
Doctor
well-
finally wins, right? There you go.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
indirectly.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
I
dear.
don't know. He, as Steve said, he's another bridesmaid, never the bride, because
Yeah.
they keep doing so well and then just falling short. So who knows? If they have the right run, maybe. But
Well, I was going to say, like, a good season's winning the title, right? Which
Surely.
it could well do, but who knows?
it's always going to have a stacked fight night though.
It's true, and
Yeah.
I can't remember who said it last year. We spoke to someone last year who basically said like J-Mo has to drive every fight perfectly because as soon as he makes a mistake against the vertical, like it's over because his ground game's gone, and then it's a big.
we
problem.
saw it at the very start of the Minotaur fight last year. Minotaur were dominating because it was just hitting it up into the air and up into the air and up into the air.
Mhm.
As soon as J-Mo gets on top of you, that's it.
You're
You're
done.
So it's kind of, I don't want to say it's who gets the first hit because obviously that was literally the case against Endgame, but like, if J-Mo can keep on top of you for 3 minutes, which he is absolutely capable of doing because he is a phenomenal driver, he knows this style of robot incredibly well with, you know, Megatron in the 30-pounders and the like, it could be problematic. It could be because, you know, Sawblaze is just so effective at dishing out damage. It goes through top plates like it's not, like Minotaur's got ridiculously thick armor,
Yeah.
which it cuts straight through it and set it on fire. It was unbelievable.
Mhm.
So it could be their year.
Yeah.
But it could also be problematic if they end up fighting something that just doesn't suit them.
Yeah. So we're saying that this year Sawblaze has to win it, or at least has to make the final four at least.
I think I think
perfect.
a top 8 is kind of minimum expectation.
It's expected,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Anything
Top
better
2,
than that,
at least.
anything better
Yeah.
than that is
But don't ask JMO that because he doesn't like talking about finals.
doesn't.
So, like
No.
next fight up.
exactly. he's such a, you know, again, much
He's
like
a
it was-
professional. with this.
Job's not finished.
exactly. You know, it's the next fight for him. Like, you know, kind of like how Paul Vince-Miller used to take it. You know, next fight's the toughest opponent.
Yep.
And it works.
It's the right strategy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. From Sawblaze to Shatter.
Yeah.
A difficult season for Shatter last year, right?
Yeah, you could say.
Obviously, only had the 2 fights in the regular season, won both of them. They
Mhm.
beat... who did they beat?
It was
Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero and
Blacksmith.
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 Because that
Lost
was
to...
the Merry Special, wasn't it?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was. Lost to Riptide.
Yeah.
No shame there, because Riptide was really, really dialed in at
tear.
that point, and
Yeah.
the weapon style suited them. In Champions, of course, they ended up losing out to
Deep Six.
Deep
Deep
Six,
Six?
yeah, in that amazing spectacle
Yes.
fight. It was so
Yeah.
good, and it's kind of hard to see where Shatter goes from there. But like, they come back with another new weapon style. I believe this is Moose's weapon, right? This is Paul's weapon.
I think so,
remember.
yeah. I think
Right,
so, yeah.
Because you had the Mary special, which is obviously named after
it's
Mary.
I think Mary
can't remember.
Chimenti.
That's the
Yeah,
guy.
and then this is Paul Gangitano's. I believe it's his.
I want to say it's
idea.
Paul's. Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
remember what it's called, but I believe it's his
The
style.
other thing is bloody sharp.
It just
Super
looks.
pointy.
It looks cool, doesn't it? I mean,
It's
every
just a
year we say
lovely
the
bit.
same thing, right?
I have a
'Cause-
bit of shatter at home actually from one of the fights.
Oh,
I
do
just
you?
ended up gaining one of the sections off of it.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that'll go on the Lego Wars arena. So great.
Excellent. And of course, as always, I mean, we didn't really talk about this with Emulsifier, but the team jerseys once again just spectacular.
Haven't they copied what you guys discussed last year? Like go for the blue and pink. I could have sworn this was the suggestion.
No comment, you're
Maybe.
right. I have to get one of those pink scarves as well. They are just stunning, aren't they? Like,
Pink
they're-
scarves.
I'm
good.
going to finally have to get a jersey this year. Like,
You
Yeah.
do need to get these. The emulsifier scarves are nice.
I
Very
mean,
cool.
they both are. Like, they just, and this team just never miss, do they? They've got the drip, they've got the merch, they've got the robots look stunning, both of them. Where does Shatter land this year? Because obviously they've had a top 8 run in the past, they've had a top 32 run. They missed the bracket in 2019, but they had a tough run that year.
As a robot that isn't a vertical spinner or just a spinner in general, making it to the bracket is an achievement still.
I
Yeah.
agree.
And top 16 from there would be really nice to see. But making the bracket is overall the aim.
I think the team would be more excited to get a couple wins in the bracket rather than just make the bracket. I feel like just making the bracket and then losing out would be a disappointment.
Yeah.
But it's
If any team, look, I think this is them and Beta are the only two Hammerbots, as we said earlier when we talked about Beta, and pure Hammerbots, I should say, not obviously there's Hammer Saws and everything else aside from that. It will be interesting to see how it deals with this, again, such a kinetic heavy field, but if anyone can, they can. I think Shatter is the best Hammerbot in the world. As much as Beta is wonderful,
Really?
I think this is better, yeah.
Got to make
Big-
a fight now.
Big claim,
Oh, yeah.
big claim, I know. Yeah, we'll see what
Who
happens.
wins?
Yeah.
John Reed crying.
Friendship with John Reed is over. Adam Wrigley is
Yeah.
my new best friend.
uh,
Let's move on from Shatter before I upset anyone else, and let's talk about Shred It Bro.
Shred it,
bro.
shred it.
I don't know how sync that's gonna be.
Oh,
Do you know
man,
what? It was
to be
pretty
fair,
good my end. Yeah, it was pretty good. Now, for those that don't know, the Pain Train team of previous seasons is the Shred It Bro team. Shred It Bro is the £3 figure tech beta that Evan Arias, the team captain, runs at Normal Havoc and other events.
I don't know how much inside of that's a finger tech anything anymore on the inside. It might just be I think he's gone for a full I think they've
It's
actually
almost
gone to a
almost
full
full custom now, isn't it?
yeah. I think the weapon actually is a unibody now. Like it's a completely different egg beater blade now. It's I think it's scary.
This is definitely not a finger tech beat.
It's
no.
It's not. No. What it
this
is
is
though,
this is the beta bar team because
Yeah.
everyone here
It
runs
is.
beta bar except for
Luke.
Luke from behind the bots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see him on the Shred It Bro team as well
Yeah.
this year. Shred It Bro were originally going to be a reserve for this season. They also got
They got
bumped
drafted.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's cool because Pain Train last season. Pain Train made me want to believe last season because there were there were times when I watched it and I was like, okay, I can see what you're doing here. The fight against Yeti where it popped Yeti a few times and I thought, ooh, hello, and then obviously subsequently just got absolutely eviscerated. It was unbelievable.
It decided it didn't want its top plates on anymore. Twice.
Or against Deep Six,
Yes.
yeah, that was a tough season for Pain Train. But there were signs there where I was like, do you know what? There's something in there for me.
You're
Shred-
not wrong. It's I don't think it's a spoiler saying that this thing has quite a death hum.
It has made all the right moves in all the right ways.
It's a lot more
It's
stable now.
brushless.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
4-wheel drive instead of 2.
The weapons
drum
look
is-
so much nicer than the
Oh,
previously.
yeah.
Much.
It's a one-piece, machined billet lump at the front instead of
Very
like
similar
this.
to Copperhead style.
It is.
Yep.
Mhm.
Really is similar on that.
Yeah. So everything about this just seems right. And yet, because of what I've seen previously with Pain Train, I hope it's better. But something's making me think, is it going to be that much better? Because obviously the team, they're used to running the smaller robots. They're getting experience with the heavier robots. But it's not something they do regularly. All of them run 3-pounders and not feathers. I think there's many feather runners there. Maybe there are. I might be, selling them short a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, look, a new lease of life, a new, rebrand for the team. Good luck to them. And by your accounts, they are even heavier drinkers than the Bristol Bot Builders gang.
This is where the shred. This is where the shredded discussion happens now, isn't it?
I would like to offer a formal drinking challenge to the shredded team on behalf of the UK contingent.
So Evan was talking to us about wanting to come over to the UK for events.
Oh, happily.
We would.
I'll go shot for shot with him. I promise you.
Yeah.
But no, the team are awesome. Such good fun. And I thoroughly enjoyed spending time with them this year.
Yeah, this was the night out we had until 3 a.m.
This was Steve's last night.
This was the night before my plane debacle trying to get home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was the night when you two gambled and made no money.
But lost.
Steve just kept disappearing at points. And
just spend the money.
He's just going to the toilet.
Yeah.
Steve, get off the machine, Steve.
Yeah, I was sitting at the video poker machine sometimes, once in a while.
Oh, dear me.
I gambled once and made profit over that.
You did.
Quit while you're ahead. That's how you win, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Speaking of winning, Shredit Bro.
A few wins would be good.
Yeah.
I think,
making the bracket would be good.
Yeah, I think that's like the ultimate goal, right, for this team, because they so far they won one fight in 2020. I don't think they won any last year.
No.
If memory serves.
No, convincing wins, I think, is the key for this team.
Yeah.
I'd love to see some amazing wins from them.
Yeah. Fingers crossed for Shredded Bro.
Mm-hmm. Gotta love the that leather drip too.
Of course.
We'll always have the leather shop.
We'll always have the leather shop.
We always have the leather shop.
With Luke to the leather shop to find the person who was going to sell all the patches on. And we went there on the Thursday before filming, bearing in mind filming started on the Monday after, was it?
Tuesday. So we got
Tuesday.
Yeah, it was the Monday.
Oh, no, it was the Monday we went, wasn't it? My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
the day before filming.
Yeah, and all of their tops were done, by Wednesday?
Yeah.
She managed
This
to
was
sew
also
everything
one of my first shops in America.
Yeah.
Was the leather shop. And it was a trip.
We got asked what we thought of the new king.
Yeah.
We went, yep, he's there.
He sure is the king. He is the king.
Yep.
Well, let's move on from Shreddit Bro to Scorpios.
Yes, that's the one.
Scorpios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I recognise him.
Yeah, the guy from Dragon King goes on the right there. That's where I recognised him from.
Yeah.
Numbskull and the other.
No, they're not.
That's never.
Numbskull and Winged.
No. They're usually caged in the back, because they're always in the back.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Okay, makes sense. Scorpios. First of all, the team drip this year, fantastic. Look,
Hexagon is the best hexagon.
David has one.
I have one of those.
I need it, Diana, Zach. If you're out there, please, I need it. It's fantastic. The robot as well, as we've come to expect Scorpios, it is now a kind of an iconic design of BattleBots, I suppose, if you like. They've just been stalwarts of the last few years. I love the fact that for the studio photos, they've gone with the big red saw.
Yeah.
With the turtle shell, the new thing to stop the saw from hitting the floor.
Very, very nice improvement on that so that they don't, ruin their chances of using the saw. Because the floor is hard.
They also... They bring the overkill blade.
They do.
Yes.
Do they use? Okay. I don't know.
I cannot confirm nor deny if they use it or not.
Okay.
It was there.
It was certainly there.
It was at filming. Okay.
Yes.
It was at filming.
Interesting.
I believe it's the photo I got with my Scorpios actually with the overkill blade.
Oh, fantastic. So Scorpios. Okay. It's hard to say how do we think they're going to do, because obviously Scorpios is a weird robot, right? Because it depends who they fight. It really does depend who they fight, because they historically have struggled with vertical spinners. We know that, and obviously there's a bigger field of vertical spinners than ever before. Horizontals they deal with quite well. If they end up fighting several horizontals in the preseason, they probably get into the bracket quite comfortably. Last year, of course, they were a play-in. ended up getting the 32 seed and fighting Endgame. Not ideal for them.
No.
Where do they land?
Well, first of all, I'd say check out the Scorpios Builder blogs, because
Of course, I can't recommend them enough.
in one of them before filming, they went and got their vertical setup, basically, and it's a new setup for this year, which is they're not forks, but they are forks, but they're not forks.
They look like little truss bridges.
Yeah.
You know?
And
I guess I have seen them.
we'll have to see how well that plays out for them if they fight a vert. But yeah, I think with the right set of matches, with the good record, they could easily make the bracket. And I think from there, round of 16 would be good for them.
They've not won a fight in the bracket itself.
No.
from memory.
No.
So that has to be a goal.
They've
Bar
only,
play-ins.
They've only ever made the round of 32 and no further, which is amazing when you consider they've won a bounty, and last year they defended their bounty and they ended up in the Golden Bolt.
Slugfest.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they did subsequently get their ass handed to them by Hypershock. I will say that
This is true.
And look how smug Jevon is. You hate to see
That's
it.
all right.
That's all you got to do is say Hypershock did a good thing. It's just like
somebody's got the weapon disc from that Scorpios Hypershock fight coming across the UK when the Monsoon crate arrives. So
Excellent.
I get the last laugh on that.
It really does depend with Scorpios, doesn't it? Like whoever they fight, they're going to give 100%. Zach drives the wheels off of every single time they fight. It is, and can I just say as well, Diana actually messaged me the day after my wedding. It was like, you got married, congratulations. I was like, it was such a lovely thing for her to say. We love the Scorpios team. And how are we? David, I know you have a kind of a big soft spot with Scorpios. Obviously, you have the Lego Scorpios. How was it meeting them in person?
Oh, it was lovely. Absolutely lovely. Like, we had both Zach and Diana driving Scorpios around the pits, and they had fun with it. They enjoyed beating the Tantrum, which we'll get onto later.
It was fun watching Zach inspect your Scorpios. You'll see it more because I'm pretty sure they filmed it.
Yes,
of him checking out accuracies and stuff like that. Being like,
I think between us and Battle Bricks, we're on an equal footing now. So
okay, all right,
brilliant stuff for Scorpios there. Moving on, Slabo.
Yay! Craig.
This was the second time Jevon's met Craig Danby.
Yes.
Of course, at Charlie Hubbard from Good Revolt's wedding was the first time. David and... No, Steve, you've met Craig as well before.
I've met him. This is the second time I've met him in person. Because I met him at Ruckus.
Of course.
In 2018, I think. I think it was. But yeah, no, it's good. Great to see him again. It was great to see this bot in person. Man, this thing
cool.
is a brick.
I mean, he said when we spoke to him last year, we had that great conversation with Craig last season about his personal struggles, building this machine, even, and saying he wanted a robot that was just easy to maintain, one setup fits all. Obviously, a few tweaks here and there where necessary, but essentially one setup fits all. Unfortunately, this year is a reserve, I believe.
And part of me thinks he should have been drafted in sooner, but
we mentioned earlier the fight with Overhaul at Robotica.
Yeah.
So Jevon, you know more about this than I do.
Yeah. So the Robotica fight, Slamo and Overhaul, or whatever Charles was running that day, had beaten all opponents. They were undefeated, both of them. So they had a fight in the final, and in the fight in the final, Slamo was thrashing it and immobilized whatever Charles was running. I believe it was Overhaul, but I'm not sure.
Or something made out of Overhaul parts.
Yeah. The countdown's happening, Slamo catches fire, and because the EOs don't want to have a fire on their hands in the box, they stop the fight and call it that Slamo has been incapacitated by fire damage, and so the bot that might be Overhaul wins. And it just so happens that was what BattleBots were basing their decision of over who gets in on. So it was either Slamo or Overhaul, and Overhaul got the nod.
Which is a shame, but sometimes it do be like that.
Yeah, them's be the breaks.
Yeah. Hopefully we do get to see Slamo in action. I believe I said you...
Yes, they do get to fight.
So
they get at least 3.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So good stuff for them. And it's a visually striking robot. Craig once again with an excellent team shirt as well. Like last year's were really good. This year's also really good. It pops nicely. The color scheme is wild, but I like it.
Yeah.
And as always, the best of luck to him. Craig is such a lovely bloke, and a lot of time for that team. Him and Chris.
We love Craig. Yeah.
Chris able to travel over this year as well for the first time in a while.
We love all.
Great chilling with Chris as well.
He's a lovely bloke. Big, and happy for them that they got to travel over to BattleBots and actually compete together for the first time in 4 years, which is great. Or 4 seasons,
at least 3.
Yeah. Moving on, Starchild, the other half of Omega Team, and those that have seen Normal Havoc a lot and other lower weight class events, smaller weight class events, will know Starchild is a regular in the 3-pound division in the US. Nate Franklin certainly does.
It's not quite this spooky.
It's not. They've really got in with the kind of alien, theme instead of the.
It's got some vor going on.
I like it a lot. I do like it a lot. Do you recognise the gentleman on the left there, Jeffin?
Yes, we've been through this.
We didn't see
We
Rory
did not
at
see
any
him
time.
once.
So he's even been on the podcast before. Come on, guys, come on.
I know.
Rory Charlesworth from Aegis. Is Aegis? It is Aegis, isn't it? I'm thinking of the right robot over here.
I'd have gone for his other robot.
Mini Spinny.
Mini Spinny.
I'm more known for.
Well, I'd say Aegis is cooler. I love Aegis. It's wonderful. It's one of my favourite featherweights. Mini Spinny is
From
also
BattleBots.
Yes. Mini Spinny is also his. I fought Mini Spinny. Me and David both did.
Good.
Yes. Yeah, that was Scout.
It was good times.
Yeah. And we got Mr. P1 in the middle there with Brendan Zielinski. And
of course, Tony D'Ambrosio on the right as well.
On the right.
It's such a who's who of, as a established Norwalk teams and, members from P1 in the past. And, I love Star
Rory Charlesworth.
Rory Charlesworth.
Yep.
Well, he was meant to be on P1 last year, but couldn't fly over.
Yeah.
I love this robot. I love the way that it looks. I'm surprised a bit with the kind of alien theming instead of like the kind of astronaut kind of vibe that they're going with the kind of jackets, and I feel like like a space shuttle vibe could have been quite cool as well. But I'm here for the alien vibe as well.
It's definitely more marketable than a space shuttle, I think.
Yeah,
we've done space shuttles. We've got Escape Velocity. We've got
Apollo.
Yeah,
we were supposed to have Orion.
We're never going to have Orion.
I know, but this is like it's like they captured a rogue alien life form that just happened to fall on the planet.
Their trolley is
it's amazing.
Awesome. It's like this big cradle thing that hangs it off of the end. It's so cool.
It's just wonderful. And, it's another cool thing that we're going to see essentially a Thwackbot back in BattleBots for the first time since the reboot, I think. Because obviously Thwackbots aren't legal in the sense that they normally just don't have a moving weapon. Like, if you remember back to Overkill from back in the day, like we mentioned earlier, the weapon moves, but it's not under its own power. It's just momentum that's moving it. It's not powered.
Torque reaction knocks it over. Stopping in one direction brings the weight of the weapon over. And that in itself is not an active weapon.
Yeah, same as Gabriel. Like that's why Gabriel wouldn't be allowed to compete
individually
either.
Powered.
Because,
correct. Yeah,
because it can drive around and not move the weapon, but because it's not, because of what Steve said, like the way that it delivers the power and the way that it does move, it's not what BattleBots deem as an active weapon. This, however, has a spinner, so it can be
a mini spinny, if you will.
A mini.
He's done the thing there.
A mini spinner. Starchild.
This is a scaled up robot, and
it
is. Will it scale up? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, what do you think? Going into it, what did you think? Was it a robot you kind of thought? Were you excited to see it fight? Were you kind of was there expectation?
Star Daddy's always a fun robot to see. So
Starfather,
Starfather, Star Grandfather.
So yeah, it's always good to see Starchild compete. It's always good to see this team compete. We know them, we love them. Tony has been an awesome help with all sorts of things in the past. So it's weird actually. So we were talking about Charlie Hubbard. He helped us secure a part of P1 for as a wedding gift to Charlie. So that was cool.
He sent me a piece of P1 as well, which was very kind of him.
I spent money.
Between us, I still think between us we could reform
build a
I'm
P1.
sure
You're
we
rebuilding,
can.
making better than it was before.
I don't think that's
content
possible.
creator
Yeah.
is P1, you know.
Yeah.
What is
P1
it-
was missed this year, though, for me.
Very
I,
much.
I
so.
did miss it, but
Would you have rather had P1 over Starchild, or would you
Both.
rather
Ooh.
Both.
Both would be good, but if that's so
Given-
hard.
given the
Split
choice, what would you
team
have
out
rather?
again into a third robot?
Yeah.
What's a good season for Starchild then? I mean, because obviously
get some good fights in.
it's a rookie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, ultimately.
Couple
Get
of
some
wins.
fights in, get a win, maybe 2.
Again, it's data
At least a
building
win.
for this team.
It's the same as Tantrum, really. No, not Tantrum.
Yeah, same for Tantrum.
Kraken. I'm thinking of what's coming up soon.
Yeah.
With Kraken.
Calm
it's
down, Dave.
fact-finding.
Calm down.
I'm fine. It's all good.
Data building and see what happens from there.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We move to Switchback.
Talk about a glow up.
This is
Wow.
not the same Switchback. Jesus
No.
Christ.
I was going to say, so last year, obviously, Rookie Robot, looked a bit ungainly with the big, actuated drum. This year, Egg Beater actuated, but very much, it's a lifter as well. It's very much a lifter instead of just being a moving drum about. It's there's appendages and all sorts. Armored very similarly to Tantrum. It's one of those cases where, like, it's obviously a better robot.
Mm-hmm.
I weirdly like it less. I know that's weird. Like, it's obviously much more.
Explain.
It's
You're on
much
trial.
more. It's much more refined. It's probably going to do much better as a result of the improvements.
You're
that they've
absolutely right. Let's move on.
It looks too clean.
That's what I mean.
I like the old one
made.
better.
I like the fact that it was just so weird last year, and like it didn't.
It's
it wasn't.
still weird.
But it was last year. It was so wrong. It had like 160-pound drum moving about. Like, that's not right.
On a base very small compared to its
it
weapon.
was stupid last year, and it was great because of it. But this year, obviously, it's going to do so much better. It just looks much more well thought out.
How dare they think about how
How
they
dare they do a better job on what they did last year? Shocking. With that said,
It's got like that nice. It's got that nice ring around the outside
yeah,
that we like.
the kind of Claw Viper Tantrum Blip-esque armor.
The floating armor.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it looks great. It looks
so
fantastic.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
How was it watching it fight? Obviously, they can tell us.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
So
it was
we also spoke. Strangely enough, we spoke to Greg and Dill. Had some conversations with him. Very interesting person. Really cool to learn more about
bits, I think.
Yeah,
From Greg.
he has such a cool outlook of like he can analyze the field.
Yeah, a very cool demeanor.
He very nearly correctly predicted the top 32.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What,
Before it was
from
announced.
32? Oh, as in like the order.
As in who was where in the bracket.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was a fun conversation. I remember that. That was my last. Was that also my last night?
That was your it was your last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty much on our level for like sort of analysing everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's brilliant.
It's fun.
It's interesting as well because obviously this is their second season. Normally they did okay last year. They had some great fights. They beat Lucky, didn't they, last year? That was a weird one.
Yeah.
Beat Slammo. Didn't
And
beat Gruff. Didn't beat Huge.
Unlucky lost to Gruff, I would say.
And of course,
I'd say getting to the bracket is the main goal this year for them.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe, and even maybe a positive record in the regular season.
Positive record would be great.
Yeah, obviously. If you're getting 3 wins, then that's brilliant.
Yeah,
But,
solidify the proof of concept now that it's
Exactly.
had a year to cook, and they've come back with something clearly, improved.
much improved. Oh, like don't get me wrong. I say I prefer the original just because it was just so weird and like wonderful.
Yeah.
But I think this is better.
Yeah.
I have no doubt in my mind this will do much better than the original.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on from Switchback. There you go, David. Talk about Tantrum.
It's there. See, there's Tantrum right
There
there.
it is.
Our champions from last season. Who would have thought that, right?
It's a fun champ, isn't it?
It really is. And
it's the people's champ for sure.
The team, just endeared themselves so much. Dylan Carey driving. It is Dylan Carey, isn't it? I'm thinking of the right
Yes.
person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Driving was sensational. And Alex and Ginger, fantastic team captains. They were, so personable. They just kind of grew into the role as the season went on. obviously they got their revenge on Tombstone as well last year. It's just everything just seemed to work out last year for them, and it gave Tantrum a new lease of life.
They're also wonderful in person too. That's just a theme.
Lovely people.
Yeah.
So
I don't doubt it.
Easy to cheer for.
We spent an extended amount of time around their pits on the Sunday because
that was like the tail end of our day.
Yeah, Dylan had fun driving.
We were
Tantrum.
Oh, he did. Excellent. Did he drive it as well as the actual robot?
I think so. I mean,
excellent.
He in turn got some hits on Scorpios. Yeah.
Oh, so Zach actually thought. Oh, that's brilliant. They actually thought. Each
oh no!
Yes and no. There were issues that
there were some other issues, but the fighting that we basically just let them wail on the other robot when we were. And
good.
there are bits of Scorpios that went missing after that.
They're somewhere in Vegas.
Yeah, so there are still bits of that Scorpios in Vegas, thanks to that Tantrum.
Now, Tantrum last season, as we know when we spoke to Aaron and obviously Alex and Ginger as well, was going to be retired. That last season was going to be its last season.
Retire on top.
It won. So it's back, and obviously it's had a few changes since then.
It's a new Tantrum altogether.
It is entirely new.
100% new.
They've done a load of new things as well.
And obviously the weapon style is very different. Obviously it's still on the rail as it has been in previous seasons.
It's a more profile disc this time.
It's a skinnier disc as well.
Which the armor package is completely new. The self-writer is updated. It's all new.
They put a lot of effort into a robot that they were going to throw away, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose they had to keep it up,
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep pushing the envelope.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Keep improving it.
It's a glorious little, orange speed bump, isn't it? And I'm very happy
it's the little orange angry boy that could.
I will say, the biggest improvement though, and I'm sure you'll agree with me on this one. This bloke on the left here, look at his shoes. They are sensational.
He's got eyes on the shoes.
He's got eyes on the shoes.
The flex, unbelievable. The fashion sense of this team just knows no bounds. What does a good season look like for Tantrum? Because obviously they won last year, so they can't really do much better. Season before semi-finalist as well.
They've got nothing to prove this season.
No, have fun, win some fights,
have fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
Make the bracket, of course.
Give people a hard time. I think is right. Give a good account of themselves. Like, don't get too embarrassed. Like, if they end up getting 0-4, then that looks not great for their championship run. Like, obviously,
with the prospect of a returning champion's schedule is going to be
a much tougher schedule than they had. Yeah,
it's definitely going to be rough, but they're a hard robot to take out.
Well, if you remember last season, their schedule was Lucky and Malice, and with respect to those two teams, they're not giant nut winners, are they? Or at least they haven't been
not yet.
Well, they haven't been up to this point, right?
Know.
Yeah.
Tantrum, I expect this year is going to have a tough time.
Yeah, they're not going to go undefeated on their way to the nut. That's not going to happen. I will say that now. I don't think that's a spoiler. I think that's. I mean, it's so difficult to make a run like that,
unless you're Bite Force, then
right.
It's difficult to repeat it even as well from that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're going to have the entire field after them as well, because they, if they win, they beat the champs. You know,
or maybe they will go undefeated and then they'll just win the whole thing again. They'll pull a Bite Force. Who knows?
They are a very hard machine to beat. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how they do. I mean, of course, we know how they did, but it'll be interesting to see how everybody else sees how they do.
For me, like it's a case of like if you're beating Tantrum these days, you are a top tier machine. Like you have to outdrive one of the best drivers in the field. Last year we saw.
I was going to say 2020. Obviously, they wouldn't have won it last year, but 2020, I genuinely think if they'd have kept the best driver award going, Dylan would have got it.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Well, no, because in 2020, Aaron was driving it.
Yeah, Dylan was on the weapon.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Well, still.
I get what you're going for.
Would have gained it.
Best co-driver.
Yeah.
We'll see how Tantrum fares in their run to try and defend the BattleBots Championship, but moving on from them...
Very tough to do.
It is incredible. No one's ever done it apart from one, obviously, in the modern era.
Yeah.
A new robot for this year is Terratops.
The biggest mistake that BattleBots have ever made is not having Terratops as a mainline competitor.
Really?
Well, I don't know why it's a reserve. It's a shame.
It's a strange...
There must have been,
They pass safety on the first pass. No rookie has ever done that.
Really?
They are the first rookie team to make none of the rookie mistakes.
Wow. They did have... One thing I do find a bit unusual with Terratops, and it didn't quite sit right with me, I have to say, my kind of feelings towards crowdfunding and, Kickstarters and things like that is kind of not well known, but like it sometimes it irks me. Like, ultimately you're paying for someone's hobby. It's not like it's weird, right? It's even more weird when you have 3 full billet chassis completed for in Terratops' case, and it was just a bit like, why do you need the money if you've already got the stuff? Didn't quite sit right with me. However, the robot itself looks quite cool. It's kind of got the Witch Doctor ribcage style thing. Mm-hmm. It's got the kind of big Dill style vert and lifter thing going on. It's a fun little robot.
They've got paleontology vibes for days.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do enjoy the kind of, explorer gear outfits as well that they've got going on. The Indiana Jones style thing.
Digging it up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Their entries to the box are entertaining, so let's just leave it at that.
They are... I really don't know why they weren't a mainline competitor. They should have been.
Maybe they will be next year,
I hope so, and I think they've proved themselves enough to this year in the fights that they got. We'll see.
We'll see.
They may not all even be wins.
Yeah.
They may not all
but
even
entertaining
be losses,
fights.
but they were all entertaining.
That's a good save there, Jevon. I saw what you're doing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I will say was weird is that the team captain is from the UK.
Yeah, Ben Burton. What's that all about?
No idea.
It was just when we heard the post-fight interview, I was like, hang on a minute.
You sound a bit local.
Yeah.
One of us.
We
can show off speed.
One of you.
Oh, dear me.
We converted you while we were there, Steve.
Oh, I flew the Union Jack, and I'm not upset about it.
Well, the fact that he flew it.
He's still flying it now.
Yeah.
Obviously, keep your eyes out for Terratops. We won't see them in the main competition, but they, by all accounts,
it's a good fun robot.
On this, I do believe that they're going to include fights between the reserves in the main show.
Mm-hmm.
So where they've needed to fill a couple of episodes with a couple of fights,
they're
going to include fights with like these guys, Slammo.
Yeah. Well, with the extended runtime, they got to fill it with something.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True enough. Next up is Triton, a adaptation of the Deep Six team.
Yeah, it's what happens when you tell the Deep Six they're too dangerous.
Right. They say more weapon, but sideways.
And then that's it.
So, for those that don't know, Deep Six, the team were told, you can't come back, your robot is causing too much damage to our floor. Fair enough. Ultimately, BattleBots decides whose toys can come in and whose can't. And if you keep breaking their house, they're not going to let you back in.
Yeah.
It's a shame because Deep Six had that amazing run at the end of...
it finally came alive. At
literally.
The very end.
At least they went out on a high.
They really did. They really did. It was cool to see, but it's a shame that they weren't allowed to come back and have another crack at BattleBots with a robot that was dialed in, sort of thing. Yeah. What we get instead is Triton, which was... I don't want to say it was a last-minute addition, but it was kind of a last-minute...
It's like Naked Tombstone.
I mean...
I don't know if it actually was that last minute. It's just that the team were keeping it under wraps.
Yes.
In a season without Tombstone, this is basically our Tombstone replacement.
It's
right?
Naked Tombstone.
It even has like a kind of similar
it's the exhibition
body shape
again, isn't it?
There we go. See, Sam, we came back.
Thanks, guys.
That's a callback to 2 hours ago, I think.
I mean, for Halloween, Triton dressed up as Tombstone. So
and Ray Billings took a photo with it as well, didn't he?
Did.
I think he
broke
appreciated
the
the joke. It did.
It's got a really cool drive system too, where you have 2 separate sets of wheels on both top and bottom, whereas opposed to having 2 big chonkers out the side.
It's like Big Nipper.
Very similar.
Yes.
Yeah.
All brushless, of course. Very kind of modern take on the robot.
Squeal when it gets up to speed. It's
horrifying.
It's scary. Yeah. It's like a shriek.
It definitely is like one of those. Is it going to shake itself apart?
Should have called this Banshee instead.
No.
One thing I will say, I actually once had an interaction with the team captain.
Yeah,
I did. Now I believe his name is Bradley Hanstead.
Bradley Hanstead. Yep.
Yeah.
Now, Bradley Hanstead, once upon a time, had a beetle weight called Corrosive.
Okay.
Uh,
I know where this is going.
And once upon a time, I posted a photo of my own beetle weight called Corrosive. It was like, oh, I built a beetle weight called Corrosive. I was like, oh, cool. And that's the only interaction I ever had with him. That was it.
cool story, bro.
Yeah. Of course, they've got Shay from the Jackpot team as well on their team, with adding to the, I'm sure, the aesthetic wonderfulness of Triton. Is it not glittery? I'm surprised at that. That's a shame.
It's very well polished, though.
Oh, is it? Is it like? Can you see your face in it?
Yeah, it's basically Sir Chromalot with a big weapon.
If the light bounces off
Right?
of it, you're going blind.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know. It's good to know.
Oh, yeah.
So Triton.
Anchors away, man. This thing could either destroy everything or blow up.
Big horizontal.
Or both.
Well, I was going to say, normally we get, it is essentially our Tombstone replacer, but like with a lot less, I don't know if I say a lot less nous than Tombstone, but like, it's a new robot and it's a very high energy robot. It's going to obviously take a lot of impacts. What happens with Triton?
I think no matter
Chaos.
what, the team will say they need more weapon.
Yes.
Yeah.
No matter what happens.
I think a few wins would be good for them.
Yes. For sure.
This season. Again, it's a rookie robot coming in.
Building off success of past robots,
Yep.
so,
No matter
take what they learned from Deep Six.
No matter what they're going to do with it, they're going to have fun with it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The team are experienced. So it's not as if it's it's a bunch of people who've never built a combat robot before. They've obviously fought at smaller weight classes, as I mentioned. Some of them have fought at BattleBots before with Deep Six and Jackpot. So let's see. And they're another local team. They're another home team to support for the Vegas crew.
Oh, yeah.
Moving on from Triton, Valkyrie, a entirely new look team for this year, with Leanne Cushing stepping away from her team captain role, now captained by Lucy Dew, formerly of the Sawblaze team, now heading up the Valkyrie team.
Yeah.
With a completely
Also,
different livery.
It
Driver
looks so
and-
much better, by the way.
Driver and prodigy of Hot Leaf Juice from Norwalk Cavern.
Yes. That's the one, which is also an under.
And she
Drives the wheels
drives
off it.
Valkyrie as
Yeah.
well.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I agree, it does look so much better.
Like the blues and the whites. Okay, don't get me wrong. Like the kind of stealth bomber style thing that they had going
Kind of
on
very
before.
Star
Star
Wars.
Destroyer.
But
It
it's
was-
a nice
it really was.
revamp.
It's it very much you can tell it's a fresh
Putting
start
your
for a
own-
new team. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thing on it.
Valkyrie in recent years has been, I don't want to say middling because got a top 16 placing.
That's the word that was in my head, Sam.
Really? That's
No,
interesting.
middling. Like it just seems to be right there. Like it's finally gonna pop off, and then something
And then they
happens.
fight Whiplash, and then something, and then it goes wrong because they fought Whiplash twice, didn't they? And
Yeah, in succession of it, didn't they?
well, they fought Sub-Zero and Whiplash twice in the same season. Last year, Valkyrie had a really weird schedule where they fought P1, and obviously lost that fight. They beat Pardon My French, and they beat Triple Crown, and end up getting a Drew against Blip, which is just a horrible matchup for Valkyrie.
Yeah.
So the two fights where it lost, it had terrible matchups. And obviously, it's a new team.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
obviously,
it got 3 wins last year. With that one. I mean, if you include the unaired fight against Blade.
Yes. Well, it was losing that fight until Blade stopped.
This is true.
Its face
that was
got
that was when
ripped
we finally
apart.
saw the carrot.
Yeah, and it did. Who did it fight in? Who did it fight in Champions? Because it made it to round 2, right?
I can't
Hypershock.
remember who
It was in the first one, wasn't it?
I can't remember who it might have fought.
It's Hypershock.
No, it fought Hypershock in round 2, Jevon.
Okay.
Who did it fight in round 1?
Smee.
Oh,
Smee.
was it?
Me, yes, because that was
That was
weird
the
sort of-
big. It was like the blade was going
It was the
underneath
green.
the
It was
front
the
blade.
green one, wasn't it? It was the
Yeah,
green
it
weapon.
So
they used.
strange.
And then they got absolutely bodied by Hypershock.
Yeah.
A bracket appearance? Is that too low of a name for Valkyrie?
I don't know.
think so.
It's a new team, right? As well.
New team, new driver, new captain.
New
learning
ideas,
about
maybe.
This new robot.
And from what I understand, a lot of what has changed inside has come. Obviously, Leanne Cushing has stepped away from Valkyrie a little bit and kind of taken more of a backseat role. A lot of what was in Valkyrie previously has now been changed since the new team came in. So there's a lot of internal changes. is it? It's not back to square one, but it's not far off, is it? Really?
It is. There is some steps
It's a big
back,
reset.
but it's Like I think making the bracket would be good for them because of all of the changes in that.
Yeah.
So
Anything better than
it'll be
that,
tough.
then a bonus.
Yeah.
With how much turnover there is, there's a lot of there's veteran presence here, but with a whole new robot, whole new team, make the bracket, learn, come back, and build on it.
See what happens from there.
Because Valkyrie's been around for long enough now, where it's one of those robots where you think it would have climbed the ladder a little further at this point with its. How strong
the 2020
it is.
year it was an amazing year because they tore RotatoR apart.
They won most destructive.
Yeah, and they obviously destroyed Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
Unlucky to fight Whiplash twice, but we'll see with Valkyrie. I think that's the nicest thing to say about it, really.
Yeah.
Our penultimate robots, Whiplash.
Whiplash.
Now, my understanding is, David, this is your
unofficial fourth commentator.
I was going to say
unofficial fourth commentator.
He's got a badge now.
He does.
David, this is your pick to win the season, right?
I've doubled down because last year I went for Whiplash for my pick after they went to the final in 2020, and I've decided I'll do the Jevon strats of I'll stick to Whiplash and hope for the best because Manny's a bloody good driver.
I was going. You obviously got to meet Matt Vasquez in person as well. I'm guessing lovely guy, really friendly.
Whole family is just
so
so
had
welcoming
a
in.
wonderful conversation with Deb for
I was going to say we
time.
spoke to Debbie longer
wonderful.
than we spoke to Matty. So.
Yeah, because Matt's working on the robot,
Deb on
letting
the
him go.
That's what I want.
But no, they're all great. Jeff's great.
Yeah.
What is it?
Jason as well.
Jason
I don't
there
think
at the time.
he wasn't there at the
returns.
beginning. Yeah. So
Whiplash
But
is
Jason returns.
is unusual because this year, obviously, this is their big brushless change year,
They've done
Big change.
the changeover, yeah.
which has enabled them to. I thought for a while that the robot was smaller, but I don't think it is. I think it's kind of similar size, but it does mean that they've been able to shake enough weight to armor up the robot a little bit more than what they had before, and include the weapon. The spinning weapon, not just the lifter, which a lot of people were calling out for last year. I'm intrigued by Whip.
We prefer the lifter.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he was just flexing on people with the pure lifter and beating them was unbelievable.
I mean, I built the lifter version only because it's fun.
Exactly.
It's in the back of there.
Rob Weston loves the lifter version, hence why he built a Beetle weight over.
Exactly.
Pick up Boom Zoom.
I love Boom Zoom so much.
We
Or
love
Zoom
Boom
Boom if you
Zoom Boom if you believe in nightmares.
Back to Whiplash quickly. I mean, how do you even assess it? Last season was so unfortunate for them. They lost 2 fights all year. One against Cobalt when they got stuck on that weird fight where they got stuck on the deck.
Bit because there was needing to be they were meant to be unstuck, but then they couldn't turn Cobalt off, and it was
And they were beating Witch Doctor until their motors just gave up in the end, or their batteries or something. Yeah, it was a tired Whiplash by that point.
And then the switch got ripped out.
That was it.
That'll
the
do
removable switch.
Yeah.
But they had that fight before where they pick up Black Dragon by the scrot and just carry it around.
Beautiful.
It was unbelievable. I loved that fight so much. It was wicked. It was honestly so good. Where does Whiplash fall this year? Are they a title contender? I mean, they've got to be, right?
They always are, but they're another bridesmaid team. But with the brushless upgrades, I keep having visions of Lockjaw.
Yeah,
when they went brushless, and they struggled at first, and then got it dialed in. So whether we see a series like that, I don't know. But I'm lying. I do know. I'm just not going to say.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Whiplash back.
Me too.
Anyway, as always.
It wouldn't be BattleBots without them, right? I know they didn't feature in the first 2 seasons, but they've been there at every reboot season. They're one of only 4 teams now.
They were Splatter in season 2.
That's what I mean. But they've been at every season now, and I think they're one of 4 teams, 5 teams maybe, who have been at every one. So there's them.
Yeah, because you can't include Tombstone anymore, but that with Ray having to take this season off.
Exactly. So there's Shrederator.
Where's Reagan?
Lockjaw.
I
will end you.
Hypershock. Them. And then our last team, of course.
Yeah.
Witch
Speaking
Doctor.
of bridesmaids, never the bride. Again.
Last season was tough,
biggest
wasn't it, for them?
bridesmaid.
Oh my goodness. The fact that they finished second twice. In the same season. they fought so many fights as well.
Yeah.
I think it's
14
become a
fights, was
meme
it?
now where like Andrea takes a picture with somebody else holding the trophy and she's
literally.
pointing at it. I think that maybe that pattern stops this year because this is my pick to win.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Yeah,
We've waited long enough to find out who Steve's backing. And
I waited
back
all the way
Witch
to the
Doctor.
end. Yeah,
Well-
I think this
the
is finally
steamy
when they get
curse
over
is
the
here,
hump.
so Witch Doctor going 0-4.
100%.
Yeah.
Witch Doctor's phenomenal, isn't it? Like last season, they
Oh,
were unbelievable, and they've obviously stuck this year with the single tooth weapon.
It's,
Yeah.
I believe
And-
it's a new Witch Doctor as well.
Yeah, it is. It's a new Witch Doctor again, but they've dialed it up. So they
As
were
you do.
previously running. I can't remember the numbers, but they were running lower power so that they had reliability, and knowing that they can do the reliability at higher power, they've cranked it right up.
Yeah.
So
they feel comfortable. They're not having the reliability woes of past times. So now
Yeah.
it's going into some really scary territory.
honestly, Steve, this might be a good shout for you.
Well, I was going to say they only lost 3 fights last season. 3 fights last season.
3 fights.
Twice to Endgame, who obviously won the Golden Bolt, and then
Yeah.
once to Tantrum in the final itself.
Yeah.
So they only lost to the Golden Bolt winner and the Giant Nut
The
winner.
Giant Nut winner.
Yeah.
It's not bad, is it?
It's
No.
just a phenomenal robot Witch Doctor, and maybe you're right, Steve. Maybe this is their year. You know,
It's got to happen at some point, just to satisfy the universe. You know what I mean? Where
the single tooth weapon has been, trial and tested now as well. The fact that they destroyed Sawblaze, like it was a joke. Just like it just came in and blew Sawblaze up. It was gone in instants, and then
you hate to see, like, anytime you watch any sport, you'll watch a player on a team go through their whole career with a team where it's just like they seem to make it to the end and they just couldn't get over the hump, and then you look back on their career and say, wow, if only this and this
they
had
were so
happened.
good, but it just didn't quite happen.
It didn't pan out.
Just little bits that just cost them over the years.
Little technicalities.
Maybe this is their year.
They creep up. Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna say, what does a good season look like for Witch Doctor? Champions.
Winning it. Finally winning it.
Finally winning it, and then winning the Golden Bolt from there, so then they can do the double.
Yeah, so they can screw them together,
make up
Exactly.
for lost time.
Exactly.
Get a 2-for-1 deal, you know.
Yeah,
I do love a good 2-for-1 deal on those
trophies.
Exactly.
or
Exactly.
Teskey meal deal.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do love a Teskey's meal deal. But that is all the robots.
Oh, thank God.
We've made it to the
So
end.
It was a lot, even with a smaller field.
No, we discussed. We took breaks
We
in
were
the
covering
middle.
them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we took breaks in the middle and everything else.
What are you talking about, Sam? We did this completely.
Oh, yeah,
first
sorry.
take.
Yeah,
you got
first
us
take, one take.
bolted to the chairs
Exactly.
as per contract.
Please let me leave,
Yeah.
Sam.
You can leave now. But I want to say for everyone who's watching, thank you all very much for watching, listening. As always, we do this as a labour of love. It is something we do in our spare time, and it always warms our hearts, knowing that people tune in every week to listen to us ramble about fighting robots and share our passion for our hobby. I hope that everyone enjoys the new season coming up. It's, by all accounts, according to you three, it's going to be something pretty special.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But yeah, it's going to be a wild ride, and we'll be here to cover it every step of the way. So I hope you'll all be tuning
And also,
in.
in addition to the RoboCast this season, we have the series I'm doing on my channel, which officially is being called Back to the Pits with the RoboCast, in which we will talk to some of the teams while out filming. And so we've got them to come as well. They're coming out for the first, I think, 10 weeks. So yeah, look forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of content coming from us all, so hopefully we'll satisfy your needs for robot combat action over the
Maybe
next...
even a reboot of my channel.
Do it.
I dare you.
Do
it.
I dare you, Steve. I dare you.
We've got it on camera now.
Yeah, it's been declared now. But with that said, I have been Sam Elliott 64.
I've been Steve the American Killjoy.
I have been World of Woodrow.
And I've been David O'Swag.
And myself, Steve, and Jevon will see you next week for our first episode review. We hope you'll join us for that. And thank you, David, very much for your time. It's been a pleasure having you along this evening.
Yep, no worries. I'll be literally in the same seat if you need me at the next, like, God knows how many weeks we're going to go through.
You're still going to be there.
So many weeks. So many. The season's even longer now. Oh my god.
I'm going to record Series 4 from this desk. That'll be fine.
It's remote recording.
Exactly.
The three of us will see you next week for our review of episode 1. We'll see you then.